Hola, soy Carlos Campos. Soy el Community Manager de mi perrita Cora &. Aquí os dejo el enlace por si queréis seguirla en Instagram. También soy hijo, nieto y bisnieto de impresores. Y actualmente profesor de diseño gráfico especializado en tipografía. Como profesor de diseño en la escuela pública en España, tuve que viajar mucho hasta que me dieron un destino. He vivido en ciudades grandes y capitales importantes, pero jamás imaginé que acabaría en esta ciudad al norte de Andalucía, que es Jaén. Jaén es una ciudad sencilla, tradicional, amigable y cercana. Es conocida mundialmente por su aceite de oliva, pero sin ninguna cultura tipográfica. Pues bien, aquí es desde donde hace unos 3 años imparto tipografía, en la Escuela de Arte José Nové. A pesar de ser una ciudad pequeña y sin ninguna tradición tipográfica, desde que llegué intento transmitir a mis alumnos la misma pasión que yo tengo por la tipografía. Llevo proyectos y organizo eventos tipográficos que se realizan aquí en Jaén o tratan sobre ella. Puedo decir que en 3 años la cultura tipográfica en esta pequeña ciudad de 100.000 habitantes ha crecido visiblemente. Ahora os voy a enseñar estos proyectos en los que estoy metido. Soy cofundador y director junto a mi pareja Vicky Rodríguez del evento Órbitas, Encuentro con Creativos Estelares, que se celebra en Jaén desde el 2017. Este evento surge con la intención de traer a nuestra ciudad a creativos de alto nivel que de otra manera no vendrían. Surge sobre todo con un afán didáctico por nuestros alumnos, pero al final se ha convertido también en un punto de encuentro entre profesionales y en un festival de diseño reconocido a nivel nacional. importancia a la tipografía. Tanto es así que han participado profesionales como Laura Meseguer, Marta Cerdá, Alex Trochu, Pep Patau o Juan G. López. Gracias a la ayuda de pequeñas y grandes empresas de la ciudad que de forma desinteresada apostaron por fomentar la cultura del diseño, llevamos ya 3 ediciones, llegando hasta 600 espectadores que vienen de otras provincias y regiones. Y Órbitas sigue creciendo. ¿Cuántas fotos de rótulos habéis hecho en vuestro último viaje? Bajo esta motivación que compartimos todos, nace este proyecto. Trata sobre la investigación y recuperación de la rotulación callejera y tradicional aquí en la ciudad de Jaén. Comparto el trabajo con un diseñador gráfico local, que es Juan Montoro. Y además contamos con el apoyo del Ayuntamiento y de la Universidad. Pertenecemos además a la Red Ibérica en Defensa del Patrimonio Gráfico, que es a nivel nacional. Me interesa especialmente el poder que tiene la tipografía para poner en valor lo local. Solo 7 meses tenemos miles de rótulos y carteles catalogados, unos 2.000 seguidores en las redes sociales y además vamos a hacer un libro físico con aquellos rótulos más importantes, tanto a nivel estético como a nivel sentimental o lugar común, como a nivel histórico. Pero sobre todo, lo más importante es que estamos despertando el interés de toda la población en los rótulos de toda la vida, de los comercios tradicionales. Estamos creando cultura visual y dando valor a diseños que antes no la tenían. Este nombre es un juego de palabras. En español, tipo significa tanto tipo de typeface como chico, es decir, boy. Entonces, Cuchi, ¿qué tipo? Se podría traducir como hey, what a type, o también se podría traducir como hey, what a boy. Estos son eventos casuales, informales y periódicos, dedicados a potenciar y a promover la cultura de la tipografía, que se celebran en el taller de un amigo. Son encuentros donde consumimos productos de la región y procuramos hablar o diseñar temas relacionados con la cultura local, pero de una forma global. En Andalucía no había encuentros de este tipo. Encuentros como el Type Thursday, el Letraferits, el Cañas y Tipos, por ejemplo, que se dan en otras ciudades más grandes. Con lo cual me pareció interesante organizarlo aquí. Debido a la pandemia, el último Cuchi ¿qué tipo? Tuvo que ser telemático y, sorprendentemente, acudieron muchos amigos y además de la máxima repercusión en el ámbito tipográfico, como por ejemplo Rubén Chumillas, Nuria López Señorita Serifa, Ana Moliz, José Luis Montesinos, Salva Cerdá o Elisa Pérez, Madame Letters, entre otros muchos. Y por último, mi principal labor y la que más valoro, la docencia y el diseño de tipos. En mi blog se pueden ver algunos ejemplos, tanto mío como de mis alumnos. Estos trabajos son su primer acercamiento a la tipografía y no tienen mayor objetivo que el de aprender. A nivel económico aún no son vendibles, no obstante, cada vez más mis alumnos usan canales de distribución y mercados emergentes para intentar comercializar sus producciones de una manera independiente. Sobre todo hablamos de redes sociales y de proyectos autónomos. mi caso, las tipografías que yo he hecho las cedo bajo licencia de atribución de software, GNU GPL, lo que básicamente quiere decir que el desarrollador, diseñador, o sea, yo, conservo los derechos de autor, pero permito su libre distribución y uso siempre y cuando se me mencione. Me gustaría enseñar el caso específico del desarrollo de dos tipografías con arraigo local. La primera se llama La Perra. Surge de un fanzine de los 80 en Andalucía occidental. Su nombre viene de Despeñaperros, que es una sierra que está al lado de Jaén y que supone la frontera con otra comunidad autónoma. La perra y la despeñaperra están destinadas a un uso decorativo y sarcástico, especialmente indicada para poner frases y dichos populares de la ciudad de Jaén. La tipografía Vandelvira, en cambio, es una tipografía mucho más seria. Es de un alumno que se llama Fran Lara y está hecha a partir de la obra del genio renacentista Andrés de Vandelvira, que fue un arquitecto que trabajó en la región de Jaén hace cientos de años. Está especialmente indicada para un uso institucional de aquellas organizaciones establecidas aquí en la ciudad de Jaén y provincia, ya que le confieren o le conferirían una identidad y un valor diferenciador bastante importante. Supondría así el uso de la tipografía como un valor identitario. En definitiva, nada me da más fuerza e inspiración que las raíces y la identidad del lugar donde vivo. Creo firmemente que es en las comunidades pequeñas donde la tipografía más y mejor puede desarrollarse, gracias a la oportunidad que hoy en día brindan las nuevas tecnologías. Afortunadamente, Internet y las redes sociales han democratizado enormemente este sector que antes estaba limitado a ciudades más grandes. Quiero agradecer a las asociaciones tipográficas internacionales los eventos que organizan para descubrir a nuevos talentos, especialmente el TypeWknd en este caso. Lo estáis haciendo realmente bien. Vuestra influencia crece continuamente y la cultura tipográfica se propaga por todo el mundo. Gracias por esta pasión y por los valores que van implícitos. Lo que más me gusta del mundo de la tipografía es que, por lo general, sus protagonistas son tipos amables, majos, honestos y que entregan fácilmente sus conocimientos a quien los solicita. Gracias por llevar la tipografía a todos los rincones del mundo, incluido Jaén.
So I would like to start by a fantastic quote by Mr. Saul Bass. Design is thinking made visual. Hello TypeWknders, hope all of you are safe and doing good. My name is Abhay Verma and I am a Bachelor's of Design student at Central Institute of Technology, India. And today I will be talking about my experiment, which is titled to Exploring the Semantic Way of Teaching English Alphabet to the Children of Indian Vernacular Medium Schools. And for this project, I was guided by Professor Abhijit Padun. So my graphic design journey was started when I moved from Uttar Pradesh state in India in 2018 to the Assam state for studying graphic design at Central Institute of Technology, which is basically situated in the Kokrajhar district of Assam. Kokrajhar district comes under BTAD regions of Assam, where BTAD stands for basically Bodoland Territorial Autonomous Districts. These are the districts which are specifically allocated by the state government for the betterment of a specific tribal group known as Bodo tribe. So before moving further, let me tell you some facts about Assam and about the Bodo tribe as well. So there are multiple different communities in Assam such as Ahom, Boro, Garo, Karbi, Mishing, Hojai, and many more. And they have amazing culture. And this project of mine is based on the Bodo community of the northeast region of India. So, Bodo is a tribe of an Assam which alone has more than 1.2 lakh speakers, and they have their own language system. They use Devanagari script to write their official documents, and this language also have different multiple dialects. So when I moved to this institute, I observed a variety in scripts, dialects, and languages, which made me excited as a designer to explore this location more. So while studying, initially I started noticing that people and the students who were from the northeast region itself were having a multiple communication issues amongst each other. So and those communications issues were because they had poor proficiency skills. They had basically they had poor English proficiency skills. So in order to solve this issue, we have divided the whole thing into a five-step process for the explanation, and it started from addressing the problem towards the end of developing the solution and adaptation and the future aspects. So the problem was not just limited to the English proficiency skills, but the core problem was that because these students were coming from Indian vernacular medium schools, and in Indian vernacular medium schools, conventional teaching methodology has been followed to teach English alphabet to the primary level children, and most of these schools are situated in the rural regions. So the current teaching criteria for a primary level children, it is taught as an alphabet will be associated with a word, and along with that word, the object will be shown inside a booklet of some sort or a chart, and that can be a photograph, it can be a illustration, or it can be a simple line based illustration which is very easy for the children to consume. So we have also explored the other existing approaches. So in the other existing approaches, we found out that the contemporary approaches are presenting an alphabet along with the music or personification of an alphabet. But these approaches were failing because these small rural schools and these vernacular medium schools were not at all well equipped with the suitable technology. The interactive facilities are not available in most of the schools, and also children from all different segments of a primary grade, so whether it be a kindergarten or a nursery, they find it very difficult to process such a diverse visual information. So the whole thing can be boiled down into two different things, two different aspects. The remembering of the concept was given more priority instead of making them understand the English alphabet system, which is completely new to them and they are unaware about it. So, with the unsubstantial foundation, it is almost impossible for them to practice the English speaking in their daily operations. And when they won't be using English in their daily operations, they won't be able to further enhance or develop this practice. and further develop their skills. Our goal was to design our methodology in which understanding was given more priority rather than remembering of the concept. So by understanding in this concept, I mean association of an alphabet, of the alphabet system, or let's say for a particular letter, association of a letter with physical objects, primitive shapes, and by adapting to a teaching and learning process. We had three, like we started with the with our first approach, and then we kept on refining. So there are three different approaches. So before moving on, let me describe that what is semantic typography. So let's say CLOCK, clock. So inside the word itself, the word is embedded. So it makes sense. It acts as a word and it acts as a visual information as well. So in our first approach, the alphabet was embedded within an image like this. So if C for comb, so the comb was embedded within the alphabet itself, and A for ape, so within the illustration of the ape, within the imagery of the ape, the A was formed. In our second approach, we decided to present the physical object along with the with these alphabets. But for C for comb, the comb can be brought into the class and taught that this is comb, and it can be shown that this is a physical comb. But this is not possible in the case of ape. So again, why these approaches didn't solve the problem entirely? Because children were also unfamiliar with most of the objects. They have never seen an ape. They most of these children belong to a rural region, so they have never seen an ape or a flamingo or any other object or any other object or creature. So they cannot relate and remember the English words coupled with the provided objects. What was happening is children were being taught English alphabet by using English words and then associating those words by the foreign objects. So we needed to solve this problem. So we went ahead for moving towards our approach third, and we went ahead for the exploration. We went nearby the town, nearby the rural region, and we grabbed a couple of objects. We clicked the pictures of the locally handcrafted objects, and basically all of those things with which these kids are familiar with. They should not these objects should not be new to them, otherwise they won't be able to grasp the concept. So then after collecting all the photographs, we started sketching and tried to figure out the shape of the alphabets within the shape of the objects as well. So in the initial survey, I went along with a couple of volunteers. So we gave them the sheets and sheets of paper, markers and sketches, crayons, and we asked them the standard alphabet order, the 26 alphabet order, and most of the students were not able to recall the standard alphabet order. They were not able to remember the objects or the words associated with the alphabet, such as C for cat or clock. We found in the initial survey that what we needed to do is we need to develop a sort of a methodology in which the English words and foreign objects were replaced by the Bodo words. So basically, in order to teach them the English alphabet, the words which we are going to use will be the words from their own tribal language, and the objects were not foreign to them. Objects will be the local objects. So in the final solution, I have designed the expressions in which the alphabet was embedded within. So let me give you the examples of few semantic expressions. So as you can see here, A for Anjur, which means rat in Bodo language, and B for Bere, which means bee in Bodo language. Along with in the chart which we had used to teach the children for the experiment, in that chart, this particular A, along with the photograph and along with the English word, then Bodo word, then Devanagari, and all three of them are written, and also the steps to make to draw the alphabet are also shown. So the children can use these three steps to immediately draw the alphabet, and they will learn to draw the alphabet, and it will be even more fun if they can use the same steps to draw not only the alphabets but also the image of the word which is associated with them. And it is also very consistent for the teachers as well. And as you can see, they were able to very successfully tried their best to draw the best possible shapes as A and B, and they used, most of them used found that the three-step process is pretty easy, and they were able to learn the steps, and they were able to learn the word, the alphabet, and along with the photograph. But no, this was not just limited to this. There were a couple of surprises as well. Children found this very interesting, and they started developing or altering their these semantic expressions which we have taught them. So for the one student, we taught in the three-step process that draw the letter B, and from that letter add wings, add ears and eyes to form a B, which means which is translated in beret in Bodo language. So what this kid has done is he drew the body first, and then he used the letter B to draw the wings of the bee. And in another example, we can see that the moon was drawn by a kid, and just besides the symbol shape and a bit of texture, he tried to explore the vacant space inside it and started playing with the emojis. These are few other examples of the semantic expressions. Now, finally, what are the adaptation and future aspects? I would like to conclude by saying that results obtained from testing by teaching this new English alphabet learning from semantic expressions with the aid of Bodo language demonstrated a very positive results in terms of diversified scope for future expansion and learning. Same methodology can be proposed for many different languages, which will help the primary grade students of vernacular medium schools to learn one of the most essential language and widely articulated language. Children will develop their English proficiency skills while keeping intact the roots of their mother tongue of the region where the school is based. This approach also opens door to encourage designers and researchers to identify the linguistic limitations in the existing alphabet learning systems used by the teachers and students to learn English language. So finally, I would like to thank TypeWknd team for organizing this fantastic online conference, which gave me the platform to share my ideas globally. Staff and children of Alaran Orphanage, Department of Multimedia Communication and Design, CIT India, my friends and college mates, and other people of Kokrajhar district of Assam, India. Thank you for your instantaneous support.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me here. I'm grateful to be a part of this event. So, I would like to begin with a little introduction about myself. My name is Nishtha Sharma. I am currently pursuing a bachelor's degree in communication design at the National Institute of Design, Kurukshetra in India. In recent years, I've been exploring different visual mediums through which I can tell stories and I can tell my ideas. I enjoy working out with projects that allow me to focus on the cohesiveness of different minute elements, and I think this led to my inclination towards designing forms and typography. A little note for the audience. Focus of this presentation will be on learnings and experiences from my first typeface design project. So before jumping into the whole project, I would like to introduce you to one exercise that I did along with my batchmates. I believe a study about forms and letter forms can be a good start before actually working on your typeface, because study of letter forms can help us sensitize ourselves about every little curve and angle that affects the visual form of the character, and then that can add more meaning to the information. So what I was doing in this exercise was I was just exploring the base structure of the character, and then I was understanding how a character can hold different attributes in it, and then how these different attributes add different values to the character. So as you can see, these are some of my letter forms that I created. Here, here I'm trying to understand the potential of these letter forms to create the typeface based on them. Now this is the chosen one. Just a little breakdown of the attributes that I could find in it. As you see, the whole form itself has this upward movement, upward direction to it, and even the counters have this tension, have this angle slanted movement to them. There are pointed terminals, there is thick to thin stroke weight value in it, and I think the width of the form itself acts as one attribute. Now, I think journey from this point onwards is where you list down the attributes that you want to work with, and then you start inducing these attributes in all the characters possible. So what I started was I started with roughly drawing the structures, and then I'm just trying to understand what will be the treatment of the forms in my typeface, and these are some of the initial sketches. So here I'm also figuring out where in what characters I can exaggerate and where I have to limit myself. And so yeah, now after a point, you don't see characters as individual identity, but you also start looking typeface as a cohesive project in itself. And when you do that, a lot of other attributes also come in play, and thinking about these little attributes can enhance the experience of your typeface. So there have been there are these attributes that I thought while working on my projects, which I'm going to discuss here. So one was stance. So like every human being has his style of walking. Every typeface holds its own stance. So when I was working on the project, I was thinking what posture will my typeface be in, and how I should move these lines along the structure to attain that posture. So that is one thing. Next will be the tone. It's a well said line that typography can add more meaning to the text, and I feel tone also decides the purpose and usage of your typeface, and deciding the tone while working on the letter forms can channelize all your decisions that you will make throughout the process. Another thing that I want to mention, so my mentor explained this to me. He pointed out that you can actually connect type to different setups based on your personal understanding. So you can connect it to architecture, you can connect it to music. So as you see the images of two spaces here, so he was explaining me how a person exploring these two experiences will exploring these two places will have different experiences and will have different findings while going through the space. Similarly, a person consuming your typeface can have a different experience, can have different findings, and you deciding what it will be can be a good way to direct yourself ahead in the project. Now, as I moved ahead, I started seeing these letters together as words, and I feel because of the upward movement in my characters, it was easy for me to make characters like that, where one character can direct to the next character, and I think the harmonious flow between letter forms can create rhythm while reading the text. And another thing will be that forms are not only about black shapes, but they're also about negative spaces that they leave. And these negative spaces cohesively can create the texture what we call it gray value of the typeface. And then again, gray value can decide how people are going to consume your typeface and what meaning are they going to think out of it. So another thing, since this was my first typeface design project, I restricted myself to only focus on constant stroke width because I wanted to understand the structure better without the play of high contrast strokes. And so I decided I will only work on constant stroke width. Now, I think along with thinking about all these attributes, thinking about attributes of a letter form, attributes of your typeface, balancing structure is again one of the core tasks that I was doing. And then I think it's a good skill to have where you can figure out why a form is not working, and you can implement small changes in the form to make it attain the crisp posture that you want. So what I was doing eventually, after coming to one point where I decided a language, a system for my typeface, where I've listed down all possible angles and all possible curves, and I've listed down the treatments that I'm going to give to those curves. And I think deciding this system for all these elements can be a good understanding to build on about your typeface, so that you can move further in it without more confusion on what you exactly want it to have. So and lastly, another thing that was going in the mind and I was working on was that form should not lose its integrity in any usage scenario. So what I was trying to do was, as you see, I started with working on A4 sheets, and then eventually I started working on half imperial sheets, and this was done to enlarge the characters and just to see if they lose their integrity when you enlarge them, and if they do, you make these small refinements and these changes so that your typeface can be more feasible to every usage scenario. And I think this is a good way to make your typeface more feasible. So a little about the typeface itself. Tawko is the name of the typeface project that I'm doing. A story about the name will be, so there is no dictionary meaning to the word Tawko. I started creating these random words, and then I was speaking them aloud, and then I was trying to connect the tone of the word to the tone of my typeface. So that's how I decided on naming it Tawko. Tawko is a humanist sans serif typeface. It embodies visual attributes of direction and visual texture to communicate the character of the typeface. So in the span of 5 weeks, this is where I have reached. I know there's a lot to be done to complete my typeface, but so the thing that I like about this process is that it gives you the scope of refining it to an unending level, because whenever I land my eyes on these forms, I see the scope of refinement and then I start working on it. So I've been like stepping ahead and then going back in the process continuously. And so yeah, there's a lot of there I have to still work on a lot of characters yet to complete my typeface, but I think I'm going to I'm going to enjoy the process of following a system in all the letter forms. So yeah, that is it. Now again, I would like to just pay some focus on the letter forms exercise. So the exercise that I did at that time, so learnings from that exercise has not just helped me in this project, but it has helped me in other projects, other graphic design or other typography project, because what it does is it gives you an understanding where you can answer yourself about what is that form right, is it working or not. So whenever I feel like I practice this as my personal exercise where I create these letter forms and then I answer myself on what I have created, and is it working, what is not working, and then where can I use a form like that, and then what changes should I make. So I think it's just this is just a collection of the letter forms that I drew in my time as a personal exercise. Now lastly, I would like to talk about another project that I did, because I used the learnings from the typeface project into doing this. So this was a brand identity project that I did as part of my classroom assignment. Again, I think the process has been same, where you think about the meaning, a message that you want to communicate, and then you start thinking about how can you translate that meaning into the form. So I think now it doesn't has to be a big change. I feel that understanding where you feel that a small curve or a small element can communicate a whole idea is where you gain that understanding that even small changes can do a lot to the form. So as you see, this art festival was for street art, and then I wanted to create forms where I can gel them into each other and then they can have a flow in them. And then as you see, the twist in the letter forms is the USP of this brand identity, and then this is what people are going to relate it to in future, and then this is what they're going to remember. So yeah, and then as per the requirement of the project, I again started inducing those elements of twist, those elements of curves in other letter forms as well. So yeah, again I just have to say that the process has been same based on the process of creating letter forms, because I think the whole play comes where you can actually think of little shapes that can communicate a word like idea, that can communicate your words into pictures. And once you're able to do that, I think rest is just about the practice, where you learn how to refine it, where you learn how you can make your form more feasible, more strong, in sense of that you can use it in any scenario. So as you see, the process of this particular brand identity form started with I'm so this is I'm trying to kind of induce the curve into the form, and then I'm trying to refine it. I'm trying how open the curve should be and how small it should be, to kind of to just to come to that sweet spot where it just looks perfect in any use scenario. So I think this was it. I have really enjoyed the process of finding little details and implementing them. I hope people who are interested in this, it was helpful. Thank you for listening me. I hope this was worth listening. Thank you again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Hello everyone, thanks for having me. It's a great pleasure to be here. Welcome to Ogradă Type Company. Let me show you around. This is the view from my office window. My name is Andrei, and we are located in Runcu, in Dâmbovița. The nearest major city is Târgoviște. We are about 100 kilometers from the capital in Bucharest. And another fun fact, the nearest mountain peak is at about 4 to 6 hours hike. And that's depending on your fitness level. Now, let's get into the office and look at things. Ziua bună. About 3 years ago, I decided to move from the city and be closer to my family. So I moved to the mountainside. And doing so, I also opened my own design studio. And doing good letters is part of that. Find useful projects and products with people involved, and we believe in collaboration and sharing our knowledge. Another thing that's close to my heart is this lettering, and this is something my father used to say. O să fie bine. That's Romanian and it means it's gonna be okay. I used to work in hotels before this. This was about a decade ago. Since then, I've been working in various companies and ad agencies as a graphic designer. And seeing as I had quite an interest in letter forms and typography, over the years I picked up lettering and calligraphy, and later on started studying type design. So seeing as this has become a big part of my life, the obvious step of opening a digital type foundry was there. I can still remember, as a side note, how I dreaded doing my homework for calligraphy back in elementary school, and it makes me smile every time I think about that, seeing as now there are quite a few pieces of paper and scattered sketchbooks all around this room and on the desk where I work with calligraphy and lettering on them. Now, these are a couple of the typefaces that are available through ogradă.co, and I'm happy to let everyone know that you can get them directly from the website, as previously you'd have to email me for a license. Now, this is the first typeface that I ever drew and actually developed and complete, because I did draw quite a few letters or alphabets, and this started as a project back in 2012, and a couple of months afterwards I was contacted by then a French startup that was interested in helping me develop it further and publish it through their online platform. Unfortunately, the deal fell through, and it took me about a couple of years to finish it. I'm actually more fond of the stencil cut that I made for it, and I got to use that a few times around the house. This is a wood crate that I got from IKEA and made to store in it the woodcut version. And I was so happy with having developed the first typeface that I convinced a friend of mine to help me cut it out of cherry wood. Now, the second typeface that I drew was this, Otece Caterina. It's quite bulky or brutalist in a way. It's inspired by a parking sign that belongs to a municipal building in Bucharest. I don't know, and probably nobody knows exactly how it got to be. I only got to look at a few letters on that parking sign, and even after I asked around, I couldn't find any more information. So I decided to complete the alphabet. So this is available as a capital letters only so far, but it still looks cool. Now, after that came Otece Mara. Otece Mara is somewhat of a heavy serif, and somehow pays tribute to typefaces like Cooper Black or Windsor, and it came to be from a branding project for an indie band in Bucharest. So yeah. Another typeface is Otece Monoblocks, and this is more of an experimental typeface or a playful one. I don't know. It was quite fun for me actually to try and imagine as many characters as possible that I could develop by only using a square and a quarter of a circle, a sector of a circle, and this 3x3 grid. I guess this might even have some potential as a woodblock set for children to play with. Now, after moving to the countryside, to Runco, I started to look around the neighborhood to find any inspiring letter forms, letter shapes that could be round. And actually I didn't get that far. There's a house very near here that was built at the beginning of the 20th century, and I believe it was 1902, and it features some very nice wood panels on the sides of the roof that are carved with local motifs, and feature also the date of the build and the name of the owner. And from looking at those letter shapes, I took inspiration and drew this 4-weights family. Another fully Runco developed typeface is Otece Riga. Otece Riga was drawn after seeing the cover of a Romanian magazine from the 70s. It's a geographical magazine called România Pitorească, and it featured the somewhat similar looking R as seen here on its cover. Now this is OTC Pebbles. Pebbles is a typeface that will be released soon. It's again a display typeface and mostly inspired by surf culture and California vibes from the 60s or the 70s. And it features quite a few of these really nice capital letters ligature. Now, say hello to our neighbors. There's a very nice event, very nice ceremony that happens each year in this part of the country, when the shepherds come back from the mountain with their herds, and they bring along quite a few dairy products and meat products that they get to sell at the yards. Yeah. So at that time there are quite a few of these furry little animals that get to roam the streets around here. I'm gonna tell you about again another typeface. This is OTC Hitomi 34. This was originally drawn only the regular version, only the regular cut. It was drawn with inspiration from shop sign that had the message, "Don't block the delivery door, don't park delivery door." So yeah, afterwards I developed the slanted and back-slanted versions of it. This is a typeface that became quite popular and actually got us through the beginning of the year when business went a bit slow. So here's the sign, and actually in part it draws inspiration from this. This is the typeface used on the title sequence of a show from Romania back in the 80s. I was very happy to see the typeface see the light of print in this publication called Foi. This is by Romanian graphic design studio called Grafomont, which organizes and publishes this catalog each year. It organizes a contest featuring the most beautiful books in Romania, and this is the catalog that accompanies it and features a few articles about the people behind the books. And here are some photos from last year's event when we still could go out and socialize and meet people. So this is another example in use of Hitomi 34, used here by Copper Herford, a graphic design studio for Dortmund, Germany. And this is the identity that they developed for Dortmund Creative, which is a team of people from the city of Dortmund that looks out for the interest of the creative community, creative industry there. So remember the band that I was telling you about earlier? This is them, and yeah, back from when we could go to concerts and bars, pubs. Yeah, have a listen to them. yeah, so I miss those times. That was nice. So that's the logo I drew for them, and this is another lettering piece that I did for their first single release. Also, 2019 saw a few workshops being held by me. This is for a workshop where I got to ask what makes a letter, and it was held in a library in Bucharest for about a couple of months or so each week, where we got to play around and work with brush and the calligraphy and see what makes letters stick. And also I got to be a part of this really great workshop held by Fred Smyers for about a week in Bucharest, where we got to develop a typeface by only using stencils. Again, really good times. And this was the crit show at the end. Now, in the future, I'm looking into developing typeface out of this style of lettering called Romanian Archaic. This here on the right, it's from a book, is the title of the book, called Medieval Inscription of Romania. Sorry about that. And usually you can mostly see this style of lettering being featured mostly on churches or other religious architecture features. And here's an example on the right side of lettering in a similar style, but a little bit more funky. And this is the house I mentioned to you earlier that's been flagged by the Village Museum in Bucharest for preservation. And it would definitely be a shame to lose this house. Now this is how it looks around here. It's usually quite peaceful and very good environment to work in and to even live here. Far better than the city life. So I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you. Come again. Facem litere.
Hi everyone. Thank you so much for having me, TypeWknd, and thanks to everyone who's going to be watching this. I'm really happy to know that, at this point in time, people might still be caring about type, or the type might still give them some joy or some escape from the real world, which we know might be crazy. And since I'm recording this a few days in advance, I'm really hoping that nothing crazy and unthinkable and insane has happened like it sometimes does in 2020. And I'm going to be talking about how I went from an unemployed graduate of a design school in Siberia to a designer living in New York City, in the hope that might help and be entertaining. I am fortunate to have had amazing experiences of working with really great clients on really great projects, including some exhibition design, signage, and wayfinding projects, and some really big wayfinding systems, and installations, environmental design installations, and books, and interiors, and also exteriors of what we call a cover. Sometimes I treat them as illustrations, sometimes I treat them as typographic compositions. I obviously also love working on brand identities and everything that they come with, like collateral and all the other fun stuff. And I do custom word marks a lot, lettering projects, and also a lot of corporate communication, like annual reports, publications, magazines, type design lately, and all different fun ways to make your lives more colorful and more typographically interesting. And I'm really happy to be doing this, and I could not really wish for much more to spend my days doing. The studios that I worked with here in the United States are on the left, and the clients, some of the clients that I worked with from different fields, are on the right. And I've done some work that I'm really, really happy about, and that's something that some of it that you just saw before. But I've also done a lot of work that I don't usually share, and I prefer not to share, because we always try to put our best foot forward and try to show the best work to get hired and attract attention of people. But we end up, even when we talk about making mistakes and how failure is so great at conferences and on social media, we still end up not, I think, sharing the work that was really bad. But I think it could be a fun and educational experience for me to embarrass myself today. And one thing that I wanted you to know about me is that I'm roughly from somewhere this area on the map. I don't think I placed that cross correctly at all, but in Siberia, roughly speaking, you would never know. And I moved to New York City about 6 years ago, and I never knew anyone living here, and I kind of came and I was able to get an entry-level job, and so that's basically what my presentation is about. And when I say that I'm from Russia, obviously you get some images in your head, and that's normal. We all like to generalize, and that's who we are. But I didn't grow up around some cool churches and palaces. I grew up in some prefabricated housing that was really stripped of any detail, pretty much. Didn't have any cool lettering on top. The building that I grew up in, but Russia is kind of known for a lot of constructivist heritage that it had, but by the time that I came around, it was more kind of the thing on the right, where it was a lot of advertising, and people were trying to get used to this new market economy and putting up a lot of advertising that they did using the personal computers that they just have acquired. And there were amazing graphic designers and fine artists living in Russia, but I actually didn't know anything about them up until I was, already on my way during my professional career. So people like Kazimir Malevich or Al Lisitsky here were not really a part of my vocabulary growing up, and the closest I've ever gotten to suprematism is the stuff that's on the right. There was a lot of Arial, and there was a lot of Times New Roman, and there was a lot of shapes and colors and standard fonts. And one of the things that I kind of keep thinking about and trying to explain how Russia changed culturally, economically, and socially after the Soviet Union disappeared is that in the 90s, when I started school, everyone still had all of these same composition books or exercise books, as you might call them in different parts of the world, and they were all kind of exactly the same, made the same across the country, and everyone used them. But then in the 90s, there was this explosion of color and shape and photography and illustration, and these were the exercise books that I ended up staring at during long hours at school, and I kept wondering that there must be someone who actually does this for a job, and this must be a really cool job to do, putting together all these shapes and colors and letters. And so I entered a local design school, and it was a bit old-fashioned, I should say, and the architectural education there was pretty good, but we spent most of our time doing the drawing, the painting, and sculpting, and learning about the Renaissance, and people there were amazing and definitely enabled my career and me thinking about design, the frameworks, and the school of thought, but there weren't really any typographic education, and I started getting obsessed with typography, and I had no resources to study it anywhere. There were no books, there were no magazines, and so I was kind of left alone with small images on the internet, and this is something that I did after I saw the movie called Helvetica that I completely was obsessed with entirely and kept rewatching and made my friends watch, and I did my first portfolio I think the same year basically, and it was all in Helvetica. It was like very black type on white, and don't look at the typesetting is so horrible. And I kind of kept doing that thing, and I found out that Helvetica had different weights, and I started using them, and of course all of my Helveticas were stolen from the internet, and I learned that I didn't know about things until I saw them, so I started seeking out more things online and trying to kind of find more about the history of design and what other people were doing, and that was crucial. And I think this massively influenced all of my work. You can see that I had no idea how to print anything on a hard hat, but I did have this clear idea of wanting to escape the messiness and the layers of the world, the gray world that I was living in, and just having like one word on the page was my dream. And then, typographically, all of these projects were just very unimaginative and really poorly typeset. I'm not afraid to say. And, gradually I started learning more about serifs, let's say, and small caps, and how you can fold a poster. And then I got actually a job because there were no internships in Russia at the time when I did this. So I just got hired for a temporary job, and they made me do this visual identity, and then they set me down to do the mechanicals, and I realized that I don't know how to do patterns, and I just thought that you just eyeball it, so I didn't align and distribute anything, and someone found out, and I was in big trouble. Not really big trouble, but I was sitting quietly in a corner, very embarrassed, and that's how I learned that it's good to surround yourself with your peers, because people will actually know other things that you don't know. And I sometimes, had weird gaps in my knowledge, but I kind of kept going. I didn't see any good magazines because I didn't have any. There was like one graphic design magazine in Russia, and you had to pay a lot of money and wait for 3 weeks for it to ship. So, I only got that a few years into my career, but they asked me to make a coffee table book about the economic forum in St. Petersburg, and I did something without knowing what the grids were, because I have never seen a single book about grids, and I didn't know how books worked at all. And I kept wanting to do some lettering, and I wish that I kind of knew that at some point, obviously, I find out that to draw letter A, I really need to have seen 1,000 letters A, because all of the A's that I was drawing didn't come out right. And I wish that at that point I knew that maybe it's better to use a font, and the top left thing is actually a font, I'm pretty sure. But anyway, I kept going, and my lettering was still not great, so you could see that I put it in a grid. I learned to align and distribute, and I learned to work with gradients and colors, and learn to combine fonts and work with photography better. And I was getting some freelance gigs that were actually pretty nice, and that taught me a lot. But here, the logo type was something that the art director helped me figure out, because mine was way worse. And again, the typesetting that I think not just me, but traditionally people that I looked towards for references, they would just kind of like put type in a column and not do anything with it, and it wouldn't interact with anything. And at some point, I really wanted to kind of stop commercial work, and I knew that I could be getting better faster if I did some self-initiated projects, because I could control everything about them and subject matter and what I did. So basically I took almost a year of paid work to do this thesis project, my graduate project, which was a wayfinding system for the city that I grew up in. And not that this was really very typographically imaginative, but I learned this whole new industry of wayfinding, and that helped me massively. And I just really spent so much time on all these diagrams and the crazy maps, and I built those all from scratch, and I printed things and threw them in the sand to photograph them. And I learned that I think some unpaid jobs were more helpful than some paid jobs, and this project was very good for me to have in my portfolio. And then I graduated, and I still wanted to keep getting better, and I was just making things up, and I kind of woke up in the morning and thought, why won't I do a book cover? And again, the type is really lame. I can't believe that I set this all in 3D to make this gate, referencing the concentration camps, because this is Man's Search for Meaning, which is about concentration camps. But I totally didn't do anything with the type at all, which is very lame. And I had the luxury to do these things instead of doing paid work, and I really, understand now very well how much of a luxury it is, that not everyone is capable of just, spending time on silly things like that don't pay the bills. And I was doing some freelance work, and I learned, I think, how to work hard on the craft, and focus on photography and gradients and colors and Pantones, and make it look professional in a way, but then I still wanted to keep moving and keep improving, and I thought that the jobs that I was going to get in Russia were not really fully allowing me to do that, so I applied to a lot of internships and I got a lot of rejections. There were practical things like, before we consider your application, this company said, please can you confirm you're eligible to live and work full-time and without restriction in the UK? So, of course not, goodbye. Then some of these emails that I got in response said, your work is interesting, but we can't offer internships to non-students, so, I had nothing to do with this. I could not afford another degree. Some of them were like, I sent my applications to some really nice places because I was ambitious, but they said, well, we are very fortunate to pick out of the really best designers, and some people had stronger work without explanation, so this is not super helpful, although I did appreciate the response, because of course most of the time you don't get any response at all, and early on it was explained to me that that's normal, so it didn't crush me every time, and that's really fortunate, because otherwise I would definitely stop trying and just settle for a job that I could get probably in my hometown. But basically then there was this one email that I think changed a lot for me, and I'm really grateful to the people who wrote it, from a very famous Scandinavian studio that I was really obsessed with, and they said that they were looking for someone who worked in signage, so I thought, wow, this is a really amazing fit, but they said we chose someone who had more experience in typography, and I was like, wait, I have a lot of experience in typography? I've been doing typography for years, like, what do you even mean? And then I had nothing to do, I was like at home, barely getting any jobs, so or barely wanting to take any jobs, and I thought about it long and hard, and I learned to keep getting better, because I think I started to figure it out what they meant, and then I was doing this unpaid kind of competition entry, and I thought, well, maybe I can make a typeface, and maybe that's something that would interest those kinds of people, and it will help me gain more experience in typography. The way that they meant it, and that was obviously not very good, but I kept going, and I worked with more editorial, like I wrote this whole set of books about Bauhaus and Bauhaus directors, and I printed this, and I spent like a month's worth of my income to print this, and I didn't yet learn about the H&J, hyphenation, and justification, so I can't show any of this in my portfolio because of how badly ragged things are. I didn't know what ragging was, and that was one of the weird things that I didn't learn until recently. And I kept going with the lettering also, and because I didn't have a creative director for many of these projects, I was doing them freelance. I learned to be my own critic. I learned to be my own mentor in a way, however messed up that sounds. So I went back and improved them later on, and that's a thing you can do if you want to. And then, signage jobs were super helpful, and again, I kind of learned a decent way of presenting this. And then I started learning more about, what language as a part of branding and identity is, and I think my sensitivity got a lot better in this, and I made this brand identity that I volunteered to donate a non-profit organization in Russia, and I thought that was pretty good already, and I still showed that in my portfolio. And another thing with lettering is that I realized that the longer I worked on these projects, the better I was getting, and that's one thing I really, really love about lettering and typesetting is that the more you work at it, the better you get, and it just takes time, but it's totally under your control to get better at it, which is amazing. Not everything is like that. And then I had this portfolio of projects in 2014 that I showed you pretty much all of them, and that is how you get an internship in New York City. And I was able to move, and I was lucky enough to discover that some of those visa issues and some of those work authorization and legal issues were easier dealt with in United States, and some of the bigger companies in New York that really valued, I think, design talent were willing to bet on me, because I was willing to get myself there and work for a pretty low wage and work hard to really care about what I was doing. And then the company that I got in was Pentagram in New York City, and this was a portfolio, and that is how I think I did it. And then obviously I always learn more things, and there's always more things to learn, and I still really enjoy the ride, and thank you so much for listening.
Hello everyone, Namaste from India. I hope you all are doing good in this difficult time and are safe. I am Umang Baheti. I am currently a student of Faculty of Fine Arts, MS University of Baroda, India. I am a type enthusiast and want to explore more on type. Today I am presenting an indigenous visual treat to all of you. I want you to just relax and enjoy yourself. I'll be underlaying quick characteristics which I found interesting in particular type specimens. The main focus of the presentation will be upon Devanagari type, the Indic style, how the culture is affecting the type, and how the nature is affecting the type. We'll also talk about the vibrant colors, styles, and many more things. These two are the most beautiful and confidently handwritten type and hand painted type I've come across in recent times. The first one reads as Baneshwari in Devanagari script. Baneshwari is a local goddess in Madhya Pradesh. It is believed to bestow good luck and prosperity. The amazing effect of rain and the atmosphere has created interesting texture on the handwritten type. The washed out feeling has an interesting flavor to it. The second image shows the very original and raw specimen of beautifully hand painted type. This is one of the good examples of fearlessness of painter, and the urge to deliver the message can also be seen. Look at this one. Like, this is such a beautifully hand painted type. I fell in love with its texture in the first sight only. I can see this particular for hours without getting bored at it. Look at the beautiful texture in the type. The brush strokes are seen and the feeling it creates is amazing. This one reads as Sardar in Devanagari script. Uh, this was painted with a brush and oil paint. The earlier type specimen, which was taken from this advertisement on the wall, this one particularly had something interesting. See the second picture, this one. The painter was in hurry to complete, or he probably didn't thought it as an important detail to complete, and he finished it roughly. And the roughness of the painter and the hurry of the painter is shown by the type, which is interesting to take a note of. Now moving on to this one, I want to underline the impact of moisture, light, and heat on the hand painted type, like how the paint is interacting with nature, which has created air bubbles in the type, which is leading to an interesting texture. Look at the W in particular. This is so beautiful and interesting to address that hand painted type also interact with nature in such a beautiful manner. Look at the colors also. R, G, and B, red, green, and blue are used, which is a great combination to use. We don't generally see italics in hand painted Devanagari script, but this one is a very graceful example of Devanagari italics. Have a look at the tilted stems in the letters. See this one, this, this, this. They are at certain angle. The interaction of nature and on surface is also very interesting and standing out. The peels have come off from the surface, and it is creating an interesting canvas. The use of black on a number plate is so typical because of the high contrast and the visibility it creates. The first photograph shows a hand painted type written over a washed out vinyl sheet. The First the vinyl sheet was pasted and it was washed out. Then again it was painted from hand. So the interaction of vinyl, the layers of vinyl and hand painted type are quite interesting to see. The second photo shows a condensed type, including digits in it. We don't generally see digits also in condensed form. So this is also an interesting example to look at. Now moving further in the presentation, I would like to show you some truck art. The trucks are the major source of transportation in India, and they are so decorative, and they are such a treat to see and enjoy. Trucks are one thing that has a decorative type specimens. I personally relate the idea of visuals on the truck as a representation of Indian culture. The trucks are so much decorated with variety of type, pattern, and different designs, just as the Indian culture possesses variety in language, culture, rituals, and whatnot. Moving on to the characteristics of type, the Prince of it reads as Prince of Dattigao, which is so written in a fluffy and very display font kind of manner, which is again a very good to look at. This one shows condensed goodwill, which is also interesting to see. I also find truck and hand painted type on it relating to the Indian tribal and folk art representation. If you see minutely, you'll find some tiny use of tribal and folk art elements. For example, the color of the background in the truck is found in Wally paintings, which is brown and orange. There are a lot of floral motifs. You can easily notice Mughal style windows and arches. The technique and principle are similar in many ways, uh, as you can see the repetition of pattern in tribal art and in this trucks too. Again, moving on to type specifications, this Bharat is written in uh, very roundish manner, which is kind of interesting and soft. Uh, I particularly like this one. The two letters O and D are at certain distance. They are not kerned well. So to minimize that effect of kerning, the painter has created long serifs converging towards each other, which is making visually which is just reducing the size between both of the letters visually. The first image is a perfect example of representation of Rajasthani culture through the graphic uh, and the and through the hand painted type. The use of color is so vibrant and bright as the colors of Rajasthan. The motifs and the image also resonate with the type and to create overall feeling of Rajasthan. Now moving on to the specialty of type, see the amazingly beautiful gradient and texture in the hand painted type. The sharpness of the edges is also a specification which resonates with the feeling of Rajasthan. In the second image, you will see washed out hand painted type with a brush and enamel paint. The texture is so beautiful, and the drop shadow creating from green is also very beautiful. It reads as Raj. The third image shows different type sizes and the composition of informal, formal, and italics to deliver a message in harmony. In this particular one, look at the beautiful script type. We do not generally find script in hand painted type. We do see sans serif most of the time, sometimes serif, but script font are very less seen. So it is one of the example in hand painted type. The beautifully hand painted type on the trolley caught my attention. Look at the bold and the clear type. Look at the letter K. This one. The construction is simple yet beautiful. The drop shadow in second picture, use of different color in third. As old saying says, old is gold. This particular picture is glittering like gold even after corroding. The corrosion has given this type a unique and beautiful character. Now moving on to the close-ups of the characters, I told you to see Ka. Look at this geometric construction of Ka. It is so beautiful. While moving on to Sh, it is a bit condensed. That it may be because of the painter realized that the space is taken more for Ka and the Sh has less of space. So he condensed the letter and put it in a certain way. Look at this also. This is very beautiful construction of letters. This reads as yantra. Um, this is also a very interesting and a beautiful type specimen. Um, this particular one has two layers in it. If you can see, the first layer says is in this yellow one. It says Harod, and the second layer is besides this, which is some orangish color. Uh, this may be probably due to some natural effect, due to rain, due to washed out things, washed out paint, and see how interesting the layers are combining with each other. Even after it is washed out, the messages coming out and it is readable. Um, but this kind of interaction are very interesting to see. Now moving on to the application, I'd like to just some underline some of the applications. We saw some casual fonts, we saw some formal fonts, and we saw some italics also. So here is the combination, all three of them. The main name of the firm, it reads as Atisha, is written in casual form. The traders part is written in formal, and the less important detail, such as address, is written in italics. So it's a well composed use of hand painted type. The another use of hand painted type can be seen in large, beautiful hand painted advertisements. These are so good to look at. Uh, Even by passing by this, you have to get put your attention on them. Like the colors used are so contrasting, so attention grabbing. The type is also very good, and we can see the practical application of hand painted type in advertising, not just in display type. Um, Moving towards this photo has all the different varieties, styles of hand painted type. Most of them. The first one is in negative space. The second one, it reads as Ganesh. It is outlined plus it has shadow. The third one has an outline in Devanagari script. The fourth one has a shadow below the type. Uh, this one reads as photo, and it is having a shadow from a particular light source, which is also interesting. Um, we can also see a Latin type here. Uh, the most interesting thing about this photo is you can compare how hand painted type and digital type are so different. Um, if I see the digital type, this one, it's so boring in comparison to this one, even after it has washed out for several years. That is the beauty of hand painted type. The letter L is my favorite, this one, in Devanagari script because of its the form it has. Means it, uh, look at it. The very well balanced curves and the straight lines create a letter. This particular has a strong contrast and choice of color. All and the choice of color is also very good. Some of the most distinct and recognizable visuals are bright in color, bold, and are designed to stand out. They are having drop shadows, gradients, use of different colors in one particular type specimen, and are decorative in nature, which you can see in the particular examples. At last, on my concluding note, I just want to underline the use of color. The use of color in hand painted type is so fresh to look even after a major course of time. The colors used in hand painted type perfectly represent the Indian natural surrounding, culture, and atmosphere. if you want to take one major thing other than the type specimens, you can take the use of color in depicting the surrounding. The use of earthy color to represent the nature by the hand painted type is so good. The use of bright colors, decorative and flamboyant colors is perfect representation of Indian culture with the use of with color. This particular, I'd like to end this particular with my favorite letter L. This is L, and this is R. This reads as Loha. Um, Thank you so much. Thank you, TypeWknd, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, my name is Athang. I'm from Mumbai and today I'm going to talk about the classification of Devanagari typefaces. Devanagari is an Indian script which supports over 120 different languages. Typefaces were introduced in Devanagari as recently as the late 18th century, and the calligraphic style and the methods of reproduction have played an important role in how the script transferred into type design. This presentation is a result of an academic project in which I classified around 300 different Devanagari typefaces collected from various different foundries, past and present. Classification of typefaces is a natural process which helps the designer make an informed choice by analyzing and finding patterns through different typefaces. This can be an interesting way of identifying the similarities between different typefaces and identifying scope for novelty. Devanagari script has 14 vowels and 33 different consonants. To proceed with classification, we must first identify different morphological features of the Devanagari script. There is an upper matra line, which is as far as all the ascenders go, a headline where the Shirorekha rests. There are two mean lines, an upper mean line and a lower mean line, which is used to identify positioning of different features. There is a base line on which the stem ends and all the letters kind of align. There is a lower matra line where consonants with a U sound come. And then there is an even deeper matra line, which is where vertical conjuncts and the combination of vowels come in. To proceed, we need to identify different features. The first one we see is a middle knot. There are two types of knot, a middle knot and an ending knot. The second one at the bottom where we see is an U matra, which is also a descender. There is an anuswar, which is similar to a tittle on the top of an I, lowercase I. The next one we see is an ending knot, which kinds of ends at the ending of the letter, because that's how the letter is written. There is a neck, which joins the letter to the Shirorekha at the top. There is a loop. It is and that's a loop and not a knot, because the loop is where the letter starts and it is usually open and not completely covered. A knot is whereas morphologically a knot is completely tied up, whereas a loop is just folded. Then there are curve to curve joineries, which are very common in Devanagari. There is another type of an ending knot. And then there is the next one we see is another curve to curve joinery, an upper matra and a stem, which is for the consonant E, the deeper E. The next one we see is a vertical conjunct where two consonants are joined vertically, and then there is a crossbar in the letter B. It's also seen in the letter Sh. Now we'll get into different types of these features. So here we have a middle knot. So there is a filled middle knot, an open middle knot, and a closed middle knot. Similarly, we have an ending knot. So there is a filled knot, a dragged or also an open knot, or a closed middle knot. These are loops. Loops are usually towards the starting of a letter, observed in Bh and Sh. Loops are also of three types, or four types if you consider a select few calligraphic typefaces of a particular era. There is a partially open loop, a completely open loop, and a closed loop. There is also a filled loop, but it relates to only a select few fonts. Types of scribing tool. The tool used to draw the letters makes a huge impact on the construction of the letter and the overall classification. The most common tool used to scribe a Devanagari letter is the canted tip or rather leftward canted tip, unlike the rightward canted tip in Latin. Leftward canted tip is used much more often and is a very traditional approach of calligraphic writing in Devanagari script. Rightward canted tip, or also the Roman tip, which is used for black letters, has recently been adapted for Devanagari typefaces. There are a few typefaces which use the Roman tip to scribe. There is a flat tip, also like a flat brush, we also sometimes observed in monolinear typefaces. Then there is a round tip, also like a ball pen or a gel pen, which those are related to fonts which mimic handwriting or are handwritten or script fonts. Then there is a flat tip which is pressure sensitive and does not change its orientation. In terms of types of curves, there is a circular curve which is observed in geometric typefaces, an organic curve which is more humanist, Then there is squarish, which is more geometric, and then there is very squarish. There are also different types of contrast in Devanagari fonts. There is no contrast, which is observed in monolinear fonts, which is a counterpart to Latin sans serif fonts. Then there is high contrast but traditional fonts, which is observed with a leftward canted scribing tool. High contrast but modern, which is the result of a pen held in the way one would use to scribe, let's say, Bodoni. Then there is also the gray value of the font, which determines its use case, whether it's going to be used for title or is it going to be used for text. So I analyzed around 300 different Devanagari typefaces from various foundries ranging for the past 30 years. A lot of these typefaces were only available as type specimens, as the font was protected by proprietary softwares. Then I segregated these fonts into different groups on the basis of how close they looked to one another. This is what I had ended up with. So there are 7 different types of Devanagari typefaces which I identified. One is calligraphic. They might be revival or a personal style. Then there is traditional, which is derivation of calligraphic typefaces, but they have much more rationalized proportions and are used for texts. And there is modulated typeface, which are often used with Latin serif typefaces. There is script typeface, which tries to mimic handwriting or is much more free-flowing in that sense. There is monolinear typeface used with Latin sans serif typefaces. And then there are decorative typefaces. Calligraphic typefaces can further be classified into 2 different sections. One is revival typeface and the second one is exploration. In the first figure, we see Jaén, which is based on the 1503 revival of the Jain Kalpasutra manuscripts. And the second one is Gotu, where we see the calligraphic style of Sarang Kulkarni. The first one is a revival, whereas the second one is a personal exploration. Both of them are calligraphic in its nature, but are very different. Then we come to traditional typefaces. The axis in traditional typeface is very similar to that of calligraphic typeface, but the proportions here are much more rationalized. Even in traditional typefaces, we will get to 2 different types of traditional typefaces. The first one is the Balbodh style of traditional typeface. Balbodh is a specific way of writing Devanagari in Marathi and Sanskrit. So these typefaces have more curves, have more fuller knots. Such as in the third word, you can see the loop is full in the first figure. In the second figure, we see a modern version of the traditional typeface. In these typefaces, the proportions and the letters are much more rationalized. The curves are reduced. In the case of the letter in the box, we see the first figure is much more curvilinear, whereas the second one follows much strict bounds. The next one we have are modulated typeface. Most of the modulated typefaces have vertical axis. They may or may not have serifs, since Devanagari never traditionally had serifs. They have high contrast and are specifically used for display purposes. The next category is the monolinear typeface. Monolinear typefaces are usually paired with sans serif typefaces and follow similar visual grammar. They can further be classified into 3 different categories similar to sans serif typefaces. They can be rational with terminals and proportions similar to that of Helvetica. They can be humanist with proportions much true to the original Devanagari way of writing. Or they can be geometric with much more circular and square forms. It's often that it's the monolinear Devanagari typefaces which experiment with different widths and weights. Then we come to script or handwritten typefaces. These typefaces have usually very light stroke width, have much more round or curvy proportions, and are a bit more eccentric in usual construction. They're also derivative of one's handwriting or are used to give a bit of a flair while writing. Then there are decorative typefaces, which are solely used for display purposes and have often weird quirks like Tuscan serifs or weird ballpoint terminals, and are completely different in terms of its constructions. I further went on to put these typefaces on a map so that they can be visually represented and I can identify how one category of typeface transitions into another. So this is my exploration of a font map for Devanagari. If you observe carefully, we see all the different categories line up next to its closest relative. In this we can see how calligraphic typefaces are much close to traditional typefaces, similar to how calligraphic Latin typefaces are much more close to serif typefaces. Traditional typefaces evolve slowly into monolinear typefaces, and even in monolinear typefaces, there can be different subsections, which can be segregated. Traditional typefaces also blend slowly into a modulated typeface, as both traditional and modulated typeface both are modulated. But traditional typefaces have a much longer history and a well-defined rationale in its construction. They also have a leftward canted nib to scribe. In modulated typefaces, it's usually a vertically canted nib. Monolinear typefaces also slowly merge into modulated typefaces. And that's where you see these transitional fonts which have elements of more than two different categories. Decorative typefaces are placed close to modulated typefaces because both of them have a very different rationale, and they don't really blend very well with a more traditional a more traditional set of typefaces. So towards the top left corner to the bottom right corner, you see a complete spectrum of different typefaces. This map led to interesting findings of how one category morph into a different category of fonts in various different steps. Over here, we have a transition from a monolinear geometric typeface to an organic handwritten typeface. And all of these steps in the middle are different fonts. So the two fonts we see in the middle are both transitional fonts, which step from one category to another. Another one we can observe is a geometric monolinear typeface, to a condensed but slightly modulated typeface. Another example is that of a modulated typeface to an expanded monolinear typeface. So the contrast reduces gradually and the letter expands, and the geometry kind of changes. The next one we see how a calligraphic typeface morphs into a traditional typeface. Both of these typefaces have similar angle of cant, similar tool of scribing, but the proportions are much more rationalized and the use case changes from display to text. Yeah, so I collected these typefaces from a lot of different type foundries, past and present, and I would like to give a huge thanks to my school, IDC School of Design, and my guide, Professor Girish Dalvi, who guided me through this project. I refer to a bunch of different books and papers related to on this topic. And that's my time. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Amber Weaver and I run the platform FemType, which focuses on promoting women's work in the type industry. Today I'm going to be giving my talk for TypeWknd, touching on subjects like role models, inclusivity, and why I created FemType and why it still needs to exist. So what FemType kind of is about is there's three pillars in a way. So recognition, which is obviously the kind of the main foundation of how it all began, because I wanted to increase the recognition of women's work in the type industry. Second of all is collaboration. So we're continuing to kind of collaborate with different artists. Not all of the kind of work that we do comes from external partners and brands. We always try and collaborate internally as well. And thirdly is application. So this one's kind of the newest one, and it focuses on that transition between, hey, I've created a great typeface, and then that typeface being used in a commercial setting, or that artist being commissioned based on their great work that we've then put in front of the right person, so that they can be connected with these amazing women. So why I created FemType, this was a year and a half ago now. That's how long my Instagram's been going for. Why did I create it? So obviously at the beginning, I was at university, but this wasn't a year and a half ago. This was longer. But I started making a list of women designers that I admired, because when I looked through books and other kind of inspiration for projects I was doing, I was coming across some, which is true, but not anywhere near compared to how many men were featured. And subconsciously, now I can kind of reflect on that and think subconsciously, I might have been looking for someone who was more relatable, or someone who was like me. Maybe that was just me relating to another, like woman to woman. But yeah, and then so obviously then I thought, I've got to do something with this list. And that's how FemType kind of began. So I started doing that in second year. So what is that? 5 years ago. And yeah, we are a year and a half later of FemType being kind of fully active, and we've done some great things. So another thing I wanted to talk about is kind of what has, and I get asked this quite a lot, is what has FemType really achieved? So what FemType has created is a massive bank of women designers, for first of all to all be found in one place. So if somebody was looking for someone to commission and they came across our page, there's a huge kind of visual directory with direct links to all the artists that we feature. So we're bridging that gap between client and artist, because what I hear sometimes a lot as well is, I mean, even before I began FemType, I was, doing research, and I came across a lot of articles kind of like, where are all the female type designers? And what FemType has proved is that they are obviously out there. Somebody just needed to create a platform or a stage, which is what we do, to amplify their voices and their work. So that's kind of what it is and what it's achieved. We get messages saying, your page is so encouraging from students. We get from other brands and stuff, like, the work that you feature is amazing. I'm sure they're using it for inspiration or commissioning, and all that kind of stuff. Sorry, I'm just looking at my notes here. So another thing that I've kind of had recently is which I've asked myself, why does FemType need to still exist? Well, First of all, the reason why I obviously created it was to improve recognition, because there wasn't enough in the current industry on inspiration pages, in all other kind of formats where, you know, people were being featured. It just wasn't really enough, and I felt very passionate about bringing those people to light. So when people say, you know, the work you shouldn't have created Femme type because it should be about the work and not the gender, which I understand to a certain point, but when people say, oh, it's just about the work, I totally disagree with that sentiment, because it's very much about the person who's created that work. So if you took the person away and it is just about the work, then you've got no work, because you don't have the author and you don't have the person behind it. And I think that's very, you know, it's almost robotic, because it's just disconnecting the artist from their work, and that's quite almost like inhumane. I don't know if that's the right kind of descriptive word to use, but I just don't agree with that at all. And usually it's because they're possibly being defensive and actually realizing, oh, the work that I feature isn't inclusive, it just includes men, or, you know, and then they say, you know, they think it's fine, it's a good thing to say, well, it's just about the work. It's just like, yes, but what message is that sending out to in our instance, what's it saying to younger girls who are at university, where there is more girls than boys, but when you're looking at the statistics in the real world, in the industry, like it's completely flipped. So, you know, what you want to try and bridge that gap to find out, first of all, what's happening, but second of all, to, you know, improve it. So is it because, in my instance, the reason why I created FemType was because there was a lack of role models in what I was looking at. There was there was obviously a few that I admired, but none that I really kind of engaged with and felt kind of inspired by and properly connected to. So hopefully by bringing all these people to light, it's encouraging girls to, you know, pursue careers in type and really, really go for, you know, what they want, rather than kind of watching and seeing an industry where they're questioning their validity and whether they belong in it at all, because they don't have anyone that looks like them or is like them. So something like that is really powerful to kind of think about, which brings me on to my next thing, which is the importance of role models. So I have a quote here that is a woman that I highly admire, a writer called Anushka Khandwala. I hope I've said that right. But she wrote a article, and I got Eye of Design, and a quote that she wrote was, role models, as well as providing relatable representation, can act as mentors and colleagues with which to form a community. So it's quite frustrating sometimes that people who are higher up really underestimate, and they don't think anything's kind of wrong or anything that should be changed, and they severely underestimate the power of a role model in someone's life. It can seriously change the way they think and what they want to do, and it can take their life on a completely different path. So from like another perspective, when people were, you know, that there's obviously articles and that kind of stuff saying, where are all the female artists? You know, that was just a question like put out there. Say 100 years ago, there was naturally more male type designers, because stereotypes, you had the women would stay at home, and they would cook and clean, and that's what their role was. But which obviously contributes to that to some extent. But then I also think that there was women who were contributing to type, you know, in the 19th century, that never got recognised, that never got talked about, and perhaps that's another contributing factor as to why women didn't really pursue careers in that direction, because they didn't know that other women were doing it as well, and they just didn't follow suit because these women weren't getting the recognition and they weren't getting the credit that they deserved. So you know, they weren't given a space or platform to talk about their work, because it was the man that got 100% of the credit. Because you know, there's research going on right now that is upheaving all the women who did contribute to type design, and which is really exciting, and I can't wait to see all that. But it will be really interesting, because that, as I said, may have contributed as to why women didn't take as much part, or they were around and no one knew about them. So that's why they're putting those questions out. Where are they? It's just like, well, because there's no one talking about them. That's why. And then, yeah, and it's just not. That's just the way it is, maybe. But so the last thing, obviously, I wanted to talk about is the power of diversity. So diversity has the power to enrich everything, really, that you do with a project. So, you know, it can enrich all of the creative fields, not just type design, because if the same group of people are creating work, then you get similar solutions, and the industries just kind of tends to look, you know, samey, and the differences is what makes some things beautiful. So inclusivity, I think now there's just no excuse. There's absolutely no excuse to not be aware and responsible about what you're sharing and who you're working with. There's absolutely no room for excuse, because we're in a modern society where we have phones and we have the internet. Like, it's so many things at the tip of our fingers, and for people to turn around and say, well, there aren't enough designers, there's not enough type designers, it's just bullshit, really. So so I'm nearly drawn to the end of my talk. So thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. It was quite short and sweet. I might finally look through the book. But one thing I wanted to say to graduates is don't fret. Try not to fret. Sometimes you don't go through the front door of the industry. You have to go through the side door, the back door. Sometimes you have to dig a little. Sometimes you enter it sometimes in a very non-traditional way. Keep making work, even if it's even in the weekends, and even in the evenings. Just don't lose hope. But thank you for listening to me droll on for 15 minutes. You can buy my book in our Femme type shop, which has, obviously, I don't know if you can see, it has loads of amazing inspiration in there that you definitely want on your bookshelf. So thank you.
if you have never heard about grammatography, and if you have never heard about Underware, but if you do like fonts, then this presentation is for you. My name is Bas Jacobs. I'm part of type design studio Underware, based in Europe. This is not a portfolio presentation, so if you want to see the fonts which we have made in the past 20 years, then you have to visit our website or see them on our social media channels here. Today, it's about grammatography. The main question to start with is that we're still wondering why we're using centuries-old techniques in a digital environment which offers so much more possibilities. So why do we limit ourselves so strongly? It's been more than 50 years since man first touched the moon, and computers have evolved strongly since then. And if you look at those computers, the way we deal with text, then every letter is inside a square box, and we still use a QWERTY keyboard to work with those letters. And it's because this guy, Gutenberg, he invented this metal type, and this guy, Scholz, he figured out a way to avoid this undesired mechanical key jams of a typewriter. And that's strange because this is 570 years ago, this is 150 years ago, and all these completely outdated old techniques, they are still included in the computer which went to the moon, but also in those super highly advanced computers which we have today. "2020 is not the same as 1969 anymore. So maybe you've heard about variable fonts. Some people say that if you put all these styles of a font family into a single font file, then you get a variable font. And so we think this is what we have, like we have a master of the regular, a master of the black, and that's all these masters together, that's a variable font. But what it really is, if you look carefully, inside the font file, there's a master plus directions where to go from there. So those are the two things which are included in the font file, and as you can see, those directions, those interpolations, they're all straight lines. And that's strange because in the beginning of digital type, there were only straight lines until there were Bezier curves. And now we can make round shapes or any shape for the letter which we want. With interpolation, we have the same situation, that we have straight lines, but what we want are actually also curves. Therefore, we introduced higher order interpolation inside font format some years ago. And what it does is, can be seen here on the left, you have a linear interpolation and the shape bending in an extremely ugly way, not what you want. And with higher order interpolation, you could also design those orange dotted lines there, which are part of your design, the same as the shape is also part of your design. So you can define yourself how this moves. And why this is important for type design can be seen here. This was before higher order interpolation. If you want to write with a letter, you have to design all these frames one by hand, which is a lot of work. It's very time consuming, and then you get something which looks handwritten. But with higher order interpolation, this actually all goes automatically. And this doesn't only save lots of time, and it doesn't require so much manual labor anymore, but it also makes the whole thing scalable. So you can apply this now to various kind of styles. So some letters will probably look more handwritten, other will look more like a black letter, it can look like anything in between. But because we can now interpolate and curves instead of straight lines, this whole thing is now scalable. If you look at the story of writing, then already for 5,000 years, people have been writing by hand. At a certain moment, there was a second way of writing, which was typography. And it had a big influence on society, how it changed society a lot. But at the same time, it's strange that we're living at the moment in a completely different time than in the Renaissance. but we're still using the same methods to express ourselves. So you could question if maybe we need new ways of expressing ourselves. So maybe next to handwriting and typography, there could be a third way to write and to express ourselves in writing. It's something, I don't know yet what it is, but it could be dynamic, because typography is static, which is very strange. Handwriting is dynamic. And now we have all the technology to make it dynamic as well. The typography, we write with typos, with static typos, and maybe there's another way of writing, we write with grammatos. And those grammatos, they are dynamic on the level of the letter itself. And this would probably allow for much more personal expression. Text has always been static, as it was written or printed on a page. And that changed with the introduction of a computer. So since then, since text became digital, it turned from static to dynamic, but it was still using static letters. But now, with the introduction of variable fonts, the letters became dynamic themselves too. And at the moment we still accept the logic that A is not B, so those are two different letters. But with a new model, this logic is replaced by a form causality, which means that a letter is only what it becomes. So then the question is, this letter at the right, which letter is this? And a demonstration of this principle with more simplified shapes is this, where you can see that you can turn water into wine. But you should question, like, which letter is the first letter of this word now? So with typography, we're always writing with prefabricated letters, but now those letters, they can react to the reader or to the user, so they're not predefined anymore. So typography is not the right term. So maybe a grammatos is a much better term. So maybe grammatography is the more appropriate term for this kind of writing. Our speech is linear due to the time-based character of sound, and although our writing is also linear, we write from left to right or from right to left, the time-based character of a speech is not included in writing. And this aspect got lost in typography, but it's no longer necessary to accept that limitation. So finally, we can include time as an extra dimension in our letters. And that would allow us, for example, to write our time in time. And if we add time as an additional dimension, there are many aspects which can be included. So for example, the writing direction. So depending on the direction which the stroke goes, the speed can vary. Or on a straight line, your stroke travels faster than in a strong curve. So the curvature combined with the direction would probably result in different writing speeds across the stroke of a letter. And then additionally, if you end your first stroke, normally you lift your pen from the paper and you travel to the air. And this airtime depends, of course, on the distance your pen is traveling through the air. So also this airtime can be calculated and then can be included in the design of these letters. A little bit further in the documentary, she says,
when I'm playing Algar, I think I can put in every type of emotion. I feel as if me and the cello were one. When I move my fingers, it's as if I'm putting it on like clouds or something. And I feel that when I play the music, I actually can possibly feel what the composer was trying to put into the notes.
So we wonder why we can't express ourselves in writing in a similar way as we can express ourselves while playing a music instrument. So we need to make those new writing instruments for this new way of writing. And those writing instruments will probably look completely different than any other writing instrument which we have until now. So here's one demo, for example. You see a stick inside a three-dimensional box, and the length and the position of the stick controls the strokes on the right. And if you know how to play with this stroke, with the stick, then you can write certain letters. And at the moment, you can see that we need to practice more because we don't know, this is a big mess at the moment. So for this demo, we can get some help there on the top with the slider. And then on the right, you will see, first you get an A, then you get a B, then you get a C, a D, and you get an E, you get an F, it's G, H, you get the whole alphabet. And this is all done by playing with the stick. So this could be a new kind of writing instrument to play with dynamic letters. So for handwriting, we have a brush or a pen. For typography, we have a keyboard. And for grammatography, we have a new writing tool. We need a new writing tool. And that's still an undiscovered area. So here's another example. As you can see, we need to practice much more still with this new tool. Last part, grammatography. So here's an example how this could work in practice. This is, for example, an Instagram app where you can write your message and then the app could write that message for you. And because with grammatography there's always a digital component involved, you can control anything, you can control any aspect. So that's another craftsmanship, and if you combine that with the craftsmanship of handwriting and with the craftsmanship of type design, you can get a new result where the machine can probably write more beautiful than a human can. And the way, for example, this animates, if it animates from left to right or from the outside to the middle, like it can all be controlled. Another example is here an operating system where you could have a text and you can select the text, and in your contextual menu you can ask your computer to write this text for you. And this can be, for example, handy with Chinese or Japanese or with Asian scripts, because the stroke order is very important there. So if you want to see more demos of this, there's a website where you'll find more examples and more information. The website is grammato.com. Summarizing is that grammatography, it's scalable in production and as well as implementation. It can have any style. The style can vary from handwritten style to the black letter or anything in between. It's not limited to a specific script, to Latin or Chinese or Hebrew, it can be any script. And it's supported on all operating systems and in every browser. And because it's Unicode based, text remains text and can still be translated automatically or is accessible for search engines. So grammatography is ready.
Hello, my name is Aasawari Kulkarni and I am a recent MFA graduate from the Maryland Institute College of Art. Currently, I'm working as faculty in communication design as an ACAD fellow at the Milwaukee Institute of Art and Design. I'm delighted to be here and would like to extend my deepest thanks to TypeWknd for this wonderful opportunity and for arranging this conference. We are becoming digitally closer in these socially distant times. Today, I'm going to present my research around the question, what would it mean for a typeface to be feminist? I began work on this research as a part of my MFA thesis at MICA. I was interested in how patriarchal storytelling has ingrained certain values and beliefs in us. Coming from an Indian society, I started from my own culture. These rooted values have made way into many things, design, even type design. So I began reading about whether there is some sort of feminist design movement and what must one consider while designing for inclusivity. In finding what feminist design would look like, I came across the Feminist Internet, an organization whose mission is to make the internet a more equal space for women and other marginalized groups through creative, critical practice. I came across Lorraine Furter's work, Badass Librefonts by Women, an inventory of typefaces exclusively by Femme-identifying people. It was also around the same time that my program director, Ellen Lupton, was writing her book Extra Bold, a feminist, inclusive, anti-racist, non-binary field guide for graphic designers. These factors were simply an introduction to raising awareness about my own design decisions in my practice as a designer. As an experiment, I decided to design what I think is a feminist font, a typeface that undermines type patriarchy. Type patriarchy is a term I coined while writing my thesis to talk about patriarchy in type design. It is a term with multiple layers. A few I will focus on today being, when neutral is associated with masculine sensibilities, it is also conceived as more confident and assertive, leaving little or no space for more expressive type, which is often considered only ornamental. Delicate fonts, often with feminine qualities, aren't deemed appropriate enough to serve bold design. This domination of neutral contributes to type patriarchy. Secondly, history is witness to a broken record of zero or no representation of women in every field, type design included. Not thinking about the roots of a typeface, authorship, and citation contribute to type patriarchy. As an experiment to undermine type patriarchy, I decided to design what I think is a feminist typeface, Nari Variable. Nari, meaning woman in Hindi, a little more about that later, is an experiment in variable font technology that undermines the notions of neutral, is fluid and does not belong to any one extreme, and is designed by a woman of color. Here's a little peek into what the process of designing Nari with 3 variables, 6 extremes, and 16 masters looked like. There were times when I went mad. There were times I didn't think I was making sense, because honestly, sometimes I wasn't. I changed the names of the extremes 10 times on my way to create a narrative around the experience of choosing a weight itself. So many masters made me compromise on curves at times, but I couldn't miss any of the 6 extremes for the sake of the narrative. specimens for Nari are in a way micro movements for micro causes. The first micro movement is a series of posters with feminist messaging, but set in Nari as opposed to a very legible neutral typeface. The idea was to see if the typeface itself can be as poetic as the message and still serve the message well. The second micro movement is called a conversation between the East and the West. Nari means woman in Hindi, which points at the fact that how women in the Indian society are expected to assume different roles in different times of needs through life. My second aim for this project was to identify and bring into spotlight the difference between feminist movements in India as compared to the States. My home country that I understand a little better, and my new home that I'm still trying to understand. These confrontational postcards have real words from real Indian women, from a survey that I conducted to learn about their experience of being a woman in India. These postcards bring forward small, big, honest thoughts of these women for everyone to see. Even though each postcard has words from one woman, through the response that I received, they resonate with thousands of women. I know they resonate with me. The third micro movement is a collection of quotes. As Sara Ahmed says, citation is a feminist theory. Women who have inspired me in the past have yet again lent their words to me for this critical zine set in Nari. It gives me immense strength to read radical words from strong women. What is a typeface if there's no one to use it? To see how my fellow graphic design friends and colleagues might use Nari, I distributed it around with a loose brief and a basic idea behind Nari. I got some fascinating results, and I was excited to see Nari being used in various different ways and styles, quite different than I would ever use it myself. One of my dear colleagues from MICA gave me my money quote, if you may. This is what Shoshana had to say about Nari. The values inherent to it made me feel like it was okay to try for something that is softer and lighter rather than what I usually do, which is maybe harsher. Using the font made me think about my socialization and the ways I often use harsh design language to overcompensate for my feminine qualities, or out of the fear that I might reinforce feminine tropes of being soft, small, quiet, powerless, if those tones happen in my design. In other words, it felt affirming and so good to use Nari, and reminded me that there is immense strength in delicacy, loudness in kindness. Thank you for that. This was my greatest validation. I had named the font weights as adjectives and qualities as compared to style names in order to design an experience in using the font and choosing the style itself. Nari is still a work in progress. It started as more of an experiment and less as a typeface. I graduated in March. Ever since, I have been working with DJR to bring Nari out of academic constraints and make it a workable typeface. And here's a little peek of what Nari looks like now. Bringing it out of academic constraints means losing the narrative around the meaning of variables and only concentrating on form, still keeping the essence of not neutral and totally fluid alive. It is in no way the only feminist typeface out there, merely an experiment into what I think considerations of inclusivity, authorship, and history can bring into a typeface. Through my research, I have become more aware of what fonts I am using in my design. I have deliberately started using more typefaces designed by women. I have started thinking about what adding all these roots to your design projects means. And lastly, I would like to end with a note on a common misbelief. Feminism isn't about women or femininity. It's a movement against oppression of any kind.
Hi everyone, my name is Shivani Parasnis and I'm a graphic designer and typographer from Mumbai, India. I am a recent MFA graduate from the Maryland Institute College of Art, which is MICA in Baltimore, Maryland. I currently work as a designer at Spotify New York, and I'm excited to share my thesis and processes with all of you. Hi everyone, thank you so much for joining me today. I'm going to be talking about my year-long thesis project at MICA called the Extra Bold Italic Type Foundry. So Extra Bold Italic is a fictional type foundry that challenges the binaries in typeface design and typography and looks at non-conventional typeface design approaches that highlight different aspects of Latin typeface design. So a little bit of a background before I dive into my thesis project. I actually studied biotechnology before I came to MICA to study design. So I did 3 years of undergrad and 2 years of postgrad. So a total of 5 years of biotechnology before I realized that I actually enjoy art, design, and craft a lot more than science. And that is when I decided to come to MICA to pursue an MFA in graphic design. So that transition was obviously extremely interesting for me. And I think during that time, I learned so many things that are extremely valuable to me even till date. So when I came to MICA to study graphic design, I think the first year was obviously a lot of learning, getting to know things, especially about typography. And during the second year of my MFA program is when we started looking at thesis and what we would do for a year before we graduate. So looking back at everything I had done in my first year at MICA and before I came to MICA, I think the most natural and organic thing I could think of was letters. So before I came to MICA, even when I was not a designer, I studied and I learned how to do calligraphy and hand lettering since almost 6th grade. So it's been nearly 17 years of me doing it. So the most, my first instinct was to sort of take that love for letters and see how I could expand my skill set and do something new. So the core idea of the whole thesis project is rooted in the idea of anti-conventionalism, and I think I'll get to it a little more, and this idea will become a little more clear as I start sharing more of the things that I did during my thesis. But I'm going to start with a little bit of research that went into doing my thesis project. So a crucial starting point was this excerpt that Ellen sent me by John Berry that questions what is the distinction between a serif and a sans serif, and what is everything between those two extremes. Like, how can we design typefaces that sort of embrace that beauty of the in-betweenness of these two extremes, and how would typography look if we actually design using these approaches? Another crucial point for me during the whole time was reading The Theory of Type Design by Gerard Unger. It is such a brilliant book that again highlights the ideas of conventionalism and typeface design, and put in his words, how would typography look if we move away from the core of this galaxy called type design and move further away to explore unconventional approaches to Latin and Indic typeface design. And obviously, Femme Type was another really beautiful book that influenced and pushed me to create what I created during that 1 year. And looking at the work of these brilliant female type designers, graphic designers, artists, I think really pushed me to look at what's been done already and see how I can take that and evolve it and sort of work in a direction that has not been explored yet. So when Ellen Lupton and I were talking about how I could actually actualize and realize this idea of typeface design, we realized that binaries are literally everywhere. Now, when we think of the word binary, we generally tend to associate it with genders. But looking at the research we had both done, she obviously helped me out quite a bit with pushing me to see what has already been done in this field. I think we came to realize that binaries do exist everywhere, even in typography. And that is how we decided to kickstart my thesis project and started listing out some of these binaries that I noticed everywhere. So the first obvious binary that I noticed was there's serif versus sans serif. So obviously looking past the obvious binaries was Roman and Italic. What if we pay more attention to the terminals rather than the stems? How would typefaces or typography look if the baseline was at the top, probably called the top line instead of the baseline? How would non-standard ideas of stress dictate the design of a typeface? And what if you'd have shifting anatomy? So there are like a lot of different criteria that we started listing. But it had to be anything but usual. And that was the core idea of this thesis project. So I decided to do 4 typeface proposals, and now I call them proposals primarily because 1 year is obviously not a lot of time to complete 4 entire typefaces. Type designers obviously work a lot to make sure that typefaces are ready to go and they look perfect. And as somebody said to me, a typeface is never really done. So I knew that this 1 year had to be something that I'm utilizing in order to create something that is new and within a skill set that I have never really worked with. So there were 4 typefaces that challenged the ideas of anatomy, stress, modularity, and stability. And that is where I sort of began this journey. So the first typeface I designed was called Naranja. It was actually an assignment that we had in our type design class in the 3rd semester at MICA. And we were asked to use a broad nib pen in a way that would create interesting letter forms. So the brief was that open-ended. So simply by holding it at a steeper angle, I created a reverse stressed calligraphic typeface. And it was really, really interesting to see how it generated this flirty, swishy typeface that looked great at at display sizes. I managed to create all of these letters without any guidance or background in type design, and I think that pushed me to create the other 3 typefaces that I was designing at the time. And for me, the applications of the typeface were equally important than the typeface itself. So setting a tone for the usage of the typeface and figuring out the best environment the typeface would live in was very important to me. So I started creating vinyl covers, posters, and magazine covers using my typefaces, and that seemed like a good starting point to see how my typeface could live in the world. Looking at different media and softwares was also another really interesting point, and I think I enjoyed seeing how my typeface would translate across different forms. What you see on the screen is actually a 4-color CMYK reso print, which I did using my typeface. So in order to print what you see on the screen, I would have to pass it through the reso printer 4 times, and it would print each layer one by one on top of each other. So the registration, making sure the type is legible and clear was very interesting. And that whole process, I think, of going back and forth with digital and analog was what was most rewarding for me. So going forward, this ego regular was typeface number 2. This began as an ego clash I had with someone at the time when I was designing this typeface, and it seemed like they were saying that a text face is supposed to be with standard ideas of stress in order to make sure that the legibility and readability is not compromised at all. But my point was to see how we could use a reverse stressed typeface as a text face and make it comfortable even when you set it in larger bodies of text. So the result was Ego Regular, which is a very subtle reverse contrasted typeface with thicker horizontals and thinner vertical strokes. And because the difference in the stroke width is so subtle, you can actually read larger bodies of text set in this typeface very comfortably. So this was the first typeface that had numbers and punctuations, and that was a whole different process for me because I had never really done that before. And again, figuring out the right context and the right environment and setting a good tone for the use of these typefaces was very interesting for me. And to prove my point, I decided to set all of the text for my thesis book in Ego Regular. And I think that sort of went back and proved my point that a text face can be reverse stressed without compromising on legibility and readability at any point of time. More on my thesis book later, so this is just a sneak peek. And what I liked the most about Ego Regular was how beautiful it looked at smaller sizes as well as display sizes. So if you wanted to use Ego Regular at larger sizes outlined, it would still look wonderful. And I think that is what I loved the most about Ego. Okay, moving forward. Typeface number 3 was actually inspired a lot by my background in biotechnology. So during those 5 years of studying biotechnology, I worked extensively with fungi, and just observing a fungus in its habitat was one of my most favorite nerdy, geeky things to do. And designing a typeface that sort of honored my past of being a biotechnologist seemed like a very good idea at the time. So I actually took two extremes of a prickly and a smooth fungus and created an interpolating typeface that you could sort of go back and forth between. And a lot of fungi actually interpolate between these anatomies in real life, so that was really interesting. This particular magazine cover was another application that was very, very interesting to look at. I was reading the magazine called Mold at the time, and the cover and the type treatment for that was done by Eric Hu, whose work I genuinely love and I absolutely look up to him. So looking at how I could sort of contribute to that existing discourse about identities and evolving identities on magazines and different aspects of brand identity was really interesting to me. And I decided to just put my typeface on the cover, and I designed a fictional Mold magazine issue which utilized Mold and sort of interpolated between those two forms to see how it would look when you use Mold for interpolating or changing brand identities. And again, looking at really different applications of pushing the idea of using this typeface not just in stationery but also in motion was very, very crucial to my research and my processes. So looking at how I could showcase this typeface in the best way possible was, I think, my favorite part about designing Mold. And letting the user decide at what point do they want to use that typeface, I think, is the most exciting part about variable font technology. And it was obviously very exciting for me also. And a lot of people feel that there are a lot of imperfect points between those two extremes, which I actually embraced and enjoyed, because fungi are not perfect and no two fungi will look the same. So embracing that imperfection in the anatomy of the letter form was actually my favorite bit about this typeface. So yeah, this was Mold. And the final typeface that I designed was called Pirouette, which was based off of a signboard that I saw in Jaipur, India. It was a marble in marble inlay work. And my idea for this typeface was to create two letter sets that would randomize and change depending on how you type out a sentence or a headline. So with open type features, I'm still working on it, but with open type features, the typeface would randomize which letter form gets typed depending on certain different aspects. Again, looking back at some of the applications of this typeface, this was a fictional a film poster that I designed for Bong Joon-ho, and another set of posters that I designed using my typeface. Again, the same poster in two different contexts, but utilizing the same typeface in two different variants. And finally, trying to figure out the best way to sort of put together this experience of designing these four typefaces was a thing to think of. And I think a week before we had our exhibitions planned at MICA, the school decided to close down because of COVID. So I had to make sure that I print a type specimen of sorts that is also a zine. It had to be something non-binary. It had to stick to the same principles I used for designing the typefaces. So I thought of distributing the typefaces to my designer friends and creating a 30-page reso-printed publication that invites these designers to create graphics around literally any theme and idea that they want. So people did not have any constraints in terms of the theme or the subject, but somehow a lot of them ended up creating posters for the zine around cultural, non-cultural, and situational backgrounds they were facing at the time. So the result was really interesting. And what was most interesting at this point was seeing how I sort of just scrambled to put this together. Even though it seemed very chaotic, it all happened probably in a week's time. So I was extremely grateful and thankful to everybody who contributed to the zine and made sure that I could print it on time. Even though I couldn't really give it to anybody, I printed an edition of 30 zines, and this was the result. I think I really enjoyed that idea of curation and giving back to the people who helped me design these typefaces was extremely rewarding. Elaine Lopez, who was my mentor at the time, was kind enough to use my typeface to design a fold-out poster, which I then reso-printed gold on purple paper, and was included as a fold-out poster with the zine. So I printed an edition of 30, so there were 30 posters and 30 zines, and this is a really nice close-up showcasing the details of the typeface pirouette, which she used for the fold-out poster. And finally, at the end of my thesis, we decided to put together everything that we had worked on over that 1 year's time into a book, a thesis book. And it was a 150-page publication that talked about the processes, research, experiences, and everything that I created during that 1 year. And it was honestly one of the most rewarding things to finally see that and hold that in your hand. There's a quick snapshots of my it was included as a fold-out poster with the zine. So I printed an edition of 30, so there were 30 posters and 30 zines, and this is a really nice close-up showcasing the details of the typeface pirouette, which she used for the fold-out poster. And finally, at the end of my thesis, we decided to put together everything that we had worked on over that 1 year's time into a book, a thesis book. and it was a 150-page publication that talked about the processes, research, experiences, and everything that I created during that 1 year. And it was honestly one of the most rewarding things to finally see that and hold that in your hand. There's a quick snapshots of my book, and I think I would like to end on this note. This was actually a poster that Elaine designed for my zine, and it says, "May this crisis dismantle all of our faulty assumptions and force us into new terrain." And it's a wonderful quote by Dr. Aisha Ahmed. And I think given everything that we are all going through right now with COVID, lockdowns, and everybody sort of trying to connect online while we all sit at our respective houses is extremely relevant. And yeah, that is all I have for my thesis. Thank you so much for watching my presentation. I hope you all enjoyed watching it as much as I enjoyed creating it. I would like to take this moment to thank all my mentors at MICA who helped me actualize this project, and TypeWknd for giving me an opportunity to present my work to everybody around the world. Stay safe and have a wonderful day.
how to domesticate a wild animal, a typeface. A little bit about me. I'm a graphic designer and typeface designer, and I've been working in the industry for about 16 years, and I'm based in New York City. But we're going to talk about today about my typeface, and that typeface is salvaje. Salvaje in Spanish means wild or from the woods. Salvaje is a typeface family that is divided in display and text. But for this project, for this talk, we're just gonna focus on the display version. A little bit of context. So I went to the Netherlands here between 2014 and 2015 to study a master program in typeface design at the Royal Academy of Art in The Hague. This university is better known as KABK, and basically the program is divided in 2 semesters. The first semester you get to learn a lot about history, Python programming, calligraphy, stone carving, and you do a revival project and also other crafts and events around. But during the second semester, you get to do your final project. For me, that final project was Salvaje, the typeface. In every project, you always get excited at the beginning. I was super excited, and of course, I wanted to bring new ideas. I wanted to connect also my final project with some personal interests. I wanted to have or to work on something that was at the same time challenging and had tons of meaning. And of course, I wanted to enjoy it, to learn, and I got to decide what I wanted to learn. And the process is pretty much this, what I'm just gonna start to tell you about. So the first thing is just to define which type of typeface I want to create. So at least at that time in The Hague, in the Netherlands, or I don't know if in the typeface design world, was like this conception or this believing that good kids design text typefaces because from there you can actually learn tons of things and it's better for you as a typeface designer. And if you go to the other side to explore display typefaces, that's bad, that's not good, you're not going to learn enough. It's basically was not good or not well perceived, at least in that context. So, but I was in between that, like, should I do a text typeface or should I do like a display one? I was in between those two. Should I do like what I'm supposed to do or what I want to do? And at the end, I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna do both. I'm gonna learn from both worlds, and I'm not gonna pay attention too much about like what other people have to say. At that time, I had like 12 years of experience, and it's like I already know what I want. So that was interesting. That was good to define that, but then was not idea. So I was in the search for new ideas on for what's the idea of this typeface. So those are early sketches that I created, and all of this is influenced by the things that I learned during the first semester. There's a lot of like Python programming, the revival, and even stone carving that influence all those sketches. So those are early sketches, and they were like interesting, but they were just sketches. There was no idea. But when I got to this point that I was drawing those numbers, I was like, oh, there is actually something interesting here. There's something unique, something special. They're kind of extreme, high contrast. They have tons of personality. I like this. So that was good. And then around the same time, I got to see those illustrations in a blog that all the time promotes or just features different books, and they were like the birds of paradise, and I was like very, very, very excited to see those animals. And I don't know, they were like so unique, so different, so weird, but good weird in a way. So I started to do tons of research and check the entire book, all the illustrations and the origin, where they live, and it happened that they only live in one part of the world, and they had like a totally different evolution compared to other type of birds. So I was just very excited, but at some point at KVK, they told me like, you know what, you should stop your bird research and focus on typeface design. So that's what I did, but also I was excited, and I got back to the numbers that I drew in the past, and I tried to refine those, and I started to put those numbers next to the birds, and I somehow just connected those two ideas or those two different universes, but I had the feeling that they were sharing something special, something unique, and that's how I define it, the personality of the typeface. So this is something extreme, has tons of character, it's unique, and it's dynamic. One thing that is very interesting about those birds is like they have like this impressive transformation, almost like a folding of the feathers in order to transform in something completely different. And I thought that was like a really unique feature. I never saw that in any other bird, at least that I know. And yeah, that was pretty impressive. But also at the same time, I thought like, well, actually this is interesting, because how about a typeface that have like a similar skeleton? It's pretty much the same bird, but then in some occasions it's more like normal, in some other occasions it's more extreme, like typefaces. So it's like one is like for read, like more readable, more simple, and the other one is more extreme for headlines. So I thought like, this is the thing, this is the idea, and this is the structure of the family. So I got the idea. Then was the process of working, was tons of work, tons of sketching. Again, I started from the numbers, and then I moved into the caps. So this is not the regular way or the normal way that you actually approach to a typeface, but this was the way of Salvaje. So I was just following that way, but it was so difficult. I couldn't find things about the proportions. It was really to explore. The third one is It Takes Time. This is the first version, from the first version to the last version in 4 months. The fourth one is you have to learn from the different breeds. You have to learn from the text, that the text is going to influence the display, and the display is going to influence the text. And that's what I did. I was learning all the time from all of them and applying that knowledge to the other ones. Then the final one is just try to test this typeface in a specific context and not out of that context. So it's like printing big and testing how it actually looks in the context that I'm intended to do it. So results. This was the results. The result of the family around 2015. And between 15 and 18 was a lot of work, evolving those shapes, sometimes even redrawing everything. And we got to launch the typeface at Typographics in 2018, only the display version. So I got together with Copper and Brasses, and they are the official distributors of the typeface. They did all the technical part, and that was exciting to work with them. And actually, you can find the website. You can find the typeface. You can buy the typeface through their website. And those are the specimens that I created around that time. Just trying to show all kind of like this beauty, elegance, character, uniqueness in different specimens and contexts. And it was very, very exciting just to design and to enjoy just designing and not struggling with the shapes. So that was really good. Playing with color, that was super excited always about color. So then, you know, from the time that we launched the typeface, a lot of people been using the typeface in books, publications, records, products, posters. I don't know, like so many things. All the time, people send me like, look at your typeface," or I see it on fonts in use and different places. And it's just always really exciting to see that what people are doing with the typeface and how they actually own the typeface and they create something unique that I didn't even imagine. So it's exciting. So what's going to happen with the future of this typeface? I don't know yet. I need to work on the text version, but I don't know exactly when that's going to be. And that's it. Lots of learnings. And finally, I just want to share a little bit about those learnings. So from this project, at least the display side of this. So the first one is like embrace chaos. Sometimes you don't know the parts, and you don't know which part goes with which other part. It's just confusing, but it's good. It's good. It's good in order to find new solutions. It's a good challenge. Fears, we all fear different things, but it's good to face them and go through them and get some knowledge out of it. Imagination, always imagination is really good. It's important. Go to where no other people go, and I celebrate that a lot. This is a practice of passion. Passion always is important. It takes a lot of your time, a lot of things from you, but there's like it worked. This is an endless process, and at some point you have to stop and decide this is a good version I can publish. In my case, it was like 3-4 years or something, or even more. I don't know. Still, there is work to do. So, and finally, be yourself, be real, be unique, be you. That's the best thing that I can get from this. Not many people gonna like you for who you are or what the things that you do, but I'm sure if you do it with passion, with imagination, and you have like a solid foundation, you can go. You can get to create beautiful and amazing solutions and to solve even problems. So that's it. Finally, I just want to share this quote from Charles Bukowski that I actually is really connected with my life and the way that I see life and design. And it's this: if you are going to try, go all the way. Otherwise, don't even start. That's it. That's my presentation. Thank you so much.
Hello, I would like to start with thanks. Thanks to all the team here for making such a nice, free online event like this possible. Thanks to all people who share knowledge about typography and publicize events like this. That's the reason I'm here. And I'm glad of presenting my work here, and I would like to share my warm feeling about it. So, thank you. Well, let me introduce myself. I'm Miguel-Ángel Moya-Estrella, and I'm a graphic design teacher at the ESD Valencia, Spain. I'm currently pursuing a doctoral degree at the Polytechnic University of Valencia into the didactics of typography. Before that, I've been a visual art teacher at secondary school until recently, and always have an interest in typography. So all these mix up made me develop an interest in introducing typography in not only in the graphic design or journalism studies, so sooner in secondary school or even before, why not? So what I am going to talk about today is an approach for teaching typography in secondary school, which is a collection of small projects developed in school in order to introduce secondary school students into typography, and then show you their results and raise some questions. So what's the point of this? There is a big exposure to computer phones, right? Typography uses is present in our everyday life, but secondary school students jump into text processor like Microsoft Word or whatever. They jump into it as users without knowledge of typography, orthotypography, or whatever. Also, there is a lack of calligraphy practice. They don't write by hand in the everyday life. Some secondary school students only do handwriting when doing an exam. Only then, right? There is also a lack of digital typography knowledge, right? They jump into text processor straight as user, as I told you before, but without being aware of it. And also, there is a lack of orthotypography knowledge, right? They use text processor automatic corrector as the only way of working with orthotypography, and that's it. If the automatic corrector detects a mistake or a need, it may work, but if not, the text is going to be wrong. So they don't have a clue about orthotypography, or they have a very, very basic knowledge. In this sample, if that Jose Luis Cortés published in his Twitter account, he asked people to guess which is the best way of writing an A letter. And if you see the answers of people, you will see how crazy this fact is, right? So these problems motivate me the present project based on these two main objectives, right? So I wanted to improve handwriting of secondary school students, and also I want them to gain basic knowledge about the computer use of typography, right? This was fit into the curriculum as a reinforcement in one side for students that need to improve their knowledge, and also as an enrichment for the so-called well students or good students that wanted to improve their knowledge beyond the initial curriculum, or they want to face visual arts from a different, more motivating perspective. Right, so how we did it, how we start. So first of all, the students get to know the very basics of typography. Of course, they start with the anatomy of letters, then they know how deep, how complex this topic may be, and they know how to identify fonts and then to classify them. right? They get into classification. We work with ATPI classification or the one they consider, right? And they jump into classificating typefaces. As we are in secondary school context, we try as possible to use open source or free resources. Here, for example, for classification, we use the free font-based version, right? That work quite well for this issue. We also work with creative typography, and it is true that in the secondary school curriculum there are some open projects, right? And we use these open projects to introduce typography. For example, in visual art, you have to work with collages, printing, and so we have to work with collages. We make a collage about typography, and so we introduce typography in every aspect we can. Also, they know the basics of calligraphy, right? And then, of course, they will practice them. So after getting to know all this, we jump into these 4 projects I'm going to show you, right? So first of all, we introduce secondary school students into the world of typography, and after that, we develop this project. The first project is called Adopt a Typeface, and this project consists in that every student adopts a typeface and investigates about the author, its origin, and its form. And at least during a quarter, the student's coursework is created by using that typeface. This way, the students get to know in deep a specific typeface and its semantic and graphic possibilities, right? At first step, they investigate about the most important facts and figures in typography, right? Helvetica, Futura, and so. But as I told you before, we are in a secondary school context, no money for paying that license, right? So we work with open source or free resources. For example, we work a lot with the new free font in here, free variant, the sans serif and mono versions. It is an open source project of a generic font. It does work quite well, like an Helvetica, right? Some cases. So they work the history and so about Helvetica, Max Hender, and so. But then when they have to work with it, they work with an open source resource. Other resources we use, the Open Foundry. There are some places that compilates the free open source fonts that we can find, and especially Open Foundry presents them with specimens that are quite attractive to secondary school students, so they made a good promotion work here that works quite well with secondary students. And also well-known open source projects like LibreBaskerville or LibreCaslon. Some paid with share formula, for example, Atypo Foundry, which is a Spanish foundry that make very nice work. They offer some of their fonts with the pay with share formula, right? So you can download it and use it simply by sharing that you have downloaded that font. And it was funny to see a Twitter timeline of a secondary student talking about Fortnite and Minecraft and so on. Then, hey, I've downloaded this font for Native Foundry. I recommend you. Also, of course, we work with Google Fonts, very nice font we can use, find here. And also we get to know in depth the system fonts, right? As they learned how to lay out, proportion, and scales, and so, well, you can make some nice stuff with system fonts like Arial or Times New Roman and so. So the results were quite good. They getting to know basics of typography, and they've used it, right? And a funny fact I like to share with you is that some students' work were rejected, right? Because some teachers, language teacher, English teachers, said that it was too good to be true, and they didn't believe that secondary students can achieve this level of layouting, right? Some words were rejected. Of course, I mediate into the teachers and students, but that made me think how we are accustomed, we are used to bad design in the secondary school environment, right? Some teachers says that if they continue studying typography like this, they were unable to distinguish, to separate professional work from student work, because they suppose that students have to make bad design. No. Also, some students say, hey, when I grow up, I would like to buy a phone for me, right? They get in love with typography that much in this project. So another project, designing dust jacket. It's easier to guess. In here, students get to know book parts and then develop the idea of an invented book, and then lay out and print the dust jacket. In here, as I told you before, with the other project, we try to use open source resources. So we work with Scribus, which is the InDesign alternative in open source world. It's not the Adobe InDesign, but it does work quite well in a school environment, and also work with Inkscape for vector design and some layouting. So there is life outside the Adobe software world, not at the same level, of course, but perfect for a secondary school environment. They print these book jackets and lay out, they assembled it into a real printed book in order to have a real mock-up. So here you have some photographs, some pictures about this, in which they printed it, they make a plotter print, and they assemble it into over a real book, and then they have the real mockup. This project also worked quite well. Here you have some samples, right? Here you see they get to know the cover, the spine, the flaps, and layout. Okay, the third project, also easier to guess, is about calligraphy. By improving students' calligraphy as the main objective, they learn about the basis of calligraphy and then practicing classical calligraphy models by using different tools. It is a fact that calligraphy and lettering are in the showcase at the moment, and thanks to that, it was not hard to find basic materials at the corner shop. In Spain, it was quite famous an editorial that made some calligraphy practice for kids, and also in secondary school they worked quite well. So they start learning basics of calligraphy. We use the two-pen technique in order to make some Gothics. Also highlighters, right? They work for oblique writing. And at the end, after practice, they finally get some good. What I told you about the materials, right? It was at the moment are easier to find. You may like it or not. Some stationary materials like the Tombow markers or pillow parallel, but they work quite well in order to introduce young students to that. Some students say, for example, with some of these pens, oh, I always see them at Instagram. Now I have to reason to tell my parents to buy them for me. Thank you. because there are lots of Instagram or social networking about this. They were wishing to do it. To do it. For reference, we take the books of Claude Mediavilla and Ivan Castro. They work quite well in order to introduce them in a more serious way or in a maybe a funnier, more cool way. And well, it worked quite well. Then, some funny facts about the calligraphy project is that, for example, some words were rejected too. For example, a student made an exam with a very nice handlettering, and it was rejected. Some teachers say that this student work is not done even by the parents, it's worked by the grandparents, because calligraphy, some teachers said, is a grandparent's fact. It's funny. Well, the last project is a mix of small projects, is transversality. So, as I told you before, we try to fit calligraphy into every step we can. Calligraphy project, Adopt a Typeface project, they have a very warm receivement, so teachers of other subjects participate in this project. So, for example, in the workbook day, they make some lettering in, sorry for the pictures, not the best, but in the workbook day, they make some lettering at t-shirts, and they wear them all the day. In the International Women's Day, we get to know some female typographers or designers. For example, in Spain, we have Noel Blasco, Lucía Meseguer, or Vincent Studios. Right. Also in technology class, they work with materials all over the type, so it is nice to see how all the students has their own capital letter at the bedroom, working with wood, with several different materials, right? And that's it. The results are hard to value, but our first evaluation was by a survey in which almost most of the students, more than 90%, accept that they felt an improvement in page layouting. They get an improvement in readability, they write a lot better and get in love with calligraphy. They experience a taste for handwriting and calligraphy. They were bearing of typography as an important tool, and they also use social networks like TikTok or Instagram not only to talk with their mates, but also to get some inspiration about typography, which is of course a well fact. So that's it. That's are the 4 projects I wanted to share with you. And as a result of them, I would like to share some open questions about this that I am writing. I am working with them at the moment. So, should the schools offer more in-depth calligraphy learning, or is it enough the way it's done at the moment? Should secondary school introduce some notions of typography in the Spanish curriculum? I don't really know if in any other countries typography is learned or taught in secondary school, but not too much in Spain, so should be introduced. Also, is the IT area the place to learn about graphic design and layouting? Here at the Spanish curriculum in secondary school, the only bits of layouting, sangria, justified, and so is taught in computer science subject. So as typography is work within a software, within a text processor software, they jump straight into the use of software, and the computer science teacher is the one who teaches kids how to lay out a page, is the one who teaches the basics of graphic design, because they jump into Inkscape, into word processors, and I have this question: is it the correct way of doing it? Should computer science teachers do this job? And last one: when is the best time to start learning typography? Right? I would like to say as sooner as possible, right? But I will leave this question open for you. So that's it. Thank you so much for your attention, and I'll be glad for answering your question here. Thank you so much. Hello. I would like to start with thanks. Thanks to all the team here.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome to the panel discussion, Beyond Expectations, Unconventional and Conventional Type Design. My name is Maurice Mayer, and I'm an assistant professor of graphic design at Iowa State University in Ames, Iowa. And it's my pleasure to serve as the chair, MC, timekeeper for our panel, and on everyone's behalf, to thank the TypeWknd organizers for inviting us and for all of their hard work in putting this conference together. Our conversation partners for this panel are Marta Bernstein, joining us from Seattle. She's an independent educator and senior designer at Studio Matthews. She's a senior consulting partner at TMA Studio, and she is one of the co-founders of the Italian Type Foundry Cast and the Nebbiolo History Project. Paul McNeil, joining us from London, is a typographic designer, educator, and author, notably of The Visual History of Type, which was published by Lawrence King in 2017. Laura Meseguer, joining us from Barcelona, is a freelance graphic and type designer, the founder. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to the panel discussion.
Conventional type design
is a typographic designer, educator, and author, notably of The Visual History of Type, which was published by Lawrence King in 2017. Laura Meseguer, joining us from Barcelona, is a freelance graphic and type designer, the founder of the Typotones Foundry, and along with Cristobal Enestrosa and Jose Scaglione, she's a co-author of, it appeared in English as How to Create Typefaces in 2017, but was originally published in 2012. Among many other activities, Laura is a board member of atypi, and she and Marta are both among those responsible for alphabets.org. Hamish Muir, also joining us from London, is a graphic and typographic designer. He's a co-founder of the London design studio 8VO and co-editor of the studio's more or less eponymous journal, Octavo. And of course, he and Paul are together the design studio and Type Foundry, if they'd accept the label, Muir McNeil. And finally, Elmar Stefan, joining us from Oslo, is an independent type designer, historical researcher, and lecturer. He's the founder of the Type Foundry and a frequent collaborator on type design projects, notably with Johannes Lang, with whom he also conducts ongoing research into non-alphabetic typographic forms at nonalphabets.no. So our panelists are all writers and educators and active type and typographic and graphic designers, and they're going to be talking today again about conventional and unconventional type and typographic design. And I'd like to start the conversation today by asking our panelists in turn to help map out the terrain of our conversation by asking them what differences between the conventional and the unconventional are worth attending to today in type design and typographic landscape, and how have those distinctions changed over time? So who'd like to start us off?
Well, it can be me. It's okay. It can be me. What I have been hello everybody. I have been taking some notes about these concepts these last days because I thought it was going to be also a good thing to order my brain a little bit, because there's a lot of things in the question, you know. So I'm trying to define to myself, if I had to tell my students today what is a conventional type design, what is unconventional type design, what I would tell them. You know? And then I tried to make it very simple, saying that conventional is this type design is following some precedents, like something that is already done and already shown. And conventional is something that is following these paths that are already there. And unconventional, they are these typefaces that don't follow those precedents, and they break the rules in a way or another. No? So having this in mind, for me, is like unconventional is something that is more breaking rules, something that is more like typefaces that explore boundaries. And conventional is typefaces that are more functional in a way, that they are in a more limited space, trying to fill a space that is more in the functional way. No? And unconventional are typefaces that explore other kind of language expression, trying to be also something that calls your attention more unconventional in a way. But then I started to think more about this, no? And now we are more and more, we have unconventional typefaces that are also used in a conventional way, and conventional typefaces that are used in an unconventional way. So it's not only about the typeface, it's also about how you use it, always. So then it's a complete, it's a mix about also, which is the shape of the letter and how you use this letter. So I think we have this mix there. We also always have it there. But for me now, what I see in the unconventional designs is what my students are looking for instance, when they want to do something special. So when you are looking for something different, then you're looking for something unconventional, no? And when you are looking something more serious and sober, then you look for something more conventional, no? And this is what they have in their minds, no? When they want to call the attention, they want to look for something different, no? So unconventional for me now is something more that it's looking for originality, something that is completely different, something that calls attention, no? But it's difficult for them to find something unconventional that is also functional, you know, because it's always this anecdote somewhere here and there. And for them, it's difficult to understand that they need to look for a balance, you know, in what is conventional and unconventional to follow the function of the graphic design piece, more or less. This is my my 5 cents on that.
Hello everyone. I agree totally with this. I was also sort of struggling because with the definition, because sometimes instead of unconventional, the word experimental is used. Though I think unconventional, it's a better word because somehow implies that you know the conventions and you're trying to break some. So it's more from the type design point of view, while also I'm thinking of my students when they do experiment with letters, they don't necessarily experiment with the identity of letters or what the tools, the elements that you would use with letters, but more as an approach with graphic designers, changing letters, which is also interesting, but those are sort of two different things that are quite difficult for me to also explain to students that don't know what type design is. So this sometimes is the path of type designers or people that have experience in drawing letters. They do a very, conscious experiment, knowing what are the conventions or what's the also not necessarily the visual features, but also the process can be unconventional and the result can be conventional. There are so many different aspects in designing letters or designing typefaces that can be conventional or unconventional. So for instance, the output could be conventional looking, but the process could be very unconvenal, might be, completely programmed or generated or something that it's not the usual path for designing a typeface. So it's a tricky definition because also it's evolving very fast. So something that is conventional now or established maybe wasn't conventional 5 years ago or 10 years ago. For instance, I'm thinking of typefaces that use reversed contrast. That is sort of becoming a trend, and now a lot of typefaces, not a lot, but there are many more options if you want to design something, if you want to use something that has a reversed contrast compared to, 50 years ago, for instance. Cool.
Mm-hmm. I think it's maybe a slight misdirection to put the unconventional as a kind of diametric opposite to the conventional. It certainly has to be said that the entire history of graphic design in the 20th century is one of each generation of designers rejecting the previous generation and trying to displace it with new approaches, new technology, so on and so forth. But if you visualize convention more as the entire remit of the traditions of our culture, of which type and type design is one aspect, then really the unconventional is the crusty bit at the edge of that nebulous cloud that is maybe directing things forward towards new opportunities and new possibilities. And I think there are many, many examples of that in the current era. But you can see that in any era. You can see that in the designs of John Baskerville or Bodoni or Dido. Design is always about trying to address the conventions and find new conventions, find new ways of dealing with those conventions. I've got a lovely quote, which I would love to be able to read to you. It's from Stanley Morrison, who is very famous. What was he? He was the director of Monotype's development of typefaces in the 1920s and 1930s. And I don't know when he said this or in what context, but he said, what they call originality is achieved by getting down to the root principle underlying the practice. From that origin, you can think your way back to the surface, where you may find you're breaking untrodden ground. And to my mind, that is all about the depth and resolution of being able to interrogate convention, address convention, and then drive things forward as a result of your understanding of that. Fantastic example in very recent days is the new typeface from Chris Soursby of Klim, typeface called Signified, which works entirely with Bezier structures to create something that at readable sizes looks absolutely meticulous and perfect, but at large sizes exposes its construction method in a very clear and articulate way. And there are many other examples as well, but I won't go on, it's somebody else's turn.
May I?
Yeah, Stefan, you look like you're ready.
Hello, everybody. It might be plain obvious that the conventional and the unconventional are somehow mutual influences on each other and have a relation. I think in the realm of typography, it's, at least Western typography, it's the broad nib-pended declared convention in the first place. But then it seemed that typography got bored with its own established convention very fast and was more and more emancipating itself from that initial convention, and was somehow at its most radical, I feel, when there is outside influences. I don't know, with Grifo's Italic, handwriting was coming back in. It was already a step further, but handwriting was taken back in. Or later on with copperplate engraving, the Roman de Roi, that was cutting edge at that time. When lithography was coming in, this was highly influential on typographic shapes, and there was a pressure in typography to explore more expressive forms. The beginning of the 20th century, fine arts as a holding point, as an echo coming into typographic design, and later on computers and technology. I'm thinking about Knut, Donald Knut, and in our situation where the boundary between the outside and the inside of typographic design is blurring is blurring big times, as graphic designers are coming in and pushing type design not into its boundary, but somehow defining it anew.
I quite agree with you, Stefan, and I think that a lot of what you're talking about is to do with the ways in which new materials and new technologies afford new thinking. Very often they go hand in hand with changes in ideology. The one thing you didn't really mention is the enormous transition that happened in the late 1980s, early 1990s with the advent of personal computing. Those are some of the most cutting edge things that have ever been done, in my opinion. And nowadays we sort of ignore them because they've become those kind of retro Susanna Lischko, Barry Deck, that sort of thing, you know. But it's definitely a huge contribution to the way in which ideas drive forward, for sure.
Hamish, I think you wanted to step in.
Well, it's a very hard act to follow, my colleagues. I mean, I don't know whether this is because of the time that we've been living in for the last 6 months, but the disconnection at the moment between letter forms and their reception seems to me to be almost an unbridgeable gap, in that where does type end up now? Printing, and as Stefan and Paul both mentioned, that type conventions change as technology changes, but somehow at the moment we don't even have a fixed space in which type is operating. It's very fluid and very tangential often, and it's no longer sometimes the primary means of conveying information in multimedia, which we've all been kind of grown up with, really, I suppose, in a sense. So I just wonder whether we can even talk about what is conventional or unconventional when we don't really understand the environment in which language is working. Or maybe I don't, anyway. So I find it all very confusing, very sort of, the further you look back at graphic design, it was very concrete when it was printing. And, things had object quality, they had presence, whether it was a poster or a book or whatever. But now most people their experience of the current output in graphic design is via things like Instagram, where they never ever see the printed thing. So we've got this complete other reality going on, which is screen-based. And it's often not screen-based communication, but it's pictures of things which are pretending not to be screen-based, when they might just be fictitious. They might only be a Photoshop mock-up or something. So where type sits in all of that, I've got kind of no idea.
I think that more, for me, how it's always connected like this, how is graphic design evolving, And I think type is always serving graphic designers in a way. So what we see now in design is more and more this idea of motion. So motion seems to be the next thing in graphic design, like everything needs to be motion. And if it's not in motion, it's not there. It's this thing, no? Especially because, for instance, it started in Instagram, actually. I may be wrong, but in Instagram, in a moment, everything was plain. And then when something was moving, it was calling the attention, So now movement is becoming more and more normal in branding, for instance. So we are now talking about brands in movement, branding in movement, And it's something that is implemented also in the graphic design education as well, How to move your logos, how to animate your branding, how to make campaigns that the messages are moving around. So I think that now, because of movement, there will be a moment that everything is moving, and then you cannot see anything anymore, and then you need to be, everything is being static again. I think it's going to happen for real. And then, so we were talking recently about virtual reality, and typefaces for virtual reality, that is something that is not implemented at all, and is really, so technology is always there, and graphic designers are mostly the ones who implement technology. So typefaces are serving graphic designers. And now we are always following these needs, So which typefaces are easy to move in a motion? How do you do it? And actually variable fonts is what people are mostly applying, even in motion. They are a bit, they are a bit frustrated, the animators, because variable fonts don't work in all the softwares, And so we have now in this moment where everybody wants to have something that we are trying to reach there. So variable fonts are moving really fast because graphic designers are waiting for them in a way, to be able to do everything with them. And all this experimentation that we have in variable fonts with different axes or strange axes or, or peculiar axes are moving towards that, what the designers are looking for. I want a typeface that is sans serif and becomes a super thin serif, I don't know, whatever, something that is morphing, a continuous morphing. And I think we are there now, but what I'm always observing is that it's this idea of what is the concept, no? So for me, it's this thing about how to put together the graphic design project with the concept and how typefaces serve the concept, no? And what I see now, this is a lot of experimentation just in tools, no? Like moving around things, let's put movement, but you know, and I think that we are in a moment that, because you were saying that because of COVID and all these things, we are maybe a bit stuck, or like, yeah, but I think at the same time, people are taking time to experiment with things they never did before, and they are trying to find things that are making them a bit different in a way. But for me, for instance, I always talking about Dwiggins, because yeah, I'm super fond of Dwiggins, and who is not fond of Dwiggins? Maybe this is the other question, no? So all these things he was doing these experiments manually. So I mean, it was the concept was there, no? How things look. We're talking about signifier, and this that it's very functional in small sizes, and when it's big, you see it in another way. So Dwiggins was doing the same thing already, you know. So the concept was already there, no? Isn't this how different people develop the same concept? This is something that it really, really amazed me, you know. Same concept, how different type designers or graphic designers put it in a different way. So what I want to say is that it's a lot of things going on, and technology facilitates exploration. And now more and more people are able to explore different ways. And what I find now is that people are more into a expressive time. I see this thing of looking for expression more. I mean, I'm saying again because of my students, also because maybe I'm more in this side, like expressive design. But I see more and more my students trying to be more expressive and trying to be more emotional, you know, in design. And all these things of movement and straight shapes and all these things seems to serve them better. But always thinking about graphic design. I mean, I don't have any student that are creating type design only for, you know, without a concept behind. And I think this has been always the same, you know. But now it's bigger, so it's much bigger. And then they need to try to, you know, find their own way. But everybody goes to the same way. Now you were talking before, Steph, about reverse. Marta, you were talking about reverse contrast. And but now for me, the new thing, or sort of new, is that, okay, let's make grotesque typefaces, but all the grotesque look the same, but try to find the detail in the grotesque. So how to change tiny details. So how to carve a little bit the tail of the R, how to make a bit longer the tail of the A, you know, but it still being a grotesque typeface, no? Because this is sort of trend. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of people doing a lot of stuff. We have more type designers than ever. No? And trying to make something original and different is quite challenging. No? So this is why when you have a concept behind, I think it's much easier. And originality can be there as well. It can be there just because of the concept. It's very original. No?
I think since all of us on this panel are involved in graphic design and visual communications, we do see it from within that framework, and we do look at all these details and understand them with interest, but within a wider cultural frame, I think there is a complete rejoinder to everything that Hamish has been saying and Laura has been saying, which is summarized beautifully in a quote that I found the other day. I'm sorry, I've been finding quotes because I have no original thoughts. I just find other people's thoughts. This is from Derek Birdsall, who's a very famous English editorial designer, book designer, probably now in his 80s, I would have thought. But he was asked in a profile of himself recently, he says, this is a very reactionary view, but I do think it is quite useful within a wider cultural frame. He says, I can't help thinking that books, and now perhaps websites, are really the proper stuff of design. All the rest is playtime. And it is arguable that nowadays we have a heck of a lot of playtime. We've got more playtime during coronavirus than we ever have. And, you know, graphic design and being unconventional is very much about play, about exploration without necessarily having a scientific attitude towards experimentation. But then again, perhaps the kind of cultural weight of that does still persist in websites that are obliged to communicate corporate information clearly, or books or magazines that are obliged to follow the same laws that they've been following since the 15th century. There's nothing wrong with expression, there's nothing wrong with looking at the cutting edge, but arguably it's that kind of cultural mass that is of more depth and significance, and is what you see in the design work of the really articulate and engaged type designers, such as, well, Soursby and many others. You know, I don't want to give lists of names here.
Yeah, it sort of reminds me, Paul, you know, not to drag too much out of the present U.S. electoral context, but I remember in 2016, you know, being warned that electing Hillary would put taco trucks on every corner in the city, and me thinking that sounded more like a feature than a bug. What you were saying about Derek Birdsall's comment, like playtime, sounds great to me.
Yeah.
No, and so, you know, one of the next question that we discussed as a panel that we wanted to cover, it sounds like you all have very seamlessly started to move into, because the message that I'm getting from just about everybody's response, I'm thinking particularly first of what Laura and Marta had to say, but that, you know, if I can put it sort of in a capsule form, it seems like there's a big difference between asking this sort of convention, unconvention locally as opposed to globally. And then as soon as you move away from a very local context, these boundaries become very indistinct, right? Even to the point where, as Marta suggested, you know, getting even beyond what you actually see, could be unconventional methods of arriving at conventional solutions, or that look conventional on the surface at least. And I find that really fascinating. So maybe I want to sharpen up our next question and maybe ask, instead of just simply where do we see challenges between what may locally look like unconvention and convention playing out, where do we see those confrontations being the most fruitful and why? And maybe where do we see those confrontations being less fruitful? And is there a way of maybe reframing those confrontations between unconventional and conventional approaches that might be more productive, if we think of that? And maybe throw that out to the panel.
One thing I think that also Laura stressed is that the concept. I think sometimes I see experiment in letter shapes that are born more out of just experiment for the sake of it, instead of having more of a concept or trying to, I don't know, find something deeper. So the risk that also I'm seeing, again, with students in graphic design is to separate something that is the result of a concept to something that is more just copying or being part of a trend, being a bit more manneristic in the way of the approaches. Because of course, there are, I don't know, interesting, sometimes you just need to go a little bit deeper. I think one of the issues that I see with my students also is because most of what they digest is just a list of images, whatever it's Pinterest or Instagram, there's not much deep depth in what they see. They tend to just copy what they see without understanding much of what generated it. So the process, the concept, so the risk of being, like the bad side of being unconventional and experimental is that it can be just like as a trend and being manneristic, so that if you design a typeface, you have to have something that is different. So that, that to me is sometimes the risk when everything that is digested is without any, I don't know, criticism or ability to analyze and understand what is going on.
And so, and at times like that, then you're suggesting that might be where unconventionality may not be at its most productive when confronting the conventional, that there needs to be some more depth, at least, to those efforts for them to really serve, might be one way of reading what you're saying.
Yeah, it's general. I mean, it has happened. Story he repeats itself with every innovation that then becomes a trend, and then it's sort of adopted without the concept that was behind it, and then there's a rejection of it, and then it's sort of moving this way. And that happened, I don't know, with Baroque and Rococo. The difference was being more mannerist about it. And it's also something that can happen with just copying something without understanding the process or the context that generated it. Because also we have to remember ourselves, as we were saying, that graphic design or design does not happen in the vacuum. It's the product of the current times. So that's also something that needs to be understood, that if everything is contemporary to us now, students just see things that were designed yesterday or 200 years ago, and they don't see it as something different. But they were the result of very different societies, very different trends, very different attitudes. So that, I think, is one of the challenges of our current times. The concept part is, I think, is key, so that unconventional experimentation don't get lost into just doing something nice or visual without a concept behind.
Stefan, did you want to speak to that point?
Yes, I don't want to deny typographic design its artistic value, but I still think that it's an economic discipline, that you have to have economics in mind when designing. And there is this dilemma also working on custom type projects, that people ask you, or people, mostly graphic designers, ask me in this case, as I speak from my example, to design something that is very conventional, but has a certain kind of character that makes it unconventional. And I feel that is a very superficial attitude, also what Laura and Marta said before. And it maybe it's this confrontation of context, where it is used and where it comes from, that is a more fruitful, confrontation. I was thinking in preparation once again about the London Olympics. This was 2016, was it? This black letter-like style from Gareth Haig, was it? Elias? That was having such a big exposure. It somehow did more for unconventional type design than anything that is underground and just exposed to an audience that anyway is already on the edge of itself, if you understand what I'm saying. So it's the context and the text, and this clash, I feel, is happening more active.
Do you feel it was received favorably, Stefan?
Here in this house, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, also here. I mean, maybe for you that you were in London, you thought it was a terrible thing, but from here it was seen as a way of trying to find something different, but it's still working, you know.
I think most of Gareth Haig's typefaces seek to do that, but many of them are a great deal better than what he did for the London Olympics.
Yeah,
that's my personal opinion. He's a really insightful and innovative designer who lives about 5 miles away from me, so he'll be around my house later tonight.
Breaking isolation, apparently. So, but yes, but what I'm hearing from Marta and Stefan is that a lot of whether or not that confrontation is going to be fruitful or productive or not has a lot to do with, well, with the context in which it's occurring, but also the concepts behind them. And that there could be a superficial way of that confrontation happening that isn't, you know, and I suppose we would need to talk about what does count as fruitful, right? But there'd be a superficial way of that encounter happening, and a deeper, a more thought out confrontation too. What about the rest of us? When do we see these confrontations producing something worth attending to, something that advances type design or graphic design or both? When do we see it maybe interfering? One of the points that the panel had talked about in preparing for our conversation today was taking specifically a look at the role of educational programs. And I wonder if, based on at least a few things that Marta said, I wonder if it's worth spending some time, at least for a minute, thinking about how this confrontation is framed or posed by educators to students who are learning how to do type design or learning how to do graphic design. Is there choices that I will say, could be making that could kind of encourage a more fruitful way of letting the unconventional and the convention come together? Yeah, Hamish. Oh,
you're on mute.
Sorry. I think it depends at which level the students are. A lot of my teaching experience has been to do with introducing the basics to, first and second year students, basic typography, design systems, color, that kind of thing. And it's amazing how unfavorably those sorts of core activities and disciplines are viewed by the management hierarchy generally. It's like they're already graphic designers. They've already got their subscription to Creative Cloud, All they want to do is to be given projects and to make things. So I think it's one of the biggest challenges is to get people to look at the core basic things to do with visual communication, graphic design, typography, and type design. And I don't know, maybe it's because of technology, it probably is, but and everyone has the means to produce communication, visual communication, even when they arrive at university, whereas, in my day, when it was a mystery, how do things get printed? No one knew. And you gradually learn that, you had to take a lot of care and a lot of time and work with a big team of people to get anything printed. So I'm losing the thread here slightly, but just to those essential things, those questions of the way that communication is modulated through alphabetic form never change. As long as we're reading the written word, they never change. And yet it seems at the moment that in my experience, and perhaps it was my perception only, that it was being ignored and not addressed at all.
I think that Hamish and I obviously have quite a lot of experience in the English higher education system, and both of us would probably agree that skills acquisition is not really taught anymore. That is regarded as something that people can acquire for themselves, very much through things like lynda.com, and that art schools do something different nowadays, which is far less basic than the sort of thing that we're interested in. To bring it to specifically type design, almost every type designer I've ever known is really an autodidact. People who have wanted to acquire this knowledge and have spent a lot of time digging into all the technicalities of it. And I think the teaching of type design is not the sort of thing that happens at BA level in the UK. And is, to my mind, really the remit of very specialized courses, of which there are probably only about 5 around the world that are really worth talking about. Maybe there are more. Again, I could give examples, but I'm reluctant to do so.
We never know who's in the audience, right?
Yeah.
Well, because I have taught type design to students at various levels. It's very different to teach type design to graphic designers, because you're not teaching them to become graphic type designers. It's just a way to better understand how typefaces work, how alphabet works, maybe being able to, I don't know, draw letters for a logo better, but there's no, I don't know, more understanding the possibilities and tools. And or the way I teach it is more to try to go deeper into how typography and letter shapes work, how the Latin alphabet works. And I think it's great that that is taught, because in my opinion, that would probably make better graphic designers that are more aware of what they're looking at. Because what I think is sometimes missing in the teaching, to go back to the previous question, is it's difficult to make the student focus on the hard part of being a designer. That is a lot of practice, a lot of basics. There's also studying, because somehow the halo that is around the profession is more like, oh, you do such a creative work, and there's not much of a hard work. Well, I think knowing the, I don't know, practical skills and tools and developing a critical thinking, those two together can lead to very good designers. If you just have one, or if you just have the other, you're still missing a part. And sometimes the critical thinking, I think, is what is the hardest in the educational system at the moment, because also, I don't know, students want to make things that will get likes on their portfolio or their Instagram. There's not, which is understandable, of course. It's a tough word out there, but sometimes it's not maybe the best way on the long term.
I don't know, I have a feeling that, I don't know, I'm teaching different things. I'm teaching type design, I'm teaching typography for editorial design as well. So it's very nice for me to do both, because then I can, and I always tell the students of type design that even if they are not becoming type designers, because a lot of them, after 1 year of course, they decided I don't want to be a type designer. This happens, because they think too hard, and you need to be too focused, and it's not easy. Actually, from all of the students we have in the last 10 years, 8 or 9 people only became type designers. They were there by curiosity to understand how type design works, and that all of them became better graphic designers. I'm sure of that. They learn how to look at typefaces. They learn how to distinguish one good typeface from another. They learn how to use type in a better way. So for us, this is one of the main goals. But I think the role of teaching is open windows of knowledge, So, and they have to understand to look at other things. So my experience, for instance, when I was in type media as a student, it was, of course, amazing. I can't say anything bad about it, but I will remember all my life when they told us, we're not going to teach you to be type designers. We are going to teach you how you can become a type designer. And this goes through the tools. So it was not the goal to make of you a type designer, only showing you the tools, how a type designer is formed, and then you have to choose your own way. So for me, the imprint that this had on me is really strong. So there were 2 very big imprints. One was this, about the tools and the use calligraphy, because I never did calligraphy before, understanding the structure, everything from the beginning. So for me, is when we learn about history and social aspects, and then you can have a better knowledge of everything, and especially what you are doing. But the problem we have is time. How happens for you, but schools, they want to put so many things in 1 year. I'm teaching in masters now. I'm not teaching in BAs, and they want to put everything, a knowledge of 5 or 10 years in 1 year, and that's impossible. And for me, time is a big problem in education now, because it happens here in Spain. It's like this. I mean, we don't have masters like type of media or reading or Amianzo, or ECAL, where the student has 40 hours a week to be in the academy to work. Here we only have 12 hours a week with the students, and they have to work much more independently than in the class. And for me, this makes a big, huge difference, because if you have time to practice the tools. If you have time to talk with your colleagues. If you have time to debate with the teacher, But if you don't have all this time, you cannot develop it better. So for me, it's a matter of time as well, And now we are in a moment where everything has to be very fast, Everything needs to be very fast. For me, this is the biggest problem today, that also for us, when you get an assignment of a custom project, either it's a logo or a typeface, it needs to be done really fast. So when you have to have this time, the development of the project, you have to put it inside the time you have, So you cannot be deliberating much more, or etc. So I had a big difference with this when we did, for instance, the project of typography matchmaking in the Maghreb, that it was a full year of development of something that for me was completely new, but is much based on something that I never saw before, as is the Arabic manuscripts of Al-Kandusi. And then when you have this possibility of designing something in a unconventional way, because for me it was to design lighting typefaces coming from Arabic, is when you can go also deeper in your own brain, because there you are breaking something that you are doing in a regular way, the same kind of typefaces, this kind of logos. So what I'm trying to tell to my students is they need to book time to do this experimentation, and they are students, and this is the time to do it. They cannot pretend to do super experiments when they are working in the economical world already, because of timing and budget. So I think now when you have these students who are curious, I'm trying also to show them some things that are completely different, For instance, for me, Irma Reiner is one of these designers I always look at, because he managed to put all these kind of unconventional shapes on letters, And I'm doing this exercise of type cooker that was created by Eric van Vogelen. And it's amazing how the students also can do it. The only thing you have to do is to be with the students, telling them you can do it, and you can do unconventional design as well, and you can draw. So for me now, the formula that I want to implement in the coming year is I want to force them to draw more, for instance, because I think they're going too fast into the computer and they are putting too much decisions on the tools, and they don't draw enough. So when you try to understand, to explain the student that drawing is something that they have to go further into drawing, they get more into, okay, looking at all the sources, trying to look at things that are different, or I don't know, I'm getting lost. But I think it's more about, education needs to be more about encouraging the student to look for putting more time into it, I had one student this year that he was really like, okay, not doing anything in the weekends and working every week. We're super happy you are here, but honestly, if you are not working by yourself, it's going to be very difficult, that you do this. And when I was a student, I always was working very hard, trying to find something that I was trying to understand better. So that's it.
Here, I'll unmute. So it sounds like basically the consensus is that, one of the challenges that instructors face today, if trying to get their students to deal with, however we define it, a confrontation between the unconventional and conventional, is time. Just being able to make space in the curriculum for it, and to encourage students to make space for it. If we don't want them to simply treat it, as Marta was saying, as sort of just a jumping on social media and picking off trends, to get them to actually engage and do something fruitful with that confrontation. We're coming sort of to the end of our scheduled time, and I wanted to know if just maybe offer out to the panel a chance to just maybe say a last word or two, just to kind of think about sort of the message that you're taking away from our conversation today regarding unconventionality and conventionality before we wrap things up. So if anyone has anything to add, this would be a great time.
I think what I'd like to say as a conclusion is an area that we haven't really managed to touch on, which is unfortunate. But there is a question as to whether we live in a golden age of type design and typography, or whether we're suffering from a terrible glut, too many things being produced all the time. I stand on the first term. I think we're in a golden age myself, but nevertheless, I do feel the bombardment of visual material all the time somewhat hard to sustain.
Anybody else? I feel split between those two alternatives myself, Paul. Too many things to pay attention to, but at the same time, a lot of it looks glorious.
It's the modern condition. It's not just specific to type design.
Yeah.
Well, if not, then I'd say that we are at the end of our time together. So we should probably bring things to a close. I just want to say, first of all, Marta, Paul, Laura, Hamish, and Stefan, thank you all so much for taking the time to talk today, for sharing your insights, your thoughts with us. And on behalf of the panel, and we're going to move into a Q&A after this point, on behalf of the panel, though, before that happens, I just want to thank everybody in the audience for joining us. And also, again, to the TypeWknd organizers for inviting us to share this conversation with you. And we look very much forward to your questions.
Have you ever wondered how much you should or could be earning within the design industry? Who hasn't, right? Although there is plenty of resources online, it is not an easy task to find specifics when you are a part of a developing economy, due to the lack of research, really. And Paraguay is not an exception to this. And to have a discussion with the community, I decided to start a study at the end of 2019. Even though our research shed light on different insights like earning depending on age, experience, or education, our main finding was about how gender plays a key role within a designer's professional life. I'm Mauricio Villamayor, and today's talk will be focused on Paraguay's gender gap within the design industry. First, let's dive into the details of this research. Our survey was online with a main focus on a monthly income. Its implementation period was of a month, from November to December of 2019. There, we focused first on general questions, but quickly asked about what's the participants' main professional activity. The creative industry is full of freelancers, entrepreneurs, researchers, teachers, and designers on roles within a company. So it was fundamental to make these distinctions before we even start asking about earnings. Needless to say, but these were all completely anonymous answers due to the sensibility of the shared data. To boost interest from participants, we offer a package of free Paraguayan fonts, and we are still super thankful to all the type designers that supported this initiative. At the end of our implementation, we got 530 answers from designers around the country, and we were able to determine the average salary depending on different demographic aspects, as well as their main activity. And talking about demographics, 51% of our participants identified themselves as female, but 45% as male. But what are they doing with their professional lives? Well, around 55% of these designers work full-time within a company with a fixed monthly salary, while 8% do it part-time. 25% are freelancers that work for different clients, 9% are entrepreneurs that seek to innovate, and only 3% dedicate themselves to teaching, either on universities or schools. Now that we talk a bit about the research and its key aspects, shall we move into the question regarding gender? I think one of the most important things about discussing gender inequalities is that we should not only focus on the wages, but also think about what are the roles men and women perform every day, and what are the expectations society have on them. If we want to be simplistic, we could say that yes, there is a gender gap between men and women in Paraguay's design industry. Average monthly income for men are around $800, while women earn $648. That is a 19% difference. Although this is below the 25% national average in the pay gap, it is still a staggering number, isn't it? Especially if you compare it to percentages on more robust economies like the UK. But this is not the whole story, isn't it? What are these women and men doing within their jobs? How much time do they invest in their work? Does this gap still exist within different levels of education they might have? What design tasks are they performing every day? And what roles do they have within the companies they work for? Let's try to figure out these and see if the gap still exists. First, let's take a look at pay gap depending on how women and men make their income within the design industry. As we can see in the graphs, women earn less than their male counterparts in almost every professional category, with big gaps happening within freelancers and entrepreneurs, around 24% and 23% on each. Nonetheless, we can see that the women earn substantially more on average than men when it comes to teaching. But why is that? To understand this, it is important to know that in Paraguay, as in other countries, teachers are usually paid by hours in class, and the amount per hour varies depending on the academic level rather than having a fixed salary. So actually, it is more difficult than it seems to give a representative value of that work, as we need to know the value of the amount per hour to understand this. But nonetheless, it is still remarkable that women tend to earn more than men as teachers. Now, Shall we move to another category? For the subject of this talk, and due to our time constraints, we will be mainly focused on full-time jobs, as that was the category with more responses within our survey. And to be quite honest, freelancers and entrepreneurs follow the same patterns. As I said before, to talk about gender inequalities and gender gap, I feel it's really important to just not only focus on salaries and discuss other aspects. One of them is what are the roles women and men have within the companies they work for. Let's take a look at this graph. Here, we can see how women and men are compared among roles within a company. At first sight, we can recognize how men have more jobs that are higher on a company's hierarchy, with more than 25% of male participants with roles that imply managing or directing, while women only around 15%. That's a 10% difference which honestly, I think it's very telling. And not only women are less represented in managing roles, they are also paid less in comparison to their male counterparts, with a pay gap average of 12%. As a result of this distribution, around 85% of the female roles within the design industry in Paraguay are in roles that are more operational, which usually translate to less income, while 65% of men work within those roles. As in managing position, women within operational roles earn less than their male counterparts, 9% to be precise, so we can recognize that regardless of their role, women tend to earn less than men. Another aspect that has great impact on income is education, and the design industry in Paraguay is not an exception. Non-graduates tend to earn 15% less than bachelor graduates, and these 25% less than master's degrees holders. This follows a global trend: a higher education equals higher income. But what happens when we explore gender in education? First, let's review how women and men are distributed among graduates and non-graduates. As we can see, 53% of graduates are women, compared to 40% men, while among non-graduates, we have 60% of men compared to 47% women. It is pretty interesting to see how women are outpacing men academically speaking. Now, let's compare these four groups' monthly income. As we can see, although education has a great impact on a designer's income, so does their gender. This gender gap more than doubles when we only discuss graduate participants, and to me honestly, the most striking aspect here is how graduated women still earn less than non-graduated men. Pretty mind-bending, isn't it? I mean, although we do follow a global trend of rewarding education with higher income, we can still see that women earn less than their male counterparts, in spite of the fact that more women are graduating than men. But this is not only happening in Paraguay, as other studies have shown. This trend of women outnumbering men at universities, it's a reality on bigger economies like the US as well. So, with all of this information, in my opinion at least, we can recognize that gender gap is a reality in Paraguay's design industry. A reality that not only affects women's income compared to men on the same roles, but also extends to question how difficult it might be for a woman to reach a managing position compared to a man. Before we conclude with this talk, I want to share a bit more about this research and report's impact and reception. It was a long overdue document that finally provided some information regarding income within the design industry, but contextualized within the reality of my country. Even though my main goal was to provide information about income in general, what really surprised me was how the numbers within the gender section really resonated with the society, and especially with women. They started to have needed discussions about the challenges they tackle every single day and how the organizations they work for really need to change their policies so they can elevate their work and recognize their effort. An organization by and for women called Women Who Create, or Mujeres que Crean in Spanish, helped the report to have more visibility by sharing and creating discussions around this. People on social media started sharing fragments on the report focused on the inequalities women have to handle on their professional lives. I even have a design studio owner who wrote to me to say that, due to the shared data within the report, that we're going to make structural changes to the policies of the company so that the women's work can be more prominent and more rewarded. Although this was a very limited research within Paraguay's economy, what we really need to understand is that it followed global trends. It also helps to give more visibility to women's struggle within smaller economies that sadly are not typically researched. Hopefully, in the near future, we will be able to see more studies focused on graphic design and gender, especially coming from developing economies, that will help us to understand our reality better, have needed discussions, and make fundamental changes to our society so we can all live in a more equal place. Thank you.
Hello, welcome to my messy office and my presentation on my overcomplicated, unnecessarily wood type chromatic font. So I'll just share my screen and we'll get this underway. Okay. Wood type is good type. Every designer knows what wood type is. It's gorgeous and it's seductive, and most of all, it's tactile. You can actually touch it, and that's one of the things that I love most about the fact that you can pick it up and touch it and feel those edges with your fingers. There's a form of wood type called chromatic wood type, which is extra special and quite rare. They're multicolor. So they're separate blocks with separate color intentions designed to print together and fit like a jigsaw. So for instance, in the example you see on screen, the blue interior of the letter would be one set of blocks and the red shadow and outline would be a separate set of blocks. This example on screen is from the golden era of chromatic wood type. It's the famous William H. Page catalogue of 1865, renowned for its incredible craftsmanship and detail. Here's another example of old wood type, chromatic wood type. And some chromatics, like the word mermaid at the top, are designed with overlapping ink areas so that two colours are deliberately designed to create a third colour where they overprint. And you can see in the shadows underneath the blocks of the word mermaid. The bottom word burlesque, for instance, doesn't have that same overprinting section. It's still a chromatic wood type font, but it doesn't contain overprinting. And you look at some of these old samples and you wonder what they were doing back in the old days. For instance, who wouldn't want to see mermaid burlesque? Here's another beautiful old 1800s chromatic wood type sample. So I was looking through a lot of this chromatic wood type and fascinated by it, and I decided that I wanted to explore the idea of chromatic wood type as part of my master's studies, which I did at the University of Reading in England. Now, as part of that, I had to start thinking, okay, what kind of typeface would I build and cut in chromatic wood? And so I want to make a bit of a sideways segue here into vintage signage and sign painter scripts, because I've always loved them. I've always had a real soft spot for this kind of stuff, the shadows and the decorative elements and the vernacular voice of sign painter and vintage signage style has always drawn me in. Separately to that, I've also had for some time an ongoing personal project in which I've been exploring creating sign casual styles of lettering using a brush pen. So here's a couple of examples from one of my sketchbooks. These are what I call contradictory phrases, phrases that kind of, contradict themselves or have some contradiction in them that I've been collecting for many years. So I've been doing a lot of experimentation and exploration of shadowing and blending and decorative letter forms in that kind of sign painter style. So I designed an alphabet, this is it here, that had a sign painter casual style, but with the aim of producing it as chromatic wood type. So this is something that I had no experience in whatsoever, making a chromatic wood type font. I'd never done it before. I really hadn't done very much letterpress printing even of any kind. So I chose a sign painter style script for this because of the shadows and decorations that lend themselves to chromatic layers, lend themselves to combining the colors. And also partly because it's different to all that trad wood type stuff that we're so accustomed to seeing. One problem was immediately apparent to me, the fact that it's italic. And this creates extra complications when using wood type. As we shall see now, I'm a guy who loves complications. And again, you're going to see that too. He says, as the train wreck approaches. So being a chromatic font, the first thing I needed to do was start to explore how the layering would work. This screen was my exploration of the mechanics of that. It shows two colors, but I looked at this, I thought, well, I really want three colors. I really want to use three inks to see if I can, create more colors on the press, but really just as a way of creating more complications. And I love complications. So this is how it was intended to work. There's three ink colors at the top, that should, in theory, produce 5 colours on the press. So you can see the 2 extras at the bottom, and in the sample letters, you can see those 2 extra colours down the right-hand edges of the letters. At one point, I explored the possibility of 4 colours so that they would make 7 on the press. And this digital example on screen shows what I was looking at. Now, I know I wanted extra complication, but not that much extra complication. I'm not an idiot. So I thought, I'll keep it manageable and I'll stick with 3 ink colours and hopefully produce 5. Now, if you're familiar with letterpress processes at all, you'll know that italic letters are problematic on letterpress. Now, they're complicated, but that's what I love. The blocks have to be cut with angled sides. So I set up my AI file with a template die line around each of the letters that encompassed all 3 colour separations of them to make sure that everything within that letter would fit within that block. Now, the spacing between those letters probably looks quite generous, but if you look at the die line edges and how close it comes to the edges of the lettering and the shadows, you'll see that there's very little room to move there. This is the computer-controlled router that I used, the CNC router. CNC stands for computer numerically controlled. You can see there's a block clamped in place on the bed there. Now these run from an SVG file that you export out of Illustrator. And so the cutting head moves from side to side. You can see those 2 horizontal chrome bars where it moves from side to side, and the bed moves forwards and backwards. So in combination, it can give you a very accurate representation of curves. Here's a top view of some blocks. The blocks are backwards, you may have noticed, because that means when you print them, they print the correct way round. Another complication, which I love. Now this kind of shows the cutting, the outline of the cut that goes the entire depth through the timber, which was 23.3 millimeters or type high. But you can also see the raised relief surface of the letters, so that the router also cuts away to a depth of, in my case, 1.5 millimeters, everything that's not the letter. So you end up with the raised relief of wood type. Now, the only way to know if you're doing this kind of thing right is to trial and error. And there were an awful lot of things that went wrong. Here's some examples. The channels, for instance, would clog with sawdust. You see down the bottom there, and I would have to stop and vacuum it out from time to time. The router bits themselves will sometimes get clogged and slowed down by fibers from the timber. And you can see at the top there, I would have to clean them off from time to time. But the biggest issue was breaking router bits, they're called end mills. So that image on the right shows a good one and a broken one. And for sense of scale, if you look at the good one, that cutting tip at the top of it there is less than 1 millimeter wide. So you can see why they break. But there was all sorts of stuff, even though I'd planned it all out and done my research and tested and done test cuts and everything, things still went wrong that I couldn't have planned for. For instance, on the left, there was some knots in the timber that were below the surface, and they have a different texture, much harder, and they would crumble. And it put my path off course because of the different resistance. The image on the right shows another one which didn't hit a knot, but you can see towards the end of the right-hand end of that block, the router bit started to chew into the side of the side bearing anyway, which was not part of my path plan. I still don't know why that one happened. But these kind of things, among a multitude of other technical issues that I would have to resolve on the fly, they gave me new appreciation for the original craftsman. The engineering challenges that they must have had to overcome were truly immense. So here's a finished set of blocks for the letter B. You can see them running through the middle of the image there in the 3 different colors, and you can see the complicated nature of the cut pathways. So now it's time to do the first set of prints, and a whole new set of complications arose, but as we already know, I love complications. So this is the Colombian press that I used on the left there. It was built, we think, around the 1850s, and it was designed originally for newsprint printing. On the right, there's a vertical view of the bed with some of my type inked up and ready to pull a print from. You'll note the angled lock-up furniture at each end of the letters because they're italic. This was another complication that I didn't figure on until I got that far and suddenly realized, oh yeah, they're going to slip sideways because I needed angled furniture to hold them in place. Another complication, which I love. So here's a little video. I've set this on loop so it plays a few times over and you can get a sense of what's going on here. But you can see I've already printed the first two colours, the pink and the blue, and this is the red overprinting the other two. You can see there's 4 pieces of paper there, and that was because with a large piece of paper I found that I would have to print a single character or a single word, and then clean it all up and wipe all the ink off and clean up the rollers and all of that sort of stuff to put the next block down and then ink it up with a new color. And I thought I was only getting a single print each time I did this, and it would take me about an hour to do it, the whole process. So I moved back to a single letter, and I just wanted to see what would happen if I kind of did 4 at a time and sort of made these masking tape hinges. And so when it's not their turn to print, I would kind of flap them out of the way. And it was a very crude and low-tech but surprisingly effective registration system, just to masking tape along the edge. Now this printer didn't have a tympan. A tympan is a part of a printing letterpress machine that would normally provide the registration for you. It's a big frame that sits on the right-hand edge of that that bed there, and it folds up and you can add your paper to it, and the frame has clamps that hold your paper in place, and you fold it back down and you run it underneath and you press the platen down onto it and do your print. So I didn't have that, so I had to find a different way of keeping my paper in place. But that gives a bit of a sense of the process that I went through. So here's an attempt at a word. There's 3 different blocks being inked there. So you can see the furniture all stays the same, and each time I would have to change colors, I would have to pull the blocks out one by one. So I would pull the T out and replace it, pull the pink T out and replace it, for instance, with the red T, before I pulled the pink O out and replaced it with the red O, etc., etc., as I went along. Because if you pull all 4 letters out at once, the tension on the furniture disappears and things can get easily out of register. So the print that came from those 3 colors looked like this. Now, remembering that I'm new to letterpress-ish, you can see that the ink coverage on this isn't ideal. It's not even, particularly in the shadow of the O. But also the inks haven't overlaid each other with any kind of great additive kind of color enhancing quality. So I just assumed that this would happen. I didn't realize till I tried it that, you know, the way those inks would behave. I don't really know for sure whether the inks are the right ones. They're very old tins of rubber-based letterpress ink, but I'm sure there's different kinds of inks, and with a lot of experimentation and access to others, that might prove to be a lot better. But for this project, I didn't have access to those other inks. I only had a few to work with. But it just goes to show that I just assumed that those inks would add up in an additive manner and give me this wonderful pristine print. There's also things like humidity and drying time as well. I learned through trial and error that, particularly with rubber-based inks, you really should leave them to dry overnight or perhaps even a week before doing your next layer. And again, I was on a deadline here. I didn't really have that option, so I was forced to experiment with, you know, only leaving them for a short period of time. But you can see generally from that the idea works. It just needs refinement. So what did I learn from all of this pain? Well, mainly I learned never to try and do it again. Now, I did learn some technical-based things, certainly in comparison to the digital environment that we're all accustomed to today. I learned that we take spacing for granted in the digital age. It's so easy for us. So if you look at that AT pair on the top left there, there's no way those letters are going to get any closer together than that in an italic wood type of this style. So it's impossible to get sensible spacing in certain pairs of letters without manually cutting parts of the wood block away. But that's a problem for me in this particular font, because those side bearings, the angle of those side bearings is the registration method to make sure that all of those letters fall into the exact same place. I mean, past wood type makers obviously knew this. You can see another example from the page catalogue on the right there, where the drop shadow drops vertically downwards. And you can, as soon as you understand that, you look at it and you go, yes, of course, it helps with spacing and it helps with all sorts of technical issues as well. I also learned that we take colour interaction for granted these days as well. So in this laughable attempt that you see on screen, not only did the colours not mix the way I thought, so I thought I'd print red over the top of yellow and get a lovely orange, but I just got red. But I also misregistered it badly and I over-inked it badly as well. And it got me to thinking that in the past, they would have had to do all of this whole process that took me about 4 months to do, just to see if it's going to work or not. So it was hardly economical, and sometimes I'm surprised that anybody printed anything back in those days of this kind of level of detail. Further, speaking of color, letterpress can only offer additive color interaction where you lay colors on top of each other and they add up together and they build up, and eventually if you put enough color on, you end up with a muddy color or black. But digital interaction gives you reductive color and other color mixing methods as well, and we kind of take that for granted. So my digitally learned ways of thinking about color were totally challenged by this project. I also learned that it's worthwhile to be interested in the way things work. So if you imagine a letterpress operator from days gone by, they would have had to have an understanding of timber and timber milling and grain and warpage and all of those kind of issues that come with wood. They would have had a good sense of the way their machines worked. I'm sure that a lot of the times the press operator was also the person that might have had to do repairs, for instance, if something broke. The craft of letterpress printing itself was something that was learned over a period of years, and the people that did it well were craftsmen who were master craftsmen who had a lot of experience doing it. It wasn't just something that you train on for a couple of weeks. Things like ink chemistry and learning about weather and humidity and how that affects your ink and interaction of ink with different kinds of papers and woods and stuff, you know, and all of these four main things had to be known on top of my standard taken for granted skill set, which is design and typography. And I have these fantastic digital tools that negates all of those other things. So a really surprisingly broad range of skills would have been required in the letterpress era. So what's next for me and my wood type font? Well, I plan to develop it into a color font, like this example on screen. Color font, you're able to include shadows and textures and continuous tone and stuff that we don't normally associate with standard digital type. I'm also planning to develop it into a layered font, which is very, very similar to a colored font, but works in a different way, where the different decorative layers are different weights in the family. And you, as the end user, you select them and you have complete control over the color that's applied to them. So in the future, I'd probably like to print some multicolor letterpress posters as well. Haven't got that far yet. Let's see if I can get over the PTSD of this project first. Anyway, I wanted to say thanks for listening. There's my Instagram handle on screen. Please go and follow me.
Hello to you all. This is Lisa Mayoni in Kansas City, Missouri.
Hello, this is Thomas Jochen in New York City.
And we are here at the end of day 2 of the TypeWknd Conference 2020. Be part of the conversation and share what talk you loved the most from day 2.
Be sure to add the hashtag TypeWknd on both Twitter and Instagram.
Thomas, what do you have for us today?
Well, Lisa, today I have classifications of Devanagari typefaces. You were looking forward to this yesterday, and I have to absolutely agree. I think this was a really outstanding schematic of how to consider Devanagari and the different styles of it. And I really appreciated the thinking of the schema as a fuzzy map with edges that blur and blend together. I think it's an honest account of how typeface classifications are just very messy and they don't really play very well to rigid rules. It's a much more organic and flowing, fluid kind of relationship. Next, I was looking forward to yesterday was the gender gap in Paraguay's design industry. And I think the stat that really blew me away, I was very surprised about, was the stat that in Paraguay, educated women in design make approximately the same as uneducated men. It's very fascinating, and I thought that was a very big inference from the report. And lastly, what would it mean for a typeface to be feminist? I was looking forward to it yesterday, and I was not disappointed. I thought it was a great talk. I thought what was really powerful was the thinking of the possibilities of the namings of labels on a variable font axis to have a narrative quality to it. So instead of just a technical name like weight or italic, it could have some really specific poetic meaning by you moving across these different fluid vectors. I think that was a very powerful demonstration in that talk. Lisa, what were your picks from today's talks?
I loved Aasawari's talk, the one on what it means for a typeface to be feminist, and particularly, absolutely, I agree with you, Thomas, that notion of the parameters and axes having a more narrative quality. I was so struck by voice, mindset, and fight as the parameters, this poetic and conceptual approach to looking at what the form is for and how those changes are manifesting. I was really excited by that. I also loved all of the other iterations that she went through before she landed on that final set. The weight of the self, this notion, relating to voice and volume and language we use. Through her typeface scenario, she really undermines that notion of the neutral. Really impressed by that. A lot of great examples of Indic hand lettering and signage from Umang Baheti's presentation as well. Excellent examples and contextual information to incorporate into any graphic design history's course. I really appreciated the way he presented how nature and culture influence type. It's great to see bachelor students present their projects in this conference as well. This is such a really great context for that. Abhay's approach to type design through research and a specific community need in a language learning environment was really wonderful to see. Recognizing a local culture's role in learning and particularly learning new languages. Nishtha shares her journey of learning to appreciate typography through a more thorough type design process. Really amazing and wonderful for any student to see what that first project can look like and all of the work that's made along the way.
That's what we have for today's wrap-up of day 2.
Share your favorites from today's sessions on your social media. Let's extend the conversations forward and bring these speakers and ideas into our practices using the hashtag TypeWknd on Twitter and Instagram. Before we go, we're going to share the talks Thomas and I are looking forward to for day 3. Talks I'm looking forward to, including Kriti Monga's talk. She runs Type Camp India. Love how powerful tactile and kinetic activity amplifies and extends the way we can learn. Really excited to see some of the work she's been doing with her students. Tapewana's talk on decolonizing typography. Super interested and excited to hear any and all perspectives on how we can reframe the way that we approach language in our specific places and corners of the world and places in the world. Olivia Kane, Karen Cheng, Chati Nath's talks. I know that's definitely more than 3. Thomas, what talks are you looking forward to for tomorrow?
Yes, and obviously the first one you brought it up was Karen Cheng. I actually remember reading her book when I was undergrad at design school. Teaching type design, the more I learn, the less I know. I'm looking forward to that talk. I'm also looking forward to Olivia Kane's The Mysteries of History. Uncovering obscure type and design history has changed my path as a designer. And lastly, Noemi's talk on how to supercharge your newsletter's growth. I'm looking forward to all those talks. The meta theme I seem to see here is uncovering hidden truths.
Can't wait to see all these talks tomorrow.
Thanks for joining us for this post-game chat on TypeWknd.
We'll see you tomorrow for day 3.
Yo le
Bueno,
dije a
hola,
Carolina,
Nati.
no entiendo nada.
Hola.
Hola.
Hola Nati, hola Vivi.
Nati.
Bueno, somos
¿Por
un
qué
montón,
no se
está
escucha?
buenísimo. Vamos a jugar fuerte
Sí,
hoy.
no se
Bueno,
escucha.
Espera, ¿no se escucha?
Uy, no puedo. Oh, la concha, la lora.
¿Se me escucha? Ah, Nati.
Nati.
Ay, Nati. Se escucha
Estamos
todo.
Estamos en vivo.
Sí.
¿La compu tengo que reiniciar?
Escribimosle, ¿alguien tiene su WhatsApp?
Sí, lo que pasa es que...
Ya le escribí, ya le dije.
Bueno, gracias. Gracias, Isa. Bueno, me voy a poner seria, no, mentira.
No tengo.
Chancho Va, ¿vieron que se llama esto?
Chancho
¿Saben
Va,
por qué
sí.
se llama Chancho Va?
Yo me imagino que es un juego de Sudamérica o algo así.
Una juega de Sudamérica.
Es un juego chileno, típico chileno.
Típico.
Típico
Típico
chileno.
de Chile. Nosotros
De
lo
hecho-
importamos. Como todo, en este país, todo lo mejor lo importamos. Y nos lo ponemos nosotros. Y decimos que es nuestro.
Ah, bueno. Es de todos. Es de
Es
todos.
de todos. Es de todis. Es de todis. No, bueno, Chancho Va es un juego de cartas. Yo no sabría decir exactamente si es nativo, o sea, si es solo de Argentina, quizás también de otros lugares.
Tal vez sea solo de Buenos Aires.
Tal vez
qué
es
creer que
todavía
sí.
más centralizado y es solo de Buenos Aires, pero no sé. Es un
En Chile
juego de
se llama,
cartas.
ese juego de cartas en Chile se llama El Nervioso.
Ah, bueno, qué lindo dato.
El chancho nervioso. El chancho nervioso me gustó mucho.
Me gusta mucho. Me gusta mucho.
Con la pezuña ahí.
Bueno, la cosa es que al menos como yo lo jugué siempre y nosotros los conocemos, estás como en una ronda, cada uno tiene como 4 cartas, las mezclan, cada persona, hay 4 cartas por persona que juega, las mezclas y las repartís. Y tenés que ir formando como digamos, el número con los 4 palos, se juega con unas cartas españolas. Y una vez que vos tenés tu juego, digamos, o sea, las 4 cartas del mismo número con los 4 palos, gritás chancho al medio de la mesa y todos tienen que gritar chancho encima y el último queda afuera. Es como una especie de entremezcla de juego de postas y juego de la silla, es como una cosa medio rara. Bueno, la cuestión es que a partir de esa idea loca, dijimos, che, hagamos un Chancho Va tipográfico, y ahí empezó la historia de este juego, que hicimos primero entre nosotros, y lo adaptamos para TypeWknd, y para eso elegimos GitHub, y ahí explotó todo porque nadie quería venir. Pero bueno, no importa, eso es como después, lo decimos bien. Pero era un poco para contarles la historia de Chancho rápido. Y ahora pasamos la verdad que estuvimos escribiendo bastante las reglas y todo. Nosotros creíamos que estaba claro, pero quizás ustedes nos pueden contar si alguno tiene una duda de lo que leyó.
No entiendo nada.
No se entiende nada. Bárbaro, qué bueno.
Me encanta.
Bueno.
Es simple. No, el asunto es fácil.
Algo se entiende, sí, algo se entiende.
Bueno, Caro, ¿querés hacer un repaso chiquito mientras? Y los que no tengan clonado el repositorio se lo clonan en sus compus mientras Caro hace un mini repasito.
Yo
Dale,
ya
Caro,
lo cloné, ya todo listo.
Y ya está.
Bueno. Empecemos por el principio. Los que tienen idea muy básica de GitHub, por favor levanten la mano, así estoy más atentos a ellos. Y Natalia, que está acá abajo.
Sé que existe.
Carolina es tan analógica, levanten la mano, dice. O sea, como querés que te digamos quiénes
Ahora
son.
está del otro lado, Natalia.
No, acá
Ahí está.
Tenía problemas de audio, se escucharon todas mis puteadas porque cambié de lugar para poder compartir la pantalla.
No importa.
No pasa nada, Nati.
Ahí se escucha
Todo
bien.
bien.
Ahora sí.
Bienvenida.
Bueno.
Gracias.
Entonces, el juego este consiste en lo siguiente. Todos ya han hecho la clonación del repositorio de GitHub, o sea, han apretado pull arriba a la derecha y tienen el repo en sus máquinas. Entonces, cada uno va a tener asignado un puesto de juego y cada uno va a tener asignado un número de archivo. Durante 5 minutos, cada jugador va a tener tiempo para agregar 1 o 2 signos en el archivo de tipografía que esté jugando. Cuando terminan los 5 minutos, se tiene que cerrar salva el archivo y lo cierra. La particularidad que tiene que tener en cuenta es, voy a cerrar en un minuto esto porque me está volviendo loca, un segundo. Lo que tiene que tener en cuenta es que no puede modificar dibujos de glifos que sean ajenos y no puede dejar dibujos de glifos inconclusos. Si terminan de dibujar 1 o 2 glifos antes de los 5 minutos, gritan Chancho Va y queda habilitado para poder subir su archivo al repositorio. Para subir el archivo al repositorio tiene que esperar a que yo lo habilite, no pueden hacerlo libremente. Realmente me gustaría dejarlos libres y que hagan lo que quieran, pero no puedo.
Porque sos diseñadora de tipografía y te gusta controlar cosas.
Porque soy madre.
Te iba a preguntar.
Controladora.
Bueno.
No, todavía no hay preguntas.
Una cosa importante, los que se sientan perdidos en el medio del juego, ya sea con el manejo del GitHub, por favor que me avise, así puedo orientarlos un poco para ver qué es lo que tienen que hacer. Me gustaría saber con qué programas van a estar dibujando letras, por ejemplo, así más o menos seteo mi cabeza para algún lado.
Glyphs.
Digan glyphs.
Levanten la mano los de glyphs.
Yo soy la única que con la mente.
Bueno, no pasa nada. Hemos pretesteado en FONLAB también. Nosotros somos muy inclusivos. Muy inclusivos.
¿Qué es eso? ¿Todavía existe FONLAB?
Existe, va por la versión 7.
No, sí tengo la 7.
¿No era que no valía el bullying en las reglas? No valía el bullying.
Claro.
No vale sobre las letras. Sobre las
Atenta,
letras.
muy bien.
Sí. Sobre los programas vale, sí.
Bueno.
Después no van a querer patrocinar el evento.
Sí, iba a decir,
Nadie más. Chicos, paren que perdemos un montón de dinero. Basta. O sea, basta. Los programas todos bárbaros, todos.
Pero FontLab, yo creo que es mejor que Glyphs, solo que se dejó demasiado estar.
Esta discusión es buenísima para después. La dejamos ahí, le ponemos un clip y la retomamos. Juan? ¿Te parece? Buenísimo. Bueno, Carito, vos ya estás con las reglas, así nos presentamos y se presentan y sabemos quiénes somos.
Dale.
Sí, Ángel.
Che, Juan Pablo preguntaba si el repositorio es el de Chancho Test.
No.
No.
Ay, ¿cuál es ahora? El Chancho Volcán.
Muy buena pregunta, Juan Pablo. Muchas gracias por estar tan atento. El repo que tienen que bajar se llama Chancho Va.
¿Y dónde está eso?
Ahora te paso el link si querés.
Pásaselo.
Está en el chat.
Ahí se lo pasó Eli.
Yeah. Gracias.
Tenemos unos alumnos recontra aplicados. Ahí Nati, bien atenta. Si alguno se manda una cagada, no, habla bien. Eli tirando links, estamos joyos.
Bueno, nos presentamos entonces. Yo, que no dejé de hablar un segundo, yo soy Muki, soy diseñadora gráfica, diseño tipografía, docente, en general me clavan para conducir eventos también en otro lugar como Birras y Letras, y voy a estar conduciendo también. Y bueno, nada, eso, cualquier duda después me preguntan. Yo ahora le voy a hacer Chancho Va a Angelina.
Muy bien, yo soy Angelina Sánchez, diseñadora gráfica de tipografía también y docente de tipografía. Mi tarea dentro del juego va a ser un poco en el backstage, pero voy a estar pegándoles data que van a necesitar por ahí en el chat, así que atentis por ahí. Y le digo Chancho Va para Diogo.
Diogo, estás muteado.
Diogo, estás muteado. Esto me encanta de los Zooms. Diogo, estás
Hola, soy Diogo Ramos, soy diseñador gráfico y diseñador de tipografías. Soy brasilero y vivo actualmente en Buenos Aires. Chancho Va a Florencia.
Hola, soy Flor, también diseñadora gráfica, diseñadora de tipografía, miembro de Birras y Letras y fotógrafa. Y estoy en Buenos Aires, soy de Argentina también, trabajo con glyphs, me gustan más los perros que los gatos, y Chancho Va acá.
Bueno, yo soy Carolina, creo que soy la mayor del grupo. Soy la mayor del grupo, ahí está, y tengo que hablar en voz más alta, perdón. Bueno, soy Caro Giovagnoli, soy de Guarda Tipográfica y me sumé a esta locura del Chancho Va nervioso ahora, que me fascinó también, y voy a estar haciendo la parte de dirección técnica, sería.
Sí,
Lo que quieran.
Sos de T vos, sí.
Soy de T. Y soy diseñadora de tipografía también, para variar.
Bien variado el grupo, gente de distintos lugares y cosas.
En otra vida me gustaría ser profesora de italiano, pero bueno, ahora estoy haciendo esto. En fin.
Bueno, ¿y se quieren presentar ustedes, chiquis? ¿Se quieren presentar los jugadores?
Es lo que quería pasar.
Dale.
Te van a tener que presentar, Vivi.
Necesito los nombres para anotarlos en mi lista y así los acomodo cada uno con un archivo.
El mío está en la pantalla.
Digan nombre, dónde están. Bueno, ahora los programas ya sabemos dónde va a estar trabajando cada uno. Sí. Y después igual vamos a seguir hablando. Hay tiempo. Pero con esas 3 cositas avanzamos.
Bueno, mi nombre está en la pantalla.
Muy bien.
Pedro González.
Sí. Paso
Bueno,
más
¿dónde estás?
desapercibido como mi nombre que por mi usuario.
Che, ¿dónde estás? ¿Qué hora es? Contame algo, decía algo.
Estamos al lado de Argentina y son las 6:14 minutos.
Bárbaro.
Muy bien.
Bueno, y Glyphs.
Glyphs.
¿Y qué onda GitHub? Tranca.
De pronto, FontLab.
Bueno, de pronto FontLab. Me gusta.
Con un solo programa.
Uno solo. Vas a usar uno. Para ahora uno elegí.
La opción de que vayan probando distintos programas no la testeamos.
No es justo hoy. No es hoy el día, no
Claro,
no es ahora.
Quiero probar eso hoy.
No, hoy no. Dale. Bueno, ¿quién sigue?
JP.
Espérate, que estoy tratando de encontrar el repositorio.
Bueno, otro entonces.
Ahí, Eli Castellanos.
Eli.
Vamos. Que justo estaba comiendo, ¿no? Chicos, no estamos preparados.
Oh, perdón.
¿Sigo yo?
Sí, dale, Eli.
Bueno, Eli, pero me pueden decir Eli, me gusta más Eli, de hecho. Soy de México. Aquí son las 4:15 y soy diseñador de tipografías. Y va el chancho para Didi Monsalve.
Muy bien, Eli.
Bueno, hola a todos, sí, en silencio. Soy... Con una Monsalve que habla en este grupo ya.
Pero
Hay
no somos
bastante.
primas ni nada, ¿eh? Solo tenemos el mismo apellido. Nada que ver. Sí,
No hay nepotismo aquí, no hay nada.
No.
Nada, soy diseñadora gráfica, diseñadora de tipografía también, egresada de la UBA. Estoy en Colombia, son las 4:15 de la tarde, pega el sol horriblemente. Y nada, ya. Voy a estar trabajando en GitHub, en Glip.
En las dos, muy bien, Vivi. Sí. Chancho Va, ¿quién? Decí Chancho Va a alguien.
Chancho Va a Natalia. Ay, que la agarré con el mate.
Bueno, Natalia Acosta, yo soy de Argentina, diseñadora en comunicación visual. Soy del team siempre paralelo, diseñadora en comunicación visual de La Plata, no soy de la UBA, y de FONLA porque soy team PC.
¡Bárbaro! Me gusta
también,
esta diversidad.
Sí, diversa. Y también egresada de la maestría recientemente, el año pasado, de la UBA, así que eso. Y bueno, le voy a pasar el chancho a la Isa.
Bueno, yo soy Isabel Peña, soy de Ecuador, igual egresada de la maestría de la UBA. Estoy viviendo todavía en Buenos Aires y voy a trabajar con Glyphs. Y le paso el chancho a Juan.
¿Yo?
Sí, ¿cuántos
Yo soy
Juanes
Juan.
hay?
Sí, Juan
hay dos
Villanueva,
Juan.
perdón.
Hay dos
Juan
Juanes.
Villanueva.
No, es que yo creo que todavía tratando de conectar, pero no me sale. Sí. Bueno, soy Juan Villanueva. Yo voy por Juan Kafka en las redes sociales. Soy de Perú originalmente. Vivo ahora en Brooklyn, Nueva York. Son las 5:15 de la tarde. Y bueno, uso RoboFont, FontLab, Glyphs, más que todo Glyphs, pero lo que me pongan de frente yo lo aprendo, no hay problema. Sí se puede. Y bueno, diseño tipografías y también soy docente. Así que si se me va la voz fue porque acabo de acabar clases y...
Yo también.
Sí, pues, no tiene más resistencia. Bueno, y Chancho va a... ¿Quién falta? Otro Juan.
¿Luisa?
Oh, Luisa.
Luisa.
Estás muteada, Luisa. Hoy.
¿No tiene micrófono?
Perdón, mejor así, porque não hablo espanhol. Eu sou brasileira, meu nome é Luísa, moro em Nova York, sou designer gráfica e de tipografia, não sei usar GitHub, estou em pânico.
No tengas problema, lo lograremos.
No pasa nada. Mira, está justo acá Juan Pablo de Gregorio, ahí solucionando sus problemas técnicos, pero Juan estuvo en uno de nuestros tests y él tampoco sabía mucho de GitHub y salió adelante. La verdad que pudo muchísimo llegar como a la ronda número 3. Así que no pasa nada. Relajémonos y saquémonos los fantasmas de que GitHub está... venimos nosotros a decir que está todo bien. Va a venir el colectivo de GitHub y nos va a matar a todos, pero no pasa nada. Para este juego es muy sencillo. Bueno, quedás vos, Juan, para presentar.
Sí, acabo de terminar. Me daba el típico mensaje de error que no me dejaba hacer pull. Así que le puse eliminar, formatear Chancho Va y todo bien. Había que ponerle descartar cambios, algo así.
Discard.
El asunto es que me llamo Juan Pablo de Gregorio, soy el tipógrafo de letritas, soy chileno y vivo en Sabadell, Barcelona, Cataluña, España, Europa. Así que acá son las 23:20, es un poquito tarde, pero para nosotros los diseñadores esto es como las 4 de la tarde. Así que da lo mismo.
La noche están pañales.
Sí, sí, la noche es joven, de un viernes. Recién empieza el día. Sí.
Acá te hago guante, Juan.
¿Cuándo hemos dormido los diseñadores?
Qué bueno.
Bueno.
Bueno,
¿Estamos listos?
Estamos listos, pero lo único que quiero decir, y ya me callo, prometo, y ustedes lo suyo, que estamos jugando bajo el marco de una licencia, porque como vamos a estar dibujando letras entre todos, y en otro test que hicimos salió la duda de, nos pones a trabajar y después vendés estas tipografías. No vamos a vender las tipografías. La idea es que nadie lucre con esto, y tampoco estamos haciendo tipografías, vamos a dibujar como unos alfabetos, y la idea es como meternos ahí como para destrabarnos y hacer cosas que quizás no hubiésemos hecho de otra manera, pero no es que vamos a lucrar ni nosotros, ni ustedes, ni nadie con esto, sino que es un ejercicio nada más. Y decíamos en las reglas, que antes decía Nati, bueno, un poco esto, que es un juego y la idea es como respetar el dibujo de otros y nada más, no vamos a criticar si está bueno el dibujo, si está mal, qué sé yo, no importa. La idea es dibujar y hacer. Así que bueno, y bueno, ya saben todos que esto se está grabando y que se está transmitiendo por YouTube. Y nosotros el domingo vamos a hacer como un editadito donde vamos a mostrar los mejores momentos y también los resultados un poquito más extensos para que toda la comunidad pueda apreciar. Bueno, ahora sí, le paso a Caro. Yo me voy a mutear un toque y tomar agua, y Caro les va a contar el orden que va a tener cada uno de ustedes.
Bueno. Voy a asignar ahora el archivo que tiene que tener cada jugador. Luisa y Pego, si se sienten perdidos por alguna cosa, por favor me avisan. Entonces, ya todos han podido bajar, hacer el pool del repositorio, y en sus computadoras se les ha generado una carpeta en la cual hay 10 carpetas UFO, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Y entonces lo que voy a hacer ahora es darle un número a cada uno. Luisa va a tener el número 1, Vivi va a tener el número 2, Isabel va a tener el número 3, Eli va a tener el número 4, Juan es Kafka y el otro es Juan Pablo. Ahí está. Sí, porque tengo dos Juanes. Claro, Juan es el 5, Nati es el 6, Juan Pablo es el 7 y Pego es el 8. ¿Me olvidé de alguien?
Bueno, yo me olvidé en la presentación de decirles qué voy a hacer yo, que es contar el tiempo. Acuérdense, cada ronda va a tener 5 minutos, donde ustedes tienen que agregar 1 o 2 glifos. Como les decía Caro antes, si hay alguno que queda a mitad de camino con algo, que se mandó a hacer otra cosa, es importante que lo borren y que nada quede incompleto, porque el siguiente jugador va a abrir el archivo y va a arrancar donde quedó. Entonces, si hay algo que quedó a mitad de camino, puede confundir. El tiempo es solo para ordenarnos, no es que si entregan antes o gritan chancho antes van a tener un premio. Aquí no hay premios, no hay presupuesto. Y entonces yo les voy a avisar cuando queden más o menos un minuto, así si hay alguien que está muy colgado, dice tipo, uy, me tengo que poner las pilas, y tengo que cerrar todo y avisarle a Caro y decir chancho, para que Caro va a ir anotando el ordencito en que cada uno va avisando, y después le va haciendo el aviso para subir. Es importante seguir el orden, porque con una cuestión técnica nos crashea todo el repositorio si hacemos las cosas a la vez.
Bueno, ¿arrancamos? ¿Quieren que arranquemos? Ya está, ¿no? Hay mucho cháchara.
Yo no veo aún los archivos, no sé si es que estoy viendo algo mal. Mandé foto de cómo me sale a mí la...
¿Dónde están?
En el desktop. En GitHub, ahí estoy, o sea, hice la copia del repositorio y...
Chancho Va.
Ellos estaban en History, no estaban en Change. Creo que no hicieron abrir los archivos.
¿Cómo, Diogo?
Que ellos tienen la pestaña que está en History, que no está en Change.
Porque yo no estoy
ok.
viendo la foto en mi chat. ¿Ahora los
Sí,
viste, Isa?
Pego.
No, no.
Te hago una cosa por vez.
Solo me sale la
¿Y por
licencia
eso lo
y
puse?
sí, solo me sale la licencia.
¿Ustedes dicen cuándo se
Si no, lo puedo hacer de la de la
Sí,
página,
de
¿no?
la app también. Ángel.
La captura que ella mandó es de GitHub Desktop, no de la carpeta de GitHub que se genera en la compu. Me
Tenés
parece
que
que
irte
tiene
al
que...
repo. Tenés que irte a tu repositorio local. Haces clic para que te muestre la carpeta en tu compu.
Ok. Del lado derecho de la aplicación del desktop tenés uno que dice Open the Visual Studio o con algo así. Y después dice Show in Finder. Si vos haces Show in Finder, te va a abrir la carpeta donde está el repositorio clonado en tu escritorio, en tu computadora.
Bien.
¿Lo
Bueno,
encontraste?
esperemos un ratito a que Isa lo tenga, nadie arranque.
No, por favor.
Así vamos todos igual.
Sí,
Luisa, ¿pudiste?
Todos con la mano en la cara.
¿Conseguiu clonar o repositório?
O repositório está clonado, eu vejo os arquivos no meu Finder, mas eu não vejo os arquivos dentro do programa do GitHub, então eu não sei o que está acontecendo. Aí eu achei que vocês tinham começado, aí eu comecei, aí eu parei, então eu tô perdidaça.
Tu tem que pegar os arquivos do Finder mesmo.
Então tá. E aí eu salvo mesmo no Finder e aí eu faço commit quando tiver na hora de commit. É isso?
Exato.
Isso. Então tá bom.
Perfeito.
Obrigada.
Sí, si alguno se traba con algo, no pasa nada, avísenos, frenamos todo y hasta que no estemos todos a la misma instancia, no avanzamos. Porque si no, igual después no vamos a poder, nos vamos a trabar.
Isa, ¿pudiste encontrar las
O sea,
carpetas?
sí se
o
me
no?
hizo la carpeta, pero no sé a dónde se fue, porque sí estaba en el escritorio, pero ahora no la encuentro.
Bueno.
Y no sé cómo ir al escritorio desde la app.
¿Tenés la pantalla de GitHub Desktop?
Sí.
Ángelo, ¿le mandas una captura?
Del lado derecho tenés No Local Change, Open the Repository with the
No, es que esa es
Editor.
la página que me salía al inicio. Ahora me sale solo la licencia y una ventana que dice Open File in External Program.
Bueno, abajo de eso debería haber un recuadro que dice Show in Finder.
No, Open File in External Program y this binary file has changed.
Ok, ¿te animarías a compartir la pantalla y yo te puedo guiar a lo mejor?
Ok, sí. Ahí se ve.
Exactamente. Hace lo siguiente. Primero que nada, cliquea con botón derecho en Store y en licencia y dale Discard Change. Perfecto. Discard All.
Ok.
Ahí está.
Sí.
Y ahora anda al que está aquí abajo.
Acá está. Bien.
Exactamente.
Ahí me salió todas las carpetas en el Finder.
Exacto. Entonces vas a Show in Finder y ahí va a abrirse la carpeta donde está
Bien. La 3.
Exactamente.
Perfecto, gracias.
Caro,
Bueno,
¿hacés de vuelta el repasito breve de cómo va a ser toda la ronda? Porque Nati no había entrado todavía y hay un par de dudas.
Bueno, entonces, ahora, cada uno va a ir al uso que le corresponde, que le asignamos, que sería Luisa 1, Vivi 2, Isabel 3, Eli 4, Juan 5, Nati 6, Juan Pablo 7 y Pego 8. Lo abre con el programa de dibujo que quiera. Tenemos Fondatiglyph. Lo abre. Cuando abre, mira lo que tiene y dibuja 1 o 2 signos siguiendo la línea de la coherencia que tienen los signos que están allí dibujados. Recuerden que solo pueden dibujar 1 o 2 signos, no más que eso, porque si no el juego se va a terminar muy rápido. Cuando terminan de dibujar, salvan el archivo y cierran. La idea es que se mantenga el formato UFO para que puedan jugar las personas que tienen FONLAB.
Y gritan Chancho Va, y gritan Chancho Va.
Y gritan Chancho Va, si no, no les doy el pase para que puedan seguir jugando. ¿Me entendido?
Perdón, y la
eso
que juega con FONLAB tiene que hacer esto que hicimos hoy de reemplazo el glifo.
Nati, tú tienes la clave secreta.
Usted puede, Nati. Usted tiene todo lo que necesita.
Dime, Pego, ¿qué es lo que hay que hacer? ¿Cuál es la duda?
Cuando estoy dibujando, no tengo que guardar en ningún momento, hasta que me digan.
No, dibujás, guardás. Lo que no tenés que hacer es generar un archivo GLIF. Salvar, no tenés, digamos, haces manzanita S y la magia ocurre.
O sea que vas a guardar en el UFO.
Claro,
no
guardás en el UFO,
formato nativo.
no. Sí.
Sí, eso. Pero por ejemplo, si yo le pongo guardar, tengo que guardar cuando me digan que guarde.
Cuando vos quieras, eso, sentite libre de guardar cada 10 segundos si querés o a los 5 minutos, según la estabilidad de tu conexión y de tu programa.
Ya, vale. Cuando llegue el momento de la otra etapa, les pregunto.
Bueno.
Dale.
Bueno. Quiero primero confirmar, la primera vuelta siempre es un embole, perdón, después esto se vuelve más divertido.
Sí, prometemos. ¿O no?
Claro, no sabemos, es una lotería.
Es una lotería esto. Bueno, arrancamos.
Cada uno confírmeme que puede abrir su archivo correspondiente.
Sí,
y ahí,
ahora sí.
Flor va a empezar a contar los 5 minutos.
Sí.
¿Cualquier
letra era? Perdón, cualquier letra.
Los quiero.
Vos, Vivi, vos sos el 2.
El 2.
Acá en el
bueno, 1, 2, 3, Flor ya empieza a contar. Chau.
Cualquier letra. Cualquier letra. Sí.
Ahí.
1 o 2 letras. 1 o 2 letras del set que tenés habilitado. Del set que tenés ahí a la vista. No armes un diacrítico. No
así
armes,
lo difícil.
No armes nada. No tenés que pensar más que en esto.
Algo que no avisamos, que por ahí está bueno decirlo, que no usen componentes.
No.
Yo ya lo había hecho.
Ya estabas con... ¿Cómo hiciste un componente en un segundo? ¡Qué raro!
Ya lo había programado. No, componente inteligente.
Si algún valiente quiere compartir pantalla y ver cómo genera componentes en 2 segundos.
Ay, sí. ¿Quieren compartir pantalla
Yo me
para la
muero de
gente de
amor.
YouTube?
Yo feliz.
Por favor, te habilitamos a compartir.
También se vale hablar para distraer al compañero.
Oye, pero...
Ay, pero qué lindo fondo.
No se asusten los otros, achiquen la pantalla de Pego y sigan jugando.
Claro, ustedes igual pónganse a dibujar usted. Nosotros no.
Diego, te vas a quedar ciego en 2 años.
Por la I, te la rejugaste.
No, pero por el componente que es...
Para eso querías un componente. Saca el componente. No.
Ya, es que es interesante la I, el componente de la I, miren.
No, ya sé que sí.
No lo hagas.
Por favor, porque compatibilidad FONLAB UFO. No.
Acordate de la diversidad.
¿Y por qué me dicen entonces que lo haga?
No, dijimos que no. No.
Dijimos que compartas pantalla.
Sí.
La concentración.
No se preocupen por espaciar, que después utilizo el espaciador y arreglo todo.
¿Y con esto ya estoy?
Mirá, ahora ya estás. Si querés podés dibujar uno más. Fíjate cómo te sentís.
2 signos hizo.
2.
¿Cómo hizo 2? No, entonces no. Bueno, igual hiciste el mismo signo 2 veces.
Bueno, entonces Pego, grita Chancho Va, te indico cómo subirlo.
Bueno, pegate un save y cerrá.
Vale.
Bueno, Pego, ahora lo que tenés que hacer es lo siguiente. Mostrarnos todas las otras fuentes que estás haciendo. Si querés podés dejar de compartir pantalla.
Ángel, ¿querés poner el coso del resumen?
Perdón. Lo que tenés que hacer ahora es lo siguiente. ahí en la aplicación de GitHub tenés, te va a aparecer en la columna de la derecha que has agregado un archivo i.gif y un archivo j.gif. Y a lo mejor te aparece algún otro archivo que se llama dsstore o lis o distintas cosas. Solamente tenés que comitear el archivo, las dos letras que agregaste. O sea, solamente podemos comitear los archivos .gif. ¿Ok? ¿O no?
No entendí nada.
Bueno, vamos a hacer lo siguiente. Vaya por favor a la aplicación de GitHub
Ya
Desktop.
estoy en ella, sí.
Bueno, en la columna de la izquierda.
Sí, hay unos bufos.
Perdón, Caro, sino que comparta pantalla, así quien tiene dudas puede verla.
Dale.
También.
Ahora sí, compartimos tu pantalla.
La mía.
Diego, porfa. Sí, dale.
Oye, Caro, que el pego también es chileno, entonces que el gobierno a nosotros nos explica con manzanitas.
No empecemos a discutir de política porque nos vamos a
Lo soltamos la política ya.
¿Se ve
bueno,
esto?
Muy bien. Sí. Muy bien, Pego, gracias.
¿Cuánto queda?
El archivo que está arriba de todo.fea, dale botón derecho y descartar cambios. Discard change, exactamente. Discard. Y listo. Y ahora, abajo tenés estos dos archivos, estas dos letras que agregaste, .gif. Fíjate que un poco más abajo dice summary required. Exactamente. Entonces ahí pones round 1 -pego.
Caro, quedan 15 segundos para la primera vuelta.
Perfecto. Abajo, commit to master. Arriba, push origin. Arriba, set.
Perfecto.
Excelente.
Tiempo.
Round-1.
Bueno, no, Juan Pablo, espera un minuto, por favor.
Juan Pablo está en el chat, el texto.
Bueno, entonces ahora vamos a ir por orden con todos los otros. Pego, ¿dejas de compartir pantalla, porfa?
Vale.
Bueno, entonces ahora
muchas gracias.
Vamos a empezar con Luisa, que es la que tiene el archivo número 1. Luisa, não te preocupes.
Eu não consigo nem encontrar a janela do Zoom, gente, está complicado. Eu perdi minha pasta.
Diogo, ¿puedes ayudarme un poco acá? Así ella también se siente más cómoda.
Eu terminei, eu só estou exportando como UFO, mas eu perdi a pasta, eu vou chegar lá. Vocês podem voltar para mim depois?
Luisa, no tenés que exportar como UFO, tenés que solo guardar el archivo, salvar más S sin exportar el UFO.
Então pronto.
Bueno, lo guardaste ya el UFO.
Luisa.
Oi.
Ahora
já está guardado o arquivo? Salvou o arquivo?
Salvei. Eu tenho agora que o commit to master está cinza, eu não sei o que eu faço agora.
Bueno, ¿te animas otra vez a compartir pantalla como hizo Pego?
Ah, tá bom.
Así te puedo contar qué es lo que tenés que hacer. Qué raro que no aparezca nada. Bueno.
¿Y aquí dónde está?
Aquí. No, creo que es Pego que está compartiendo.
Este es Pego, es la misma letra que tenía antes, no es Luisa.
No, Luisa tiene que compartir pantalla, no Pego.
Claro, dije, mira vos, Luisa está haciendo lo mismo que Pego, qué raro esto.
Esto no lo calculamos, como que los participantes estuvieran juntos en la misma compu.
Claro.
Está ahí al lado.
Me resultó
está ahí
raro,
atrás, está como ahí. En el COVID es ilegal esto. Legal en el COVID esto.
Bueno, Luisa.
Okay.
Luisa, compártame su pantalla y yo le digo qué es lo que tiene que hacer.
Caro.
O Diogo, ¿sí?
Ay, system
¿Tendrás
preferences.
alguna
no
pregunta?
puedo.
¿Algún formato especial para el commit, para el mensaje o alguna cosa
Sí,
así?
el que está en el chat.
Ok.
Pero espera la habilitación de Caro, Vivi.
No, pero y si no,
Sí,
que
sí,
vayan
sí,
haciendo,
sí.
¿no?
Sí, sí.
Bueno.
Los que saben cómo hacer el commit pueden ir haciéndolo, no hay problema.
Sí.
Solamente comiten los archivos .glyph, no los otros descártenlos.
Ok.
Bueno, vamos con Luisa. Compartirnos una
Desculpa,
pantalla.
o meu computador não deixa eu compartilhar a tela e eu tô precisando entrar no System Preferences e trocar, e tudo isso é um pesadelo,
No,
mas tá tudo bem.
no te sientas mal. No te das problema.
Ok.
Pudiste salvar el archivo.
O arquivo está salvado, eu não
Bueno.
sei botar ele no master e eu não consigo compartilhar minha tela porque ele não deixa eu...
¿Y en qué estás en Git? ¿Estás en desktop? ¿Estás en cuál
¿Con qué estás
versión de
usando
Git?
GitHub?
Desktop.
Ok.
Ok.
Entonces, en la pantalla del GitHub Desktop, del lado izquierdo, te van a aparecer la lista de los archivos que modificaste. Tenés, por ejemplo, la letra A.glyph y la letra B.glyph.
Sí.
Selecciona, si tenés otros archivos que no sean esos.
ufo.lib.plist, no sé
Bueno,
qué.
a ese archivo seleccionale que tiene un botoncito amarillo al costado, con el botón derecho y dale Discard Change. Y ahora,
okay.
abajo, donde dice Summary, abajo de donde están los dos archivos glyph, un poco más abajo hay un cuadro para escribir el Summary. Ahí escribís Round 1, Luisa. Muy bien.
Commit to master?
Commit to master, push.
Commit to master, push. Obrigada pela paciência.
No, por favor. Estos pasos en la primera vuelta es complejo porque tenemos que adaptarnos, pero después lo podemos ir haciendo un poco más velozmente. No te das problema.
¿Quiénes comitearon ya? Así los anotamos.
Levanten la mano los que han comiteado.
A mí me saltó un error.
Bueno.
Seleccioné solamente las dos letras que modifiqué, .glyph, puse el summary, puse push y me salió newer commits on remote.
Sí, primero entonces hace pull, anda arriba.
Me sale push origin.
Sí, está bien. Dale.
Okay. Y me vuelve a salir newer commits on remote.
Bueno, entonces.
Y me sale cancel o fetch.
Sí.
Fetch, no era que decía Andrés Fetch.
¿Quieres que comparta, por si acaso?
Dale, si querés.
Yeah.
Ahí.
Exacto, fetch. Ahora, fíjate que arriba dice pull origin. Dale pull origin. Y ahora, fíjate que tenés un montón de archivos que no son .glyph. Entonces, todos los archivos que no son .glyph hay que descartarlos.
Ok.
No.
Uy. Ay, no. No era descartar.
Sí, pero había dos archivos glyph. No todos.
Andate a tu archivo de glyph y volvé a salvar, ¿no? A tu info en glyphs y salva, o en donde estés dibujando.
Sí.
¿Lo tenías ahí?
Lo había cerrado ya.
¿No lo puede subir otra persona?
Bueno, vamos con la...
pero tiene los glifos de ella.
Claro, ese es el asunto. Bueno.
A ver, sí están los glifos que hice.
Hagamos así.
El archivo.
Están en el archivo, pega un save entonces, a ver si vuelve a aparecer acá. O sea, ponele un save. Estoy hablando muy en argentino, ¿no? Pegale un save, ¿qué digo?
Sí, ya
hace save.
Sí.
Bien.
hace commit summary.
En el summary pone tipo
Bueno.
round 1.
Un segundo.
Dale, sí.
Fíjate, Isa, fíjate que el primer archivo es store, el segundo es fea, el segundo es feliz, el tercero es feliz, el cuarto es feliz y el quinto es feliz. No hay ninguno que sea el glif. O sea, no aparece ninguna letra que hayas modificado.
Entonces no lo hizo, sí.
No,
Pero,
exactamente.
¿y cómo?
Perdón, tal vez lo que podríamos hacer
En el history.
es crear un branch aparte de master y entonces cada quien trabajar en su propio branch y al final unimos todo.
Ya lo probamos.
Eso ya lo probamos y es un caos.
Sí,
porque después
ya
cada
probamos.
uno va a tener que seguir trabajando en los otros, entonces se van multiplicando. ¿Puedo probar algo en history?
Sí.
A ver.
¿Qué pasa si es que ahora, digamos, moví solo un nodo y lo volví al mismo lugar para poder poner save de nuevo?
Sí, ahí está, a ver.
Save. Ahí puse save y
Ahí está.
me salió.
Sí,
ahí apareció.
Ok.
Bueno.
Ahora tienes que mover el otro archivo que dibujaste.
Ah, tengo que... Ajá.
Eso, move el otro.
El otro
Ahí está,
grifo.
muy bien, Juan.
Muy atento, Juan Pablo. Se ganó la remera que vamos a hacer.
Ahí están
Sí.
los dos que dibujé.
La remera de Chancho Va para Juan.
No,
Esos dos,
sí.
Un segundo, no.
esos dos son los que vas a hacer. Por eso, esos dos está bueno que los veas. El resto es los que descartás, no esos dos. Está bien.
Estos, entonces discard.
Exactamente.
Sí.
Gracias. Discard, encantada de la vida.
Y ahora round.
Esto no, eso. Ahí. Round 1.
Yeah.
Commit to master.
Sí.
Exactamente.
Sí.
Y push ahí.
Chancho Va.
Push.
Bueno,
Chancho Va.
Disculpen.
No, por favor.
No.
Deje de compartir.
Ay, sí.
La primera vuelta es estresante, después se relaja.
Después se relaja todo.
Yo quiero confirmar ahora que todos han hecho sus correspondientes pushes.
Yo no hice push, pero subí todo, pero no hice push. Hago push y ya está, ¿con eso?
Sí. Commit, escribí el commit y hace commit to master push.
A mí me sale un error que dice que
¿Por qué?
fueron rechazados los cambios porque el máster tiene trabajo que no tengo localmente y que es porque está como arriba de donde yo estoy, entonces que le tengo que dar git pull.
Exacto.
Ya le di git pull y ahora le di push, pero me sale lo mismo.
Bueno, entonces el asunto de dejarlos hacer push cuando ustedes querían realmente fue un desastre. Perdón, vamos a hacer lo siguiente, Eli.
Perdón, parece que ya, pero déjenme revisar.
Bueno, la próxima vez lo vamos a hacer en orden, sin hacer, la anarquía no nos está llevando a ningún lugar bueno.
Oh, no.
Era una ilusión.
Había que pasar por ahí para darnos cuenta. Es así, como el peronismo, es así. Bueno, lo dije.
Yo te puedo decir los que sí veo subidos. El de Juan está, el de Vivi también, el de Eli también lo veo, el de Isa también.
Bien.
Y el de Pego, que era el primero, sí.
Juan
No sé,
Pablo y
sí,
Juan,
no. ¿El mío no se ve?
Sí.
No.
¿Y el de Nati?
El mío, si no se ve el mío, no, porque me saltó un error a mí también. O sea, lo había subido todo, hice todo, reemplacé los archivos, todo, estaba esperando para dar push cuando me dijeran porque no quería hacer lío.
Muy bien. Entonces, antes de hacer nada, Nati, primero hace el pull para actualizar el repositorio.
Ahora dice push origin.
Pero antes, ¿y ahora pudiste?
Cuando puse pull, me saltó un cartel y me decía algo del Fletcher.
Dale Fletch.
Toqué y me dice las flechas de mina, bueno, y me dice push. Ahora.
Sí,
¿ves?
encantada de la vida.
Qué estrés.
Me dice que algunos no
nervios.
están.
Qué nervios que tengo, no puedo más. Necesito que se complete esta ronda. No, pero no te sientas mal, me siento mal yo, vos no tenés nada que ver conmigo.
Comparto para que veas el cartel que me sale.
Ay,
A ver.
sí, dale.
No sé qué está
Porque
compartiendo ahí.
esta angustia de no ver por qué
¿Están viendo
sufrimos.
esta?
Sí.
No sé qué monitor
Sí.
están viendo.
Para que corra estas ventanas. Dale, Fetch.
No, para. No estrés.
No, sí, después de acá.
Por favor.
Dale, Fetch.
Viernes a la
Fetch.
tarde.
No puedo más. No. 7 de la mañana arrancamos hoy
Ahora
a
dale,
preparar todo esto.
Full acá, es lo mismo.
Eso
Sí.
sí es lo mismo.
Piensa que en este momento hay gente que está a las 23 horas.
Dale otra vez, ahí.
Caro, Juan Pablo.
23:50.
Bueno.
No. Acá son unas buenas 6:40 y bueno, es bastante también.
La noche joven, la noche joven.
Lo lograste, Nati.
¿Apareció?
¡Éxito! Chicos,
Vamos,
éxito.
Chancho Va.
¡Lo logramos! Bueno, ahora, antes de arrancar la 2, que va a ser más aliviada, todos hacen pull al unísono. Cuando les digo 1, 2 y 3, pull. Vayan al botón y hagan pull. Así todos actualizan el repo a lo que hay hecho.
Diego, ¿querés decir en portugués? Hagan pull.
Perdón, pull o fletch es lo mismo o no?
No,
¿Por qué yo tengo fletch?
Hace un pull.
En el texto,
Nati,
en
está
el,
bien porque
en
vos
el
fuiste
history me aparece de Nati, no me aparece el round. Ah, sí, round 1 Nati, sí, está bien.
Bueno, listo, entonces, todos bien, todos pull, todos
Lo hice
pull.
2 veces.
No pasó nada, todos pull, listo.
Bueno,
¿Qué hay que
entonces,
hacer ahora?
¿todos han hecho pull?
¿Qué hay que hacer ahora?
Pull. Arriba,
¿Pero
arriba
dónde?
a la derecha.
Donde dice Fetch.
Perdón, en la carpeta de GitHub, en la carpeta, sí, en la pantalla de GitHub,
Dale,
donde
Fetch.
antes diste push, ahora apreta ahí.
Fetch
Fetch origin.
Sí.
Fetch origin y después pull, sí.
Ah, vale.
Perfecto.
Ya, ahora sí.
Bueno, ahora vamos a hacer la rotación de archivos. Entonces, Luisa, vas a jugar con el número 2. Vivi, vas a jugar con el número 3. Isa, vas a jugar con el 4. Eli, vas a jugar con el 5. Juan, vas a jugar con el 6. Nati, vas a jugar con el 7. Juan Pablo va a jugar con el 8. Y Pego va a jugar con el 1.
El orden está en el chat por si alguien se pierde. Está ahí. Caro, ¿querés hablar con Nati? Bueno,
Ok.
y le doy a Flor el tiempo. En 1, 2, vamos. Listo.
Ah, ya.
5 minutos, sí, dale. Pues, sí. Ustedes
Ahora
son
ya
super
está,
pro.
esta es la
Todos
vuelta
son
dos.
re pro, vamos. Dibujemos, chiquis.
Isa, ¿me
Son
puedes
dos
confirmar
letras.
si ves la N y la O en mi archivo? Bueno, en el 4. Nada más tengo dudas.
A ver,
Sí.
yo me puedo fijar. ¿Sí?
Ángel, sí. Caro, Nati no estaba pudiendo hacer pull. Me puso.
Igual
O
no
ya
sé,
está.
tengo la carpeta con todas las 10, no sé, estoy haciendo
Bueno,
bien.
listo.
¿Está
Sí.
bien?
Está bien.
Listo. Abrí mi archivo y laburo ahí, listo.
Sí.
Exactamente.
Ay, qué relax.
Pero Nati,
ahora.
¿habrás hecho pull como para que te vengan los cambios de lo que estuvieron dibujando recién?
Eli, ¿lo tuyo lo resolviste o...?
Tiene el 7,
Está sin
Ángel,
el-
fíjate. Fíjate cuántos tenía antes. Chequea eso.
Tenés el micrófono apagado, Nati.
Chancho Va.
Perdón, tengo, bueno.
Pará, ¿quién dijo Chancho Va?
Sí, pero está haciendo jotas.
Diego, ¿pero qué onda, loco? ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué
Va a venir la
pasa?
vuelta.
Está dibujando todas I.
4 glifos.
Dice la Z,
4
la P y
glifos
la P.
faltan entonces.
Y L es y
Faltan.
J, ¿qué hace?
La P y la P.
¿Qué pasa? Bueno,
Momento, tenemos que
No
solucionar
es
algo.
No
Esperen,
es
esperen.
entonces.
momento,
Caro.
Pegó. Banca un
Caro,
toque.
te cedo la...
Caro.
Bueno, no sé cuál es el problema que estás teniendo, Nati.
Nada, yo pongo fletch, pero no me aparece en ningún momento pull. Pongo fletch,
Bueno,
fletch
es porque
origin,
ya
no
está
aparece.
hecho, porque ya se hizo. O sea,
Y
no hay que hacer nada.
abrí la carpeta 7 y tengo 4 glifos.
¿Está bien?
Ah, me dijeron que faltaban, por eso lo cerré.
Ah, a
Y
ver.
no, alguien más dibujó un par de glifos que ahí no están.
Pero no empezábamos con 2 o 3.
Claro, no
No,
pasa
empezamos con
nada.
4.
Después vemos qué pasó con este archivo.
Sí, después vemos qué pasó y lo unimos nosotros, Ángel. Ya fue.
Bueno,
ya
dale.
fue.
Ya, sí.
Bueno, Tego, si vos ya terminaste, sabés cómo es el asunto. Escriba el commit.
Descartar los que no son.
Descartás lo que no son.
Sí.
Primero, escribís el commit round 2 ahora. Tego.
Sí, primero descarto y después el commit.
Exactamente, sí, por favor.
¿Cuánto tiempo queda, Flor?
2 minutos 14.
Bueno, no se cuelguen, ¿eh? No se cuelguen.
Exactamente.
Vamos. Ahí yo quiero ver qué está pasando. Nadie me comparte pantalla.
Y ahora push.
Todo este estrés y ni siquiera veo por qué me estreso porque nadie me comparte una pantalla. Yo no puedo así. Mirá, tipo, vemos caras nada más. No parecemos diseñadores de tipografía. Vamos. Demos el ejemplo.
Vemos caras, no corazones.
Juan Pablo tiene cara de estar haciendo una S divina.
Juan Pablo tiene cara de estar haciendo una S.
Hermoso, unas curvitas ahí.
Vemos glifos, no corazones.
1 minuto y medio.
1 minuto y medio. ¡Ah! Los corazones también son tipografía, ¿sabes? Porque
¿sí?
hay emojis. Están en Unicode.
Qué bueno, che, me encanta. Buenísimo.
Che, qué divertido. Ay, me re divierte ver lo que dibujan.
¿Y se puede arreglar otros glifos que no estén?
No,
que estén...
no vale.
Eso es.
No hay que tocar los
Te
demás.
corta el dedo.
Institucional.
Listo.
No vale meter mano en los glifos de otros.
Y no se puede decir listo. Se dice Chancho Va.
Chancho Va.
Hay alguien que está comentando, nos están viendo, y hay alguien que comenta que necesitamos un branch en GitHub que se llame Eva Perón y yo no puedo más.
Paren todo, 30 segundos.
No llores por mí. Bueno,
Acuérdense que
no sé.
una letra está bien, ¿eh?
Una letra está bien.
No se autoexijan.
Igual con para French para adelante, hay que meter una ronda flash así como de 4 signos. Hay que meter un...
Para morir con la ansiedad.
Bueno, chicos, me pusieron a conducir, es un problema de ustedes.
Tiempo. Manitos arriba.
Drive yourself, manejate, Flor.
Bueno, tranquilidad. Dale. Ahora lo vamos a hacer en orden. No van a hacer los push cuando ustedes quieran. Solamente cuando yo les diga. ¿Ok? Bueno, ¿quién quiere empezar? Listo. Vivi. Vivi, tú.
Yo.
Por favor, sí, vos vas a hacer el primer push. Antes haces primero pull.
No, estoy en el command line. ¿Quieres que añado todo? Veo que se modificaron font info, kerning, layer content.
Todo eso, no modifiques, no subas absolutamente nada que no sea un punto glyph.
Que no sea un punto glyph.
Solamente tenés que subir los puntos glyph, lo otro no. Lo otro descartalo.
Ok.
Y que no sea parte del background.
Juan ya subió el suyo.
Sí, se me pasó.
Está bien, no, pero así vamos anotando.
No, es que me tienen que avisar así yo me los pongo aquí, perdón.
Ahí está.
Todo bien, Chancho
Pero
Va.
hasta hace 5 segundos dijiste, Caro, que vos eras como la ring leader, que si vos no decías no, y ahora estás como anotamos. No.
Bueno, es que ya me conocen. No me sale.
Estoy lista para subir, subo.
Sí.
¿Cómo?
Estoy lista para subir, lo subo.
No.
¿Quién me habló?
Isa.
¿Cómo era?
Primera punto. Lo primero que tenés que hacer es pull, en donde está el botón de fetch, apretarlo ahí para hacer pull de todo lo que se modificó de tus otros compañeros.
Nombre del participante. Muy bien.
Me sale
Ok.
fetch y...
Está bien, apretalo.
Lo que hice fue borrar los que no eran punto .glyph.
Escucha lo que te voy a decir primero.
Sí.
Lo primero que tenés que hacer es hacer pull para poder actualizar el repositorio a el archivo que subió Pego y al archivo que subió Juan.
Okay.
Después haces el discard de los archivos
ok.
que no son punto .glyph. Después escribís el commit. Después haces el commit to push y después el push. Ese sería el paso a paso.
Se supone que está hecho, Caro. Por favor, ¿confirmas? ¿Te haya llegado bien?
Ángel, tú, confirme eso. Isa, ¿estás bien ahí?
Sí, listo. Ahí salió.
Muy bien, excelente.
Sí,
bueno,
bien.
entonces Isa ya está.
Lo de Vivi ya está, ¿eh? Sí.
¿Puedo
Bueno.
probar?
Eli, te toca a vos. Entonces, primero pull, descarta todos los otros archivos que no son glyph.
Sí, ya.
Escriba el round 2 Eli y comité solamente los glyphs que agregaste. Todo lo otro descarto.
Ok. ¿Alguien podría confirmar si sirve? Yo solo hice la E del archivo 5.
Sí.
Gracias.
Ángel.
Acá veo a Eli. Lo de Nati no lo veo.
No, todavía no, estamos con Eli
No,
solamente.
no lo subió, no lo
Ah,
subió. No.
ok, sí. Pego Juan, Vivi y Eli ya están.
Bueno, ahora le tocaría a Luisa. Luisa, ¿te animas? Entonces, primero arriba, donde está el botón que dice fetch, aprieta ahí hasta que aparezca pull y aprieta pull.
Ok.
Después, del otro lado de la ventana, selecciona los archivos que no son glyph y descartalos.
Sí. Hecho.
Después, abajo, en donde dice summary, escribes round 2, Luisa, commit to push y push.
Commit y push.
Y push arriba. Muy bien, Luisa.
Perfecto.
Y nos queda...
Chancho Va.
Nos queda Nati. ¿Vos de quién era?
Salió con el chancho.
Nati,
Yo
ahora vos.
primero hago flecha.
Claro, para poder hacer el pull. Apretá ese botón y te va a aparecer después pull.
Bien, ahí está, hago
Muy
pull.
bien. Ahora, tenés las letras que agregaste punto .glyph. Escribe el commit round 2 Nati. Push. Commit to push, push.
Bueno.
¿Funciona?
Espero.
Estoy en apnea. Prometí no respirar hasta que me digas que sí.
¿Alguien que me confirme?
A ver.
Angelina.
A ver. Chan. ¡Sí!
¿Sí?
Muy bien.
Chancho Va.
Ahora Juan Pablo.
Ya lo
JP.
hice.
Oh, avísame.
Sí dije.
No estoy distraída, perdón.
Díscolos.
Entonces, ahora vamos a la vuelta número 3, y esto está excelente. Vimos que la vuelta número 2, el trance de subir los archivos fue mucho más rápido, así que está perfectísimo. Cada vez mejor.
Momento. El de Juan Pablo no lo veo.
Juan Pablo, ¿me la canchereaste?
Canchereaste
sí,
ahí.
Sí.
Hiciste la chilena, la gran chilena.
Lo hice hace 3 minutos. Ahí
A
dice.
ver, ¿para qué te digo?
Round 2, veo Pego, Juan, Vivi, Eli, Luisa, Nati.
¿Pusiste el summary?
¿Qué es
¿Por qué
un summary?
en el chat está exactamente la misma lista en el 1 y el 2?
No está la misma.
Fue un error del titulito. Sí.
Vale. Aquí me dice que está enviado.
¿Qué queda, Ángel?
Juan. Ay,
Dice round 2, Juan Pablo de Gregorio.
Para un poco. Bueno,
No sé
hay
por
que
qué yo no
decirlo.
lo veo.
La gente que no es argentina no puede hablar así del peronismo. Nosotros solos podemos hablar de peronismo.
¿Vos no lo ves, Caro?
Yo no, no, pero bueno, te creo.
Pero, a ver, es cosa de abrir el archivo 8 y ver si tiene la I o la P. El UFO. Eso es lo que hice.
¿Puedes hacer eso, Ángel?
No. Sí, una I sí.
Ya, ¿y la P?
No.
La P no está. Bueno, lo abro de nuevo.
En el archivo 8 la P no está.
Bueno, quizás la tenés que soltar a la P, Juan. Y
No,
listo.
es la de su nombre.
No, que vuelva a intentar.
Bueno,
Basta
fíjate
eso.
rapidito. Rapidito.
Chile.
Siempre alguna letra se pierde. Siempre hay como alguna letra que se
Ya nos pasó.
Sí, en el test
Claro.
yo perdí un par de letras por el camino.
Y bueno. Pero te quejaste, no te quejaste, Ángel, seguiste adelante.
No nos hagas trampa, por favor. No estés dibujando otra letra.
No.
Dale, Juan.
La está haciendo ahora.
No, sí, lo veo porque lo ha hecho. Con nosotros ahí lo ha hecho. Ignoró todos nuestros warnings. Tipo, no lo hagas, salí de ahí. Va a dibujar.
Todo de nuevo.
Y este nodo
¿Le,
por aquí.
le tengo que poner lo mismo? El round 2, todo eso.
Sí, porfa.
Sí. Lo mismo.
Bueno.
Por suerte era una geométrica así modular.
Ahora, ¿no?
Por suerte, ¿para quién? ¿Para nosotros?
Para él, si la tuvo que dibujar de vuelta rápido.
A ver.
Soy un genio, pero no tanto.
Modestia aparte.
Bueno, ¿listo?
Bueno,
¿ya está?
¿están todos?
¿Tenés tiempo para hacer chiste o entregaste la letra? ¿Ya está esto o no?
Esto está todo subido hace mucho rato ya.
Bueno, listo. Entonces, Caro, ¿qué te parece si arrancás el 3? El round 3.
¿Nos frizó, Caro?
Ay, Caro quedó estatua. Bueno, listo. Si Caro quedó estatua, se sigue adelante.
Acá estoy, acá tengo se me reconectó.
Estatua.
Oh. Bueno,
Juan Pablo, te hago una consulta.
importante ahora.
Vos estás subiendo en el...
Para empezar la vuelta 3.
¿En el qué?
En el Chancho Va, ¿no? En esa carpeta.
¿En la que tiene los 10? Yo supongo que sí.
Sí.
¿Por qué? ¿Por qué no aparece?
Bueno, Ángel, soltalo, como el otro.
Ay, mierda.
Hay una carpeta que se llama Chancho Va. Dentro hay una que se llama Chancho
8.
Test, que tiene 10 subcarpetas. Y dice UFOs fuera de juego.
Bien, esa está trabajando.
¿Esa no es? Ese es el link.
Bueno, ¿sabés qué? Vos estás jugando solo, está bien.
A ver.
Bueno, listo.
¿Qué voy a ganar?
¿Qué sé yo? ¿Viste? Se le fue
Está
el wifi
en
a
el
Caro.
repo equivocado.
Sí, está en el repo equivocado. Bueno, Juan, seguís jugando solito ahí.
Qué macana.
¿Qué te parece? ¿Qué te parece?
¿En qué carpeta está JP?
Está en
En la que-
otra.
en la que
Está en
dice ahí.
otra. Está en una de hace 3 semanas. Ahí está.
Es que mira, yo me meto al de la página del Glyph
Yeah.
y me sale esto. Se lo voy a inventar a la Caro.
La Caro no está.
Claro,
No,
lo
Caro,
puede ver por
está
YouTube.
está
Caro.
reconectando.
Ahora se fue a dormir, es re tarde allá.
Se fue a dormir.
Se cansó y se fue.
Caro dijo eject.
Dejó
Caro
todo
hizo-
acá.
Caro aprovechó la virtualidad como todos nosotros quisiéramos aprovecharla.
¿Le volví a compartir el link en el chat?
Es que el link de Glyph que está en el chat me manda a una página que no existe.
Claro,
Entonces,
porque es un repositorio privado.
Porque es privado, le tienen que dar el acceso. Sí, pero Caro le dio el acceso, ¿no?
no,
Sí,
Ahí viene Caro, mira.
Digo en eso, fíjate desde la aplicación de volver a clonarlo, de última eliminar la carpeta y volver a clonarlo, tomando el nombrecito. Pero ahí te chequeo a ver lo del...
Asegúrate de
O sea, quiero decir que
el archivo antes.
no es el que dice test, ese es viejo, es el de
No,
Chancho.
sí sé. Pero es que el otro, al otro que dice, al que me mandan por el chat, no me deja entrar. Me sale error.
Y no, si no
Que la
te
página no
invitan,
existe.
¿Y ahora? ¿Cómo seguimos?
Bueno, ya está, Juan.
¿Cómo lo podemos
Eliminado.
agregar?
Ya está.
¿Cómo lo agregamos?
Estás como... La verdad que, qué sé yo, estoy cansada.
Mira,
No, el trabajo que ha hecho Juan se lo puede pasar a alguno de nosotros mientras
Ahí
él se
está.
vincula con la
No,
carpeta
vos
que es,
seguís
luego
haciendo y
sí.
después nosotros hacemos el mashup. Ahí está. La propuesta
mira,
de Viviana me parece
o se lo
espectacular.
mando por WhatsApp a la.
Sí, 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 alguno de nosotros y lo subimos, lo incluimos.
Pero ¿y
en
cómo
el grupo
sabemos
que
cuál hizo?
corresponda. Porque
No, el tema,
él nos
no, que
dice,
siga Juan.
Sí.
Juan nos dice qué letras hizo, en qué UFO, las incluimos y hacemos el commit diciendo trabajo de Juan o algo así.
Y se pueden mandar los
Se las
archivos por aquí
suman.
también, de hecho. Por Zoom.
Le suman a las que hicieron los demás.
Exacto. Sí, sí, sí.
Sí, es lo mejor.
Entonces me tendría que alguien mandar el que. Ya. Entonces voy a mandar todo lo que hice.
Entonces por eso yo no veía las letras del archivo 7, porque... no, Juan Pablo... Sí, ¿no? Juan no está... No, no dije nada. No, porque pensé que era que yo no veía, que tenía esos 4 grifos nada más cuando hago...
No deja mandar archivos UFO por este chat de aquí.
Bueno, mientras tanto, podemos o conocernos más.
Hablar de peronismo.
Yo voy tirando opciones. Podemos conocernos más, podemos soltarlo a Juan como quien, tipo Titanic, como bueno, lo soltamos a Juan. Podemos, no sé, voy tirando opciones, votamos.
No, ahora la perdemos a Muki, pero bueno.
Después, en otro momento. ¿Cómo? ¿Qué dije?
¿Te quedaste?
Se cortó, no escuché.
No te muevas.
Me quedé frisada,
te
me quedé
mandé-
frisada.
Sí.
Pero son muchas conexiones desde Argentina. Está implosionando nuestra única antena que tenemos, la
Optimus
única.
Prime
La
hubiese
única
entendido.
antena está muriendo. Bueno.
Yo lo que propongo es que alguien que tenga derechos de administrador en el repositorio le dé acceso a Juan. Para que vuelva
No sé, se lo voy a mandar a
copiarlo.
la Viviana.
Y mientras, los demás podemos seguir en lo que alguien soluciona junto con Juan ese problema técnico. Y los demás
Sí, Flor
podríamos
estaba
seguir.
chequeando Flor estaba chequeando eso mientras yo hacía el vivo de sacarles una charla, pero Eli, si querés, let's keep it real. O sea, hablemos de los problemas que tenemos en el repositorio. O sea, hablemos
No,
de...
mira, le mandé un zip a Viviana, al mail que me mandó, y ella los descarga y los sube a mano.
Sí, voy. Ya,
Sí, pero
lo acabo de recibir.
el problema de eso es que cada vez que hagas un cambio vas a tener que estar haciendo
No,
lo
la idea es
mismo.
que mientras yo estoy haciendo esto pueden ir dándole los
Ángel,
accesos a Juan Pablo.
Mira un toque el chat. Un toque el chat, Ángel. Acá estoy, no sé. ¿Quién? ¿Vos, Flor, estabas mirando los permisos?
Sí. Por eso ahí esa es la consulta. Sigan la charla y nosotros solucionamos los problemas.
Bueno, sigan, charlen, conózcanse. Mira quién volvió.
La dinámica, preséntense, por favor.
Preséntense de vuelta. Digan otra cosa. Algo distinto. No
¿Gatos
sé.
o perros?
¿Gatos
Bueno.
o perros? Qué linda pregunta.
Perros.
Perros.
¿En dónde se quedaron? ¿Ya hicieron todo?
No, Caro, no. Juan está jugando en el pasado, como Volver al Futuro. Está jugando hace 3 semanas, Juan, Pablo, en otra carpeta. Sí,
Está en
solito, solo.
Me invitaron
Bueno,
mal.
No te hagas problema
No
que
te
después,
imitamos mal.
después tomo... No, después tomo esos archivos y los trato de juntar con estos. No te hagas
Es lo que
problema.
les decía,
estoy
que
haciendo
siga
ya.
jugando.
Lo
Que
estoy
siga
haciendo
jugando.
ya.
La
Sí,
cosa es que
sí,
no
sí.
se pisen las letras después porque no sabemos las
Claro,
que
exacto.
Y
Por
lo
eso.
vayan
Hay
a
variables.
Esperen que ya
en
lo
el
estoy
chat.
subiendo.
Las letras de...
Viviana lo está subiendo, Caro.
Sí, estoy... Juan, en el UFO 8 sería la P, ¿cierto?
La P y la I.
Y la I. Ah, todo bien. Ah, pero la I ya estaba.
Bueno, la
listo.
dibujan.
Ah, alguien más hizo otra vez la I, claro, como no.
Y la I todos la quieren hacer.
Bueno, chicos, todos están haciendo la I también. Vamos a tener que controlar esto un poquito.
No sean...
Pero
Quédate con
bueno,
la que,
te voy a
quédate con la
dejar...
que más te gusta a ti.
Oh,
Todo
no.
este tiempo y hacer una I, o sea, pasaron 3 horas y
No,
hicimos
voy a
una
quedar,
I.
o sea, el archivo ya tenía una I y voy a dejarte solamente la P, que es la única que veo que no estaba. ¿Todo bien? Bien. ¿Listo?
Sí, la I no vale la pena todo este esfuerzo.
Entonces,
Oye, pero-
háganlo ustedes. Cuando
La
entreguen los archivos.
letra... Nosotros hicimos, después te mostramos, pero...
Hagan las que ya son más fáciles.
No, cuando nosotros empezamos a jugar, en realidad jugamos con mayúsculas, minúsculas y números. Con eso arrancamos. Somos bastante sadistas también nosotros. Es como que dijimos, bueno.
Bueno, escúchenme una cosa, porque lo que quiero saber es, JP, ¿vos en qué repositorio estás trabajando?
Mira, hay uno que dice, a ver, hay uno que dice Chancho Va,
Sí.
slash Chancho Test.
No, el de Chancho Test no, el otro.
Ya, pero es que ¿qué otro? No hay otro.
Ah, ok.
Es
Entonces,
que alguien le tiene que dar acceso a...
dame, por
Claro.
eso, dame tu usuario de GitHub.
Caro está en el WhatsApp.
Mi usuario es
Bueno,
No, me lo
Caro ya se lo...
JP
Me
de
lo pueden
Gregorio.
mandar acá en el chat así ya, porque ya tengo 30.000 millones de ventanas abiertas.
Es que Flor ya le mandó el acceso. Dáselo en el repo si querés. Confirmalo ahí.
Fíjate,
Bueno,
Juan,
mientras la idea de gatos y perros a mí me gustaba para charlar un poco. ¿Qué les
Yo
gusta
tengo 2
tomar?
gatos.
¿Están tomando más alcohol ahora que estamos todos cerrados? Yo creo que sí. ¿No? ¿Nadie toma
No.
alcohol?
No.
No, para
Me
nada.
hacen sentir una alcohólica.
Ayer
Ni
tiré...
siquiera una
Salgo
manzana
derrotadísima de este Zoom. O sea, salgo muy mal anímicamente si nadie me acompaña.
Ah, no, espera.
Juan Pablo, ahí te mandé
No,
por mail.
Ese, el segundo, Warney.
¿Cuántos rounds son?
No, es que lo que pasa es que con el otro tuve problemas.
Barney como Barney.
Sí, como Barney.
Es como
Ahí
Journey.
te tendría
Sí.
que haber llegado por mail la invitación para ser colaborador del, ¿cómo se llama? Del repositorio de Chancho Va.
Es que no me llegó. Me
A
llegó el
veces
contrato,
tarda como, yo ya he tenido esa experiencia, tarda como 1 o 2 minutos en
1 o 2
llegar
días.
cuando se
1 o 2
manda la
días.
invitación.
JP de Gregorio @gmail, ¿sos vos?
Sí.
Dale actualizar muchas veces.
Está
No
cruzando
vayan
el
a subir
Atlántico.
nada, por favor, hasta que no suba esto. Please, please.
Por 10. JP. ¿Por qué no hacemos eso de que después le actualizan los archivos a JP?
No, no falta nada. Tranquilo.
Para que sigamos.
Todo bien, no falta nada.
No, no falta nada.
Sí, sigamos. Yo me estreso.
¿Cuánto hace que diseñan letras, por ejemplo?
Muki, estás estresada desde el principio.
Yo estoy estresada desde marzo, pero bueno, a mí no me tomen como un parámetro de nada. Yo ya está.
Chancho Va.
Vamos.
Vamos,
Escúchame,
vamos,
¿hace
Juan.
cuánto que diseñan letras? Dijo Caro. Me gusta la pregunta.
1 hora y 20.
Muy bien, me encanta.
Vamos. Bueno, bien. ¿Cómo fue esta hora 20? bien? Que quisieras seguir haciéndolo? ¿Te ves como en un futuro, en esta hora 20? ¿Podés proyectar un futuro en esta hora 20?
Sí, totalmente. Ya hice como 3 glifos.
Vamos, ¿sabes que eso es un cuarto de una tipografía? Es muchísimo.
Ya está. Y acá con esto me siento casi hacker. Estoy en
Olvídate. De acá salís empoderada. Esto es lo que
totalmente.
Chancho Va, Chancho Va.
Lo lograste.
¡Vamos, Viviana!
Acá te pongo los 5. Bueno.
¿Qué están hablando ahora?
Por favor,
No
Caro.
sabemos. Es como la vida, sí.
Bueno, listo. Caro, manejá vos un ratito.
Bueno, entonces, ¿estamos todos en orden? Sí, obviamente. Vamos a hacer lo siguiente. Todos los jugadores vamos a empezar la ronda número 3 y vamos a hacer pool en este momento. En donde estaba fetch, aprieten fetch muchas veces hasta que aparezca pool. Cuando aparece pool, hacen pool.
Perdón, ¿sí o sí tiene que aparecer pool?
Sí.
Bien.
A lo mejor no porque ya apretaste antes, porque ya pasó tanto tiempo que...
Ahora sí me apareció.
Sí, ahora me apareció pool, pero antes no me aparecía, por eso digo, apretaba fetch 1000 veces y no me aparecía, pero igual
Si
me
no-
aparecían los...
No,
el
si no aparece es porque no es necesario. No se hagan problemas. Bueno, entonces ahora vamos a rotar de nuevo. Luisa, vas a jugar con el archivo número 3. Vivi, vas a jugar con el 4. Isa, vas a jugar con el 5. Eli, vas a jugar con el 6. Juan, vas a jugar con el 7. Nati, vas a jugar con el 8. Juan Pablo, vas a jugar con el 1. Y Pego, vas a jugar con el 2. Y hay que recuperar tiempo, así que a lo mejor les saco un minuto.
Bueno, quiero pulgarcitos de que todos encontraron el archivo.
No, yo estoy fuera.
¿No? ¿No te llegó? Me parece que...
No, sí, pero es que no encuentro el repositorio, no me parece en el es que estoy puro retrasando el juego, entonces no...
No te das problema, Juan. Hagamos lo siguiente. Digamos, lo que si querés jugar, seguí en el repo en el que estaba jugando antes y después yo sumo esos glifos y si están duplicados serán alternate. Me resulta divertido ver cómo 2 personas en una misma familia han dibujado una I.
Sí, que siga.
Es que lo más interesante de esta conferencia es eso,
Podría
realmente.
ser como ¿cuántas versiones de I podemos lograr?
Es clave. De acá te vas como con un montón de conocimiento.
No, para mí que siga jugando, después nosotros los sumamos.
Mira, Juan, vos seguís jugando y nosotros como los magos después hacemos una magia y aparece todo, olvídate. Vos jugá en el tuyo y listo, no pasa nada.
¿Nos dan el vamos ustedes?
Ah, sí, vayan.
Bueno, dale, voy yo. 1, 2, 3, arranque, chao.
Pero, no. Dale. Sí.
El que quiera compartir un poquito, qué sé
No,
yo.
Muki, no vas a ver. Admítelo ya.
Basta esto.
Sí, compartan un poquito. Ahí viene alguien a compartir. Muy bien.
Pego. Bueno. ¿Cómo se puso este archivo?
Qué lindo.
Mirá qué lindo que quedó. El amarillo me hace como...
El amarillo acá tiene connotaciones extrañas, pero bien.
Es muy, sí, de otra época.
Vos, Pego, vas como a las letras realmente...
Estás rejugando.
A las cruciales, ¿no?
La I, la L.
Yo hago lo mismo cuando juego esto. Pasa que en un momento estás como en una encrucijada fatal, porque ya nos pasó a nosotros.
No te quedan más de esas.
No quedan más de esas, se acaban.
Iba a ser la I, pero dije yo es muy poco.
Está muy bien, la T es un upgrade de la I. Sí.
Chancho Va.
Ahí está.
Pego.
Muy bien.
Haga lo que tiene que hacer. O sea,
Hágalo solo, a ver qué pasa, ¿no? Solite.
deseleccione lo que no es glyph. No sé, los dos últimos son.
Sí, sí.
De arriba no.
No, ese tengo que descartarlo porque
Ese
no
lo
lo
sé.
hice yo.
Ah, ok.
Ese lo había hecho yo, lo conozco.
Bueno, comitea.
Esta sería la vuelta 3.
3. ¿Cuánto queda, Flor?
Quedan 2 minutos y medio.
Aparece esto.
Fetch. Dale ahí. Pull.
Perfecto.
Arriba. Push ahora.
Chancho Va, Nati.
Muy bien, Nati.
¡Vamos!
Bien.
Se despertaron los chonchos.
Bueno.
La piara.
Se están acabando las I.
Sí.
Nati, ahora entonces, primero pull.
La verdad que primero tengo que reemplazar los archivos yo. Acordate que tengo
Por favor.
un pasito.
Vos tenés un pase mágico extra. Juan
¿Cuánto
Pablo
falta, Flor?
Falta 1 minuto 50. Frankie, hay tiempo. Para esas S, esas W's.
Esas Y con mucho sabor latino, ¿no? Porque somos todos latinos. Cómo me gusta el término latino, la verdad. Me encanta.
Qué difícil
No voy a
la
entrar
L y
ahí.
la mayúscula.
¿Cuál?
Difícil de espaciar latino. Ahora estoy pensando.
Los que ya terminamos ya podemos subirlo.
Es difícil.
Sí, Eli.
Sí.
Eli, hace primero el pull, por favor, y después
Ajá.
haces descartar los archivos que no van, escriba el commit y haga el push.
Yo estoy.
Cuando terminás, Eli, grita Chancho Va si te...
Te hago un redondel.
Chancho Va.
Hago también el
Perfecto.
commit, Caro.
Sí.
Chancho Va.
¡Vamos!
¿Quién fue? Juan.
Sí.
Juan, primero. Entonces,
Si quieren,
primero,
escriban en el chat, así Caro sabe quién ya subió.
bueno, Juan, primero hace pull,
Diego ya subió.
deselecciona los archivos que no vayan y
Ujú.
comitea solamente los glifs.
Listo.
Muchas gracias.
¿Alguien me corrobora si subió?
Ángel.
A ver si
Ahí
va.
estoy mirando, esperen.
Sí, porque yo como me aparece tantas veces para hacer fetch. Todas las veces que me aparezca push tengo que darle hasta que me desaparezca.
Veo el de Pego, el de Eli y el de Juan.
Pero,
Últimos 5
segundos, ¿no?
¿Qué pasa si no me gusta cómo quedó y ya se terminó el tiempo?
Se terminó el tiempo.
Borra el glifo.
Se borra.
Y descarta los archivos, descartar los cambios.
Bueno, ¿quién está haciendo el...
Pero avísanos que haces eso, porfa.
Nati, ahí veo tu archivo, sí.
Muy bien. Bueno, terminó el tiempo, entonces empezamos a subir los otros que han quedado. Isa, ¿querés empezar vos?
Sí, a ver.
Primero pull.
Sí.
Después, descarta los cambios de los glifos o de los archivos que no quieras subir. Escriba el commit. Y dele push.
Commit to master y
push.
Push, sí, listo.
Muy bien, Isa, gracias.
Bien.
¿Querés hacer lo tuyo?
¿Están todos?
No, me falta Luisa y Vivi. Y JP.
El de Isa lo veo.
Muy bien. Luisa, ¿querés hacer vos tu push? Primero pull. Exacto, primero fetch pull. descartar los archivos que no corresponden, escriba el commit.
Pronto, acho que eu já mandei.
Ya mandó. ¡Vamos!
Perfecto, Luisa.
Chancho
Vivi,
Va.
me faltas tú.
Sí, estaba intentando, pero necesitaba jalar los archivos de los últimos, así que ahí voy.
Venga.
Jalar igual pool.
Luisa, muy bien, lo veo aquí, está bien.
Sí.
Jalar
podría-
igual pool. ¿Qué
Claro.
dice?
Jalar en Chile no es lo mismo.
Claro, bueno.
Empecemos con
Chicos,
regionalismo.
La diversidad de este idioma que hablamos es distinto, qué sé yo.
Bueno,
Chicos,
Juan Pablo, lo que se me ocurre es que Juan Pablo podría decir qué letras hizo y con eso se le pone, o sea, ya sabemos que el UFO
No,
tal.
yo no hice. No jugué este round.
No,
Bueno.
Es que no veo los archivos ni por web ni por nada, ni no estoy jodido. No.
¿Del test tampoco?
Es que
Sí.
¿De
web
la
me
otra
salen puras
carpeta?
carpetas raras, puros archivos raros, puros. Es que no.
Si
no sé.
quieres, Juan Pablo, si quieres, pásame tu número de teléfono y te llamo y te digo cómo hacer el...
O que
No,
alguien
no, es que no
una
quiero
copia
retrasar más.
Pásale los archivos en...
No,
¿O no?
no se preocupe,
No.
si no quiero retrasar más.
JP, te hago,
Me
te
quiero quedar
comprimo
mirando.
el repositorio y te lo mando.
¿Ah?
Te hago un comprimido del repositorio y te lo mando.
Eso, y jugás ahí.
Mándalo.
Muy buena idea, Pego.
Vamos, chicos, que se puede, ¿eh?
Sí,
No,
pero
El pensamiento
¿funciona?
lateral nos lleva adelante.
Sí, Ángel, después hacemos el mashup que hablábamos.
Dale.
Bueno, ¿hacemos la cuarta vuelta?
Vale, nadie
¡Ay,
necesita
qué emoción!
parar la técnica, ir al baño, ir a tomar algo, abandonar la llamada, eso no.
No, eso lo hice yo antes y nadie se dio cuenta que era a propósito.
Está muy
Que no.
bien. La congelada ahí. Bueno, entonces seguimos.
El
Bueno,
público en el chat pide ver pantalla de dibujo.
Anímense.
Sí.
bueno, ahora hay muchos signos, así que sí, ya no toca más hacer I, E y L. Vuelta 4. Por favor, hagan todos full. Ya está. Todos han hecho su full correspondiente, su jalada correspondiente. Y volvemos.
Jalen.
Jalen. Me gusta la J. En fin. Luisa 4. Vivi 5. Isa 6. Eli 7. Juan 8. Nati 1. Juan Pablo 2. Y Pego 3.
Bueno, va, 3, 2,
Ahí.
1.
Y lo pego en el chat.
pantalla esa vez.
Compartan un poquito de pantalla para el público.
Ili Moreno está preguntando, pidiendo que compartan pantalla, porfa.
Porfa. Ya no sabe cómo pedirlo. Nos mandó 50 privados.
A cada uno.
A cada uno. Mirá el trabajo que hizo. 1 por 1 fue.
No dejamos que Pego siga compartiendo.
No,
Sí.
Bueno.
Pues quizás ahora le cayó un archivo que no le gusta para compartir, porque bueno.
A Pego le tocó el 3. No me acuerdo cuál era el 3.
Bueno.
No, la I no.
No, B.
Hasta.
No, me vas.
¿Ya empezamos o todavía?
Sí, perdón.
Sí, claro, ya está corriendo el tiempo hace muchísimo.
Ya, listo.
Qué bien cómo te la jugaste. Mirá cómo te la jugaste. Esto es jugar fuerte a la canilla. Muy buena.
¿Y se puede arreglar el espaciado o todavía no?
No, no te preocupes por el espaciado, que después paso el espaciador. Si lo necesitas
No.
ahora para ver lo que estás haciendo, está bien, pero...
Sí, hacelo. Si querés hacerlo.
Ya, es que me preocupa.
Sí.
Ya lo sé.
Ya sé.
Yo también, me perturba.
¿Puedo corregir algo? No, del espaciado nada más de esta T que está montada encima.
Sí, el espaciado hace lo que quieras porque yo después voy a hacer lo que quiera.
ahí, tipo, claro.
Eso.
Bueno, me están provocando.
¿Viste? De a poquito va
Dale.
saltando la ficha. Vamos, que te la jugás toda si haces una E. Muy bueno. Ahora sí, se puso.
Me encantó.
Se puso la 10.
Se puso la 10.
No.
¿En cuántos minutos la tiene que resolver?
¿Se puso la 10 o la E?
3 minutos.
No,
Jugado.
3 minutos tiene que... No lo cortemos ahora con la inspiración. Mirá cómo viene. Mirá cómo viene.
Chan, 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 chan.
Mirá cómo viene.
Chancho Va.
Bueno,
Bien.
muy bien, Juan. Descartar los archivos que no queremos comitear y comitear las letras, por favor.
Y a las que le arreglé el espaciado, ¿también las puedes cometer o todavía no?
Sí, si
Porque
querés también
aparecen, ¿no?
comitearlas, no hay
Listo.
problema.
Ya,
El verbo comitear.
comitear.
Y
sí.
bueno, estamos acá.
Como hay
Comiteo
tantos
tú,
otros que inventamos
comiteo
ahora.
yo.
Muchísimos.
2 minutos.
No, este grupo necesita mucho menos tiempo. Muchísimo. O dibujar más letras. Pero bueno, no sé. ¿Qué opina mi equipo de Chancho?
El de Juan ya está arriba.
No, para mí.
Warning.
Tranquila.
Ah, porque tiene abierto otro archivo. ¿Cómo deja abierto el UFO 1? ¿Qué pasa? Mire si pega un save sin querer. Lo tapa.
Ah, sí,
¿Qué
una vez
hace?
que salvan es importante que lo cierren, porque si no después les va a tirar algún error.
Claro.
Bueno,
Cierro
Pego, vos
esto.
ya hiciste 2, así que por favor deja de hacer letras. Me fascina la capacidad de ver, de transformar y verlas. No sé si soy clara, pero bueno, yo me entendí.
Último minuto.
Pego, si terminaste de hacer
Sí.
hace primero pool, vos hace primero pool, porque ahora no fuiste el primero.
Hago primero pool.
Hace primero
Ya.
pool, por favor, sí.
Vale.
Y después lo que venís haciendo todas las otras veces.
Perfecto.
30 segundos. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Se empezó a complicar?
Natalia está desesperada.
Sí.
Chan, chan,
Estás
chan, chan.
Voy a hacer
estás medio Daft Punk, Flor. Estás como Daft Punkeando un toque.
20.
Claro.
¿Sí?
¿Puedo hacer fetch de nuevo para asegurarme?
¿Sí?
Ojo, Pego, no vayas a subir nada del 1, ¿eh? Del UFO, te estoy viendo. Del UFO 1.
4, 3, la gatita.
No, que el UFO 1 soy yo.
Claro.
Bueno, entonces ahora terminan la vuelta y seguimos, empezamos a subir. Luisa, ¿querés empezar? ¿Sí?
Estás muteada.
Sí, está muteada.
Perdi a janela do Zoom. Tudo bem, pronta.
Bueno,
Todo bien.
Luisa, entonces, primero pool,
Ya.
Full.
descarte los archivos que no tenemos que subir, escriba su commit to master y push. Y avíseme cuando esté hecho todo eso.
Incluí el espaciado de la TN en esta.
4. A gente está na 4?
Sí.
Ok.
Estuviste jugando con el 4.
4. Commit to master. Push. Ai, desculpa, tem que... Ó, gato.
Katze.
Tem...
Vivi, estás abajo de Luisa, así que te toca a vos.
¿Qué?
¿Puedes? Descartarlo. Primero haces el pool, descartás los archivos que no hay que subir y subes solamente las letras que has hecho. Y avísame cuando esté hecho, por favor.
Levanta la bata del miso.
Ah, ok, estaba muteada. Sí, 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 ya voy.
El de
Ángel,
Pelusa, el de
Esto
Luisa
es-
también, ¿eh?
¿Esto es round 3 o 4?
4.
Ángel, chequeame un toque del WhatsApp que te hice una pregunta.
Ok.
Isa, te toca a vos ahora.
Ok.
Primero haga pull, después descarte todos los gráficos que no queremos subir. Escriba su commit.
Pregunta, me salen dos Ds, punto, o sea, modifiqué la punto glyph, me salen 2. ¿Por qué puede ser eso?
¿Dos qué?
2 letras de punto glyph.
¿Y qué letra modificaste?
La E, pero me salen, te comparto.
Porfa.
Se ven 2 acá.
Parece que es el de abajo.
Es el de abajo, sí. Descarta después el otro. El primero de todo. No. Ese. Ese descartalo, por favor.
¿Cómo sabes que es ese? Perdón, solo para aprender.
Después te explico.
Bueno.
Porfa. Después,
Acá.
los dos últimos, esos están bien, no hay problema. Los dos últimos también descartalos.
Okay.
Y acá, de todas estas letras, vos solo modificaste la E.
La E y la T.
Bueno, entonces las otras 3 letras también descartalas, por favor. Y ahora escriba su commit, round 4 ISA. Commit to master y push. Ahora, dale ahí nomás. Y ahora. Eli, te toca a vos. O te toca a ti. O
Voy
es
yo.
tu turno. Todas las versiones.
Ok, estoy dando git pull.
Primero,
ok.
sí,
Y ya hice el commit y ahora voy a darle push.
por favor.
Ya está, ya listo.
Muy bien. Ahora Nati.
Vamos.
Primero el pull.
Ya le hice todo, la tenía preparado para cuando me
Muy
dieras.
bien. Muchas gracias.
Me tienen que confirmar que llegó después porque
Ahí va, ahora chequeo.
siempre tengo como la duda.
¿Alguien más hizo commit a escondidas? Y no
Nati ya
alcanzó?
está.
Bueno, JP, vos sí estuviste trabajando en esta vuelta.
No.
Bueno, listo.
No, porque
entonces.
nadie me mandó nada. Soy pobre.
No digas
como que
eso.
mandarla cada vez.
No.
No, Pego dijo que me lo iba a mandar, pero dijeron justo 5, 4, 3. Y Pego se lo olvidó todo y se puso
Y
a
se lo
trabajar.
olvidó todo. Bueno, te lo mandamos
Yo le diría, pero
nosotros.
yo le diría que no que le mandemos, sino que siga trabajando él en el Chancho Test.
Sí, le dije
En
eso
esos
antes, pero
archivos.
se rehúsa.
No, pero es que lo que pasa es que esos son los antiguos.
No
Pero son los mismos
archivos, te sirven.
Los mismos archivos.
¿Ah, sí?
Sí.
Sí.
Bueno.
¿Descargaste?
No son los mismos del día que hicimos el test.
Un
O sea,
segundo.
esos se actualizaron.
Hagamos así. Flor o alguno de los chicos que está más relajado, haga lo que dijo Pego. Comprimí la carpeta de Chancho Va.
Eso. Bueno, aquí me la pasaron.
Perfecto.
Bueno, listo, usa esa.
Esa es la de esta ronda.
Ya, sí.
Bueno.
Bueno, ahora vamos a... ¿Qué ronda
Bárbaro,
viene?
gracias. Gracias.
Ya,
Ahora viene la ronda número 5.
Juan Pablo, toma el segundo que te estoy enviando porque le acabo de hacer pull con el último trabajo.
Bueno, vos, Juan, vas a recibir el de Vivi. Caro, ¿querés darle orden?
Sí, primero todos hacen pull. No se olviden de ese detalle.
¿Ahora?
Sí. Todos hagan un pull.
Ya.
Y ahora reparto el orden. Luisa viene con el 5, Vivi viene con el 6, Isa viene con el 7, Eli viene con el 8, Juan viene con el 9. Ay, perdón, Juan viene con el 1.
Oh.
Disculpe.
Vale.
Nati viene con el 2, Juan Pablo viene con el 3 y Pego viene con el 4.
Bueno, mientras esperamos a Juan Pablo que nos dé lock de que le llega todo bien.
Está todo bien.
Ya está, sí está.
Esta ronda se va a picantear. Porque basta de I, basta de L, basta de T. Vamos a hacer, según el archivo que les haya tocado a cada uno, una S o una K. Si ya tiene la S, agarran la K. Si ya tiene la K, tiene la S. Si no tiene ninguna, eligen la que más les gusta. ¿Estamos? Todos tienen archivo, todos ya están listos.
Sí, chicos, son todos muy capos como para seguir boludeando. Hagan una S o una K, basta.
No, no he hecho la primera I. No he hecho la primera I. Tengo derecho.
Bueno. Malas elecciones de vida, Vivi. Ya está.
Tengo derecho a tener I.
Sos demasiado honesta para que...
¿Empezamos?
Demasiado honesta. Bueno, ¿vamos?
En mi archivo falta la L. ¿Quién va a compartir pantalla ahora?
¿Quién va a compartir pantalla? Igual. O si no, dictadura.
Isa.
¿Quién comparte? Si quieren yo.
¿Empezamos?
Dale,
Dale, Juan, compartí vos, vamos.
A ver.
1, 2, 3, Flor, ¿ya está en el tiempo esto? ¿Está corriendo? Ah, listo. Bueno, apúrense porque tienen que hacer o una K o una S o una K y una S. Qué fuerte.
¿Se ve ahí o no? Ahí está todo.
¿Cómo vas a hacer ahí una K o una S?
Oh, por Dios, que me cambia la pantalla.
¿Se ve
Ay,
ahí o
yo
no?
quiero ver esto, qué
Achicala.
bueno.
Pego, vos concentrate en dibujar.
Qué
Que
muerto.
nosotros estamos divirtiéndonos con lo que dibujan ustedes.
Nosotros la estamos pasando bomba.
Juan Pablo.
Y sí, pero bueno, es que necesitamos un poquito también de... ¿Cómo se dice? ¿Candela? Nunca sé bien cómo usar el término candela. Viste que acá en Argentina no lo tenemos muy...
De picante.
Un poquito de picante, ahí está, sí, es verdad.
Adrenalina.
También. Pues estamos relajadísimos. Nos iba también con la tecnología.
Te das cuenta igual que las letras son difíciles cuando hay como un silencio en el Zoom. A nosotros nos repasaba cuando hacíamos los test y había un silencio.
De repente nadie habla.
Nadie habla.
Y la próxima te toca a vos compartir pantalla, así que no te hagas la pipí.
Alguien, chiquis, alguien.
Ordena el escritorio.
Sí, guardá ahí las fotos de gatitos en una carpeta.
Muy dictatorial acá.
Eso no estaba en el contrato.
No estaba en el contrato es solamente un tema legal. Qué lindo.
Ahí viene apareciendo la S. Se ve venir.
Se ve venir.
Ahí tienen su K.
Nace una.
Chiquis, nosotros no podemos opinar de nada, ¿eh? Acuérdense que cuando la vez pasada Andrés empezó con qué hippie esto, qué hippie lo otro, lo frenamos en seco. Dijimos, no se puede.
Ay, me colgué y no hay tiempo. 2 minutos.
¿De tiempo cómo vamos?
Por favor.
Me recolgué. Ay, tengo que mandar esa frase. ¿Cómo la están pasando? ¿Cómo vienen pasándola?
¿Qué hago?
¿Terminaste, Pego?
¿Puedo hacer otra letra si ya no está, ya está la K?
La S.
¿Puedo
Era
hacer
la
otra
S o la
letra?
K.
Sí, otra.
No, ya tengo la S y está la
Podés
K.
hacer otra si querés.
Ah, bueno, entonces elegí lo que quieras.
Vale, gracias. Chancho Va.
Muy bien. Entonces,
Bien.
hace por favor no sos el primero, así que escribí deseleccionar los archivos que no hay que subir.
gusta ese recurso. Un minuto.
Sí, está como hipnotizada.
No me apareció ningún otro archivo por descartar.
Bueno, perfecto, entonces. Suba
Bueno,
solamente
estamos
la-
haciendo las cosas mejor entonces, cada vez mejor.
Chancho Va.
¡Vamos!
Bueno, Juan, espera que termine Pego de subir su archivo y después subís vos los tuyos, por favor.
Ya.
Bien,
La incorporación de nuevos recursos.
Pego muy bien, está arriba.
Bueno, Pego ya está. Ahora Juan, por favor. Primero hace el pool, porque sos el segundo. Descartar los archivos que no quieras comitear y hacer los commits de los archivos que necesitas subir.
Quedan 10, 9, 8.
Si no se llega a terminar, la tengo que borrar. Sí.
Sí.
Ronda 5, ¿no?
Exactamente.
Sí. Nunca hemos llegado tan lejos, estamos en territorio desconocido.
¿Qué pasa después?
No sabemos, no tenemos idea.
Es la primera vez que no abandonan cuando nos ponemos dictatoriales, así que está
Es la
buenísimo.
primera vez que nos pasa esto. Sí.
Bueno, no se pongan muy...
Viviana, ¿qué pasa? No había nepotismo y ahora ¿qué
Me
pasa?
gusta aquí.
Me piden velocidad, no precisión.
Chancho Va.
Bueno, parece que usted no dibujara tipografía, se pide todo. Siempre más.
El de Juan ya está arriba también, ¿eh?
Muy bien.
Yo ya voy, espérenme que tengo que borrar el...
¿Ya terminó el tiempo, Flor? ¿Qué pasó con el tiempo?
Sí, pero por eso decía, no quería cortar la inspiración de JP.
Ah, ¿me están esperando a mí? Yo voy a estar esperando.
Porque se lo merece, ¿no? Pero se perdió como 14
No, realmente mirá la K que estás haciendo, te lo mereces. Te lo mereces por K.
Nada de acá. Está divirtiendo.
No empecemos con esa discusión, por favor, se los pido.
No, cortando.
No, porque se pudre.
Ustedes me van cortando, por favor, me editan, porque yo hago chistes de un lado y del otro, y del medio, y de arriba y de abajo, todo.
Claro.
No, miren que se pudre, ¿eh?
Bueno.
Saco la foto de la
se
jefa, saco la
se
foto
picó,
de la jefa.
Se está picando el Zoom.
Bueno, Natalia, ya que estás tan así exigente, hacé vos lo primero. Primero pool y después comitea.
¿Cómo la pones a Carolina? ¿Cómo la pones a Caro? No le hagas eso a Carolina.
Espera que estoy reemplazando los archivitos.
Bueno,
¿sabes
entonces
qué? Compartí pantalla. Y si tenés el foto del desktop a la jefa, vamos a ver.
Vas a ver.
Vamos a ver ahora. Vos sabés que sí. Me encanta esa
Bueno,
sí,
entonces,
absolutamente.
a ver, Luisa, Nati, no hagas, digamos, haces solamente el reemplazo, pero no hagas el commit, por favor.
Bien.
Luisa, ¿puedes hacer, por favor, el pool? Descartar los archivos que no correspondan y
sí,
comitear el archivo de la S o de la K, o de ambas. Miren que nos vamos a dar cuenta si no hicieron la S o la K. Ahora me estoy dando cuenta. Perfecto. Vivi, ¿puedes hacer lo mismo vos, por favor?
Sí, nos damos cuenta. Estamos todos mirando.
Ahora estoy en pleno proceso de cargar esto.
Bueno.
No vale seguir dibujando ahora.
Claro, no
El
me
de
hagan
Luisa
trampa,
ya
por favor,
está,
te lo
¿eh?
pido. Eli tiene cara de estar dibujando.
Round 5. Esta es la 5, ¿cierto?
Sí.
Y ya acabé desde hace rato.
Avísame cuando hagas el pull, commit y push.
Para que en Command Line me toque hacer el pull, hacer el mensaje del pull.
Ah, todo.
¿Sí?
¿Puedo ir yo?
Sí, por favor.
No. Para. Ya.
Bueno,
ahora sí.
Para.
Bueno, listo, entonces Vivi ya fue. Nati, hace pull y comité su K o su S, o ambas.
No,
El de
llegué
Vivi
a
ya
la K nada
está.
más, no llegué. No llegué con la S, la tuve que...
La próxima, queda para la próxima.
Sí, estoy
ronda.
deseándola.
Avísame cuando estés, Nati.
Ya está.
Isa. A ver, por favor, hace primero el pool. Acá descartar los archivos que no haya que comitear. Escriba su commit, que sería round 5 ISA, y después push.
Caro,
¿Sí?
si tengo un archivo UFO que me pasa JP, ¿lo puedo reemplazar y subirlo?
Ay, qué díscolos que son. ¿Por qué no aceptan las reglas que dijimos antes? Qué díscolos que son, qué díscolos.
Espera que terminemos esta vuelta, que terminen todos de subir y después sí. Por favor.
Ahí está.
Lo que te voy a pedir, hagamos lo siguiente. Ponele, por las dudas, para que no reemplace la K o la S de este archivo. Ah, no, porque no estuvo en juego. Sí, por favor.
Le pongo JP.
No le pongas nada. Es el archivo 3.
Es el archivo 3, sí.
Exactamente. Entonces hacelo, por favor. La K y la S que hizo JP, subílas.
¿Ahora?
Que solo seleccione esos dos glifos.
Espera que Isa termine.
Sí, ya lo subí.
Buenísimo. Eli, ¿puedes hacer lo tuyo también?
¿Ya lo hago?
Sí, por favor.
Ya estoy listo, ok.
Hace primero el pool.
El pool, sí. Y ahora...
Acá descartar los archivos que no haya que comitear y comitea solamente las letras, las 2 letras que hayas hecho.
Lo de Isa ya está, perfecto.
Listo, ya está. Perdón, lo siento, nada más por si sirve de algo, yo hago el commit antes y después hago el pool, y entonces así nos podemos ahorrar ese tiempo para si las demás personas hacen el commit de sus glifos específicos, después hacen el pool y ya después dan el push.
Bueno, está. Pego.
¿Sí?
Suba los archivos de
Ahora
JP.
sí.
Sí, por favor.
Bueno, ¿cómo venimos? ¿Cómo está esto?
Yo creo que ahora vienen las diagonales.
¿Cómo está el equipo? ¿Nos sentimos bien? ¿Vos querés diagonales? Vos querés diagonales y bueno, y yo quiero otra cosa, pero vamos a negociar.
Pero se pueden combinar las dos cosas que quieren.
Claro, demos opciones.
Bueno, en realidad yo quiero que dibujen 4 signos.
No.
Sí. Quiero que dibujen 4
Con la mano
en,
izquierda.
bueno, 8 minutos.
Haciendo la vertical.
En 8 minutos sin mirar. No, mentira. Sin mirar. No, mentira. Todos con los ojos cerrados. No, en 8 minutos 4. ¿Cómo lo ves vos? ¿Querés que sean diagonales también?
Claro, por eso decía, pueden ser 4 diagonales en 8 minutos.
No, si son 4, que elijan ellos.
Que elijan ellos, que elijan
Bien,
ellos.
Che,
¿Tu letra es
me está faltando lo que está por subir Pego. ¿Ya lo subiste? ¿O estás en eso?
Le pregunto a JP si él hizo la K nada más.
Y la
No,
S.
hizo la S y la K.
La S y la K.
Lo vimos haciendo la S y la K. Bueno, entonces, en esta ronda van a dibujar 4 signos, los que quieran, van a tener 8 minutos, ¿sí? Y Flor dice cuándo arrancan.
Primero,
No, esperen que...
Espera.
Ah, ¿no están?
No.
Y que Flor también avise a mitad de camino, como para más o menos calcularlo.
No me voy a acordar.
6 minutos y voy con 1, es como...
Para meter el acelerador o hacer algo. Alguna magia.
Para meter una L.
Entonces...
Claro, una L.
Para meter una L ahí como...
Una L alternativa.
Una L alternativa es brillante, te digo.
Empiezan a aparecer un montón de alternates.
Me aparecen 2 S también, como le ocurrió a Isa.
Bueno, solo el que es el nombre más corto. Mostrame la pantalla, no me acuerdo cuál es la ruta.
Vale. Ya dice uno background.
Sí, eso. Background de caput.
Eso no.
Back.
Ya, descarto esos.
Sí, por favor.
Vale. Entonces, esto es round 5. Sí. ¿JP o Juan Pablo?
No sé cómo
Sí,
venía
cualquier
firmando.
cosa.
Es lo mismo, ¿no?
Yo digo que Lee tiene unas ganas de compartir pantalla.
No sé, alguien, chiquis.
Compartir
Hagan
pantalla.
algo.
Me
Esto va a ser una situación de mucha velocidad.
Pero yo soy
Bueno,
muy lento
vamos.
para dibujar.
Ya está.
Vamos.
Primero, no,
Dale.
un segundo, que no asigne los puestos.
Claro.
Bueno, dale. A vos
Ya.
también te digo dale. Les digo dale a todos, chiquis. A ver si.
Ya yo estaba
Bueno.
concentrado en subir el archivo.
Calma.
¿Qué ocurre ahora?
Bueno,
Calma.
ahora vamos, hacen primero todo su pool correspondiente,
Queda
por
una
favor.
hora.
Ya,
¿Todos hicieron pool?
calma. Yo ya lo tenía porque hice lo de JP.
Juan
Bueno.
Pablo, en el chat está el último de
Ya.
el round 5.
Gracias, Eli, por
Muy
hacernos una
bien,
mano con esto.
genial.
Bueno, Luisa, vamos con el 6. Vivi con el 7. Isa con el 8. Eli
Gracias.
viene al 1.
Al 1, ok.
Sí. Juan al 2. Nati al 3. Juan Pablo 4 y Pego 5. Juan Pablo, vos anotate las letras que haces, así sabemos cuáles son para después subirlas.
Ok.
¿Cuántas hay que hacer ahora?
4.
4.
Vas a tener 8 minutos.
O
Les voy a
4.
avisar cada 2 minutos.
O 4.
Y él iba a compartir pantalla porque esto es una dictadura y
Ahí va.
1, 2.
¿Eso?
muy
Perdón, un segundo. Que tengo el lufo mío está vacío, no tiene ningún glifo.
Nati.
No tiene glifos. Puedo elegir
Nati.
todas.
Avanzamos.
Puedo hacer la I, la L.
¿Cuál es aquí?
Es el 3.
El 3.
¿El que acabo de subir de JP?
Sí.
Está vacío.
Todavía tengo en todo caso el archivo.
Yo acá lo tengo.
Por
Sí,
favor, sí.
Bueno, hacemos una pausa, esperamos a esa
Ya, listo.
Yo tengo también, si no el anterior.
Bueno, ¿quién de los dos va a subir el anterior? Uno solo, no los dos juntos, por favor.
Ángel, subilo vos.
¿Qué?
Así lo dejas a Pego jugar. Subilo vos.
Eso, perdón. Yo, Nati, lo lamento, pero no te vamos a dar más tiempo por esto, ¿no? Por las dudas que estés pensando.
Haré una letra, haré una I. Y yo, ¿yo de dónde lo tomo? ¿Se me actualiza ahora? ¿Se cago flecha?
Vas a tener que hacer un pool.
¿Seguimos dibujando o todavía no?
Sí, perdón, Juan.
Ok,
Sí.
listo. Ya, regreso. ¿Cuánto falta?
No, recién empecé porque estaba esperando a Nati.
Ahora, Flor,
¿Cómo hago para que suba todos los caracteres?
Y dibujando, así la gente...
Metelas en el, digamos, están
aburre.
todas en la carpeta de...
Oh, por Dios, el espaciado de esto.
Sí, ¿no?
No sé,
Creo que-
no sé, Caro, cómo hacer para que suban todos los glifos.
Hago el espacio por 7 minutos y un minuto para dibujar.
Me vengo aquí. Pásame va a ser mucho lío. Pásame a mí la carpeta esa, porfa.
¿Por acá?
No, para que estoy pensando.
Esto no tiene altura de X.
¿Qué le importa la altura de X? Overrated.
No tiene altura de X.
Ángel, mandáselo por mail a Caro. ¿Caro? ¿Por mail?
Y esperen un minuto que quiero ver hasta dónde llegué yo acá con los pool correspondientes.
Bueno, dale.
Van 6 minutos y medio.
Y Ángel, mandame por favor el archivo 3 por acá por el chat o por mail, es lo mismo.
Chancho Va.
Bueno, luego espera un momento que arregle este lío.
Ahí lo subí, Caro, en el chat.
¿Me descargo ese?
Espera que
No,
Caro
no,
lo
espera,
haga.
no te lo descargues.
¿Espero?
Sí, espera, por favor.
Vale. Mientras tanto voy a arreglar el espaciado.
Ah,
No,
ya.
porque eso lo ve el programa.
Oh, pero es que me
Bueno.
sangran los ojos.
Ah, sentite feliz de hacer como te resulte cómodo. Ay, perdí la carpeta.
En 5 minutos les quedan 3.
Arrancaron los perros por aquí.
Vení, chico.
¿Qué pasó? ¿Se asustaron? Están todos muy callados.
Es que están viendo a dibujar a Eli.
Ah, sí, yo sí.
Nati, ya subí el archivo. Hace
Bien.
un pull.
Van 4 minutos y medio.
No puede haber tanta maldad.
Mira, todo esto es una farsa para salvarte de esta vida.
Tengo 4 minutos para hacer. ¿Cuántos? 8 glifos diagonales.
No, 4.
Oh. Encima tengo un problema que esto no me hace push. Esto está todo el tiempo haciendo fletch, pero no.
Ahora tenés que hacer pull, tenés que bajarte archivos.
Sí, pero no me aparece el pull. Aplico fletch y no. Bajón.
3 minutos y medio.
Los gatos.
Sí, no me aparece para hacer pull. A mí tampoco.
No.
Ay, qué bola, ya sé, perdón. Fui yo ahora, mala mía.
No soy yo, sos vos.
No importa, no importa.
Sí, sí. Un típico caso de no sos vos.
Uy, miren esa S.
Ay, qué linda ese, sí.
3 minutos.
Bueno, te salvaste de esta vuelta, Nati, sabes cómo, ¿no?
¿Sabes cómo, no? ¿Sabes cómo tirás Ls en un minuto?
Chancho Va.
Chancho Va.
Bien, Juan.
Lo dice en serio, él lo dice en serio.
Sí, ya sé.
La próxima quiero ver a Villanueva dibujando.
La que
A
sigue,
su
la que sigue.
pedido. A su pedido.
Puro Smart Components.
Igual debería aparecerme ya.
No.
No.
Y pregunto, ya que yo estoy... Ah, no me puedo bajar ese zip que habían subido al chat.
A ver, no sé si me hice más macana. de
No,
la
pero vas
casualidad.
a subirle el resto. No, como. No hagamos. No metamos más noise en el repo.
No, yo porque cuando yo tengo que reemplazar los archivos, los glifos, entonces puedo agarrar todos los glifos que estén y reemplazar todas las letras que haya.
También, sí.
Bueno,
¿Claro?
Nati, ahora trata de bajar, de ver qué pasa
Pull.
cuando si haces pull.
Ahora sí, a ver.
¿Qué ves en el archivo 3?
A ver.
Juan, vos que ya habías, que estás con lo que ya terminaste, por favor, si querés hacer pull
Sí.
No,
y comite el resto.
no tengo nada, Caro, ¿eh?
No.
Oh, ya hice.
Buena Z. Muy linda.
No.
No puedo decir esto de que es muy linda, muy fea. No puedo decir.
Bueno, Nati, ¿vos tenés ahí el archivo, el UFO 3 de afuera del repo o no?
No, yo lo abro siempre
perdón.
desde el Explorer de Chancho Va.
Ok.
Es más, siempre hago el pull y hago de vuelta por las dudas, pero hago el pull y vuelvo a abrir la carpeta por las dudas para que no
Bueno.
vaya a hablar.
Juan, ¿vos ya hiciste tu commit?
Sí.
Bueno, perfecto.
¿Lo puedo subir entonces?
No, espera, por favor, Tego.
¿Cómo viene el tiempo, Flor?
Voy a anotar.
Vienen 30 segundos.
No, cualquiera.
Eli está muy bien, genial. Administración del tiempo.
Eu posso fazer commit ou tem que esperar?
Tiene que esperar, por favor.
Espera un poquito, Luisa.
Por favor.
Ahí aprendemos cómo se hace a través del terminal.
Tiempo.
Bueno. A ver qué ocurrió ahora. No sé qué habrá pasado.
A ver.
¿Quién está jugando ahora? Me pongo al día.
Creo que estaba Pego y Luisa estaban esperando para subir.
Bueno. Juan ya subió.
Juan, sí, Eli está subiendo por terminal.
Bueno, entonces esperamos a Eli.
Dale.
Yo le mando el mío.
Un minuto.
Me parece que ahora está bien, Caro, ¿eh?
¿Cómo?
Me parece que está bien lo del 3 ahora.
Uf, viva.
Al menos yo lo abro y veo cosas. Llamadas letras.
Bueno. En buena hora.
Que después chequee a alguien más si lo puede abrir y ya está.
JP, mandame a mí, por favor, el archivo que vos estás modificando.
Sí, mejor.
Sí, porque el Pego no sabe nada.
No, es que como él está subiendo a otro lado, no veo qué es lo que hay. Si querés, envíamelo en el chat acá de manera privada y listo, para no llenar de basura la visión de todos.
Es que ya te lo mandé. Te
Bueno.
mando por el otro, por el Zoom.
¿Alguien ya subió?
¿Eli ya subió?
Yo estoy esperando que me digan que sí.
Bueno.
Todavía no veo nada.
Confírmeme, señor Eli.
Está subiendo.
Lo subo.
¿Lo puedo subir ya, perdón?
Sí, por favor.
Ok.
Ahí te mandé, Caro.
Buenísimo, sí, acá lo veo.
Ahí está.
Caro, te espero entonces.
Ajá. Bueno, entonces, Eli ya está arriba.
Sí.
Tego, podés hacer primero el pool y después deseleccionar los archivos que tengas que no hay que subir.
No hay ninguno que no hay que subir.
Entonces solo los que hay que subir, commit.
Y push.
Exactamente.
Perfecto.
Avísame cuando esté, por favor.
Ya está.
Bueno, entonces ahora yo voy a subir como si fuera Juan. Primero pool. Bueno, Eli me había dicho de otra forma que era más fácil. Perdón.
Sí, que ese pull primero no hace falta. Puedes hacer commit push directamente.
Vuelta round 6 JP. Listo. Luisa, ¿te animas tú?
Sí. Cool.
Quedan 2 vueltas. ¿Cuántas letras estarán faltando?
Okay.
Bastantes, estoy
A
chequeando.
ver, voy a abrir alguno.
Bastante, estoy chequeando. Está bastante.
Avísame cuando estés
mirá,
lista.
pero está bastante completo. Yo abrí uno que está...
Perfecto. Vivi, te toca a ti.
Voy.
Miren qué bien, Caro, hablando en neutro.
Tengo un cuñado colombiano que me enseña.
Ya estás para el doblaje. La chica del doblaje.
Yo creo que una o dos vueltas más y tenemos...
Estamos.
Bueno, Isa, te toca a ti. Nati, prepárate porque ahí te digo, te toca a vos.
Pero no tengo nada, ¿eh? No tengo
claro, vos sos la que te...
Nunca tuve archivo, nunca
Claro,
se
no
me
tiene.
actualizó.
Ahora
Igual
va a
les voy a
pasar.
decir lo que hice. Me acabo de bajar de Canuto el zip para ver cuál era, pero para mí. No le estoy subiendo ni haciendo nada. Era para ver qué me tocaba, porque no lo vi nunca. En el zip aparecen, sí.
¿Se subió bien? Sí.
Sí.
Muy bien. Y pego ahora vos el 5. No, tú.
El 5.
Che, vos.
Che, dale.
Ahí, no te ahí nadie te entiende, ¿ves? Si decís así.
El 5 nuevamente.
¿Cómo?
Otra vez el 5.
No. La ronda que estabas haciendo ahora.
¿La ronda 6 ya subiste?
El 6.
Sí.
Perfecto, entonces. Esta ronda fue medio caótica, como todas las demás.
Bueno,
pero bueno.
Falta, a ver. Ronda 6. Juan. ¿Ya subió?
Es lo que subí yo.
No, Juan Pablo, Juan.
¿Quién fue la ronda 6? Juan subió primero que todo.
Sí,
Juan
subió primero.
Subió el archivo 2 primero que todo.
No le di el push,
Dale push nomás.
Bueno, si nos relajamos así, nadie da push también, chicos, la verdad.
Sí, me olvidé.
La verdad, bueno.
Te agradecería.
Esta pequeña foundry, ¿cómo va a salir adelante?
Bueno, ahora terminamos la vuelta 6, vamos a la 7 y hacen todos su pool correspondiente.
¿Vos decís que esta es la última que pegamos una vuelta? No, la
No,
que viene es la que viene todos pegaron una vuelta.
Sí.
2 más. Bueno, metámosle candela.
Vamos, 7. Luisa, el archivo 7. Vivi, el archivo 8. Isa, el 1. Eli, el 2. Juan, el 3. Nati, el 4. Juan Pablo, el 5. Y Pego, el 6.
Todos ubicados.
Abrieron sus archivos. Y acá
tenemos que mandar
algo en particular, como 1 minuto menos, ya que en el otro tenían
Yo la verdad siempre estoy a favor, pero bueno, vos sabés que yo después me tildan de ansiosa, me quieren callar. Hagan ustedes.
Hacemos 4 minutos.
Arrancan con 1 minuto menos y Natalia, vos tenés que hacer 8 signos.
Tiene que dar la vuelta.
Porque sí.
¿Puedo hacer 9?
Sí, dale.
¿Sí?
¿Cuántos hay que hacer?
Esa es la actitud que estamos buscando.
¿Cuántos hay que hacer?
No, lo que quieres en 4 minutos.
Lo que queramos.
¿Sí?
Sí,
Todo lo que
lo que
queramos.
ustedes quieran. Sí.
Lo que ustedes quieran, pero en 4 minutos.
Que sean letras.
Ahora Juan va a compartir pantalla.
Sí, Vivi le tocaba. Esta vuelta le tocaba a Vivi.
Mira, le diste cara de querer compartir. Mira, yo desde acá no la veo, pero quizás desde Berlín se ve.
Juan Pablo, ¿necesitas el archivo vos? ¿O ya lo tenés?
Nótese que después estábamos diciendo que me mandan a callar.
No, perdón, Juan Pablo, no trabajes sobre ese archivo. Angelina, mandale el archivo vos, porque si no va a tener, no tiene los signos que pusieron en la vuelta pasada.
Ahí lo subí
por el chat.
en el chat.
Mandale el archivo 5, por favor.
Vivi, no te sientas presionada.
Bueno,
pero si querés compartir.
No sé.
No, no, tranquilamente. No
Nati,
me
esta vez que tenés que
presionada
hacer
para
10
nada.
signos.
Te sientas presionada.
Yo siento presionada, pero quedan 2 minutos y medio.
Bueno.
Todo esto es una flash round. Flash.
¿Empezó ya? Uy.
Sí, te quedan 2 minutos.
Me queda un minuto.
Ya está, chiqui, ya terminó. Ya están haciendo commit. No, mentira.
Una locura.
Ahora sí. Y bueno, es que veníamos todos como muy tranqui.
Me acuerdo de
¿Te
la primera
parece?
vez.
Muy trancu.
Me encanta.
Muy
Concepto
así
de
relajado, como, uy, ¿qué letra hago?
1, 2, 3.
¿De dónde saca la parte de abajo?
¿De dónde saca?
¿De
¿Qué
dónde
misterio?
saco? Porque
Me
la
encanta esta
K y la Q
situación.
y la O. Como que vamos a meterle un poco de recta.
Hay muchísimos caminos. Hay muchísimos
1 minuto y medio.
No, empezamos.
Es muchísimo.
Pobre, Vivi va a tener 30 segundos más.
¿Por qué?
¿Qué? ¿Por qué qué?
Yo te quise ayudar, conste.
No puede ser. No me decido si ser buena o mala. Es terrible. ¿No?
Bueno, esa indecisión nos tiene a nosotros ahí al borde del Zoom. Estamos todos como...
Último minuto.
Buena o mala, recuerdo que.
Mirá, me parece que es algo. Es importantísimo eso, Vivi.
No había límite.
¿Cuánto queda?
Quedan 47.
Ay, no hice nada.
Ah. Era la ronda para hacer las L's esta. Los que hicieron antes ya...
Sí, yo ya... Me
Se
pierdo
terminó.
siempre mi opción de hacer la L.
Mi opción de hacer la L.
¿Cuántos teníamos que ser?
Tienen que hacer una en 4 minutos.
¿Cuánto falta?
Se va a notar mucho la diferencia con los demás.
Faltan 20 segundos.
Ay, no.
¿De qué hablas?
Ay, no.
¡Qué estrés! Tengo un estrés.
Sí, yo también.
Me encanta la cara de... No, no...
¡No llego! No corten ni peguen.
Esto está muy loco.
Tiempo.
Decí.
Oh.
Listo.
Listo,
¿Quién hizo más de
respiramos.
Listo.
¿Quién hizo más de 2?
Hice 3.
Yo podría hacer la L.
Pero sí, la U, la L y la R.
Ah,
Por
bueno.
ejemplo.
Mira el archivo que dejó Vivi sin la ahí.
Te hago otra letra.
Listo. Ah, con gente así no sabés qué reglas poner. ¿Sabés qué hacer?
¿Ya se acabó el tiempo?
Sí.
Hace rato.
Todos levantan las manos.
¡Dejen de dibujar!
Otro poquito.
Dejen de dibujar.
Eli, levanta las manos, por favor.
A ver las manos. A ver los que puedan dibujar con el cerebro. Chau.
Así, con el pie.
Chau. Ya está.
Bueno, entonces, empezamos. Yo voy por mi orden de lista de acá. Luisa, tú primero.
Tú primero.
Tú primero.
Tendría que aprender a decirlo en portugués.
Bueno,
Yo,
pregunte.
¿cómo digo tú primero?
José primero.
José primero.
¿Ves por qué pensamos que hablamos portugués? Porque...
No, nosotros no. El resto de la humanidad piensa que portugués y español es lo mismo y yo insisto en defender que no.
No es lo mismo, pero nos lo hacen creer porque nos dicen todo el tiempo, es lo mismo.
No.
Eu consigo entender 70% do que vocês estão falando, mas eu não consigo falar, então acho que...
Luisa, que podamos entendernos.
Vocês me entendem quando eu falo?
Sí.
Sí.
Es lo mismo. No, mentira.
Me resulta súper loco que dos idiomas distintos se puedan entender, aunque no podamos hablarlos. Entonces, como que es divertido, porque el resto de la gente que habla un tercer idioma dice, es lo mismo. No, no es lo mismo.
No, pero ¿sabes qué
es voluntad, es solo voluntad de entendernos.
Ya subió Luisa, ¿quién sigue?
Luisa, Vivi Vivi es la 2. Sube el archivo 8.
Bueno,
Sí.
te toca. Ah, estabas dibujando, ¿eh?
No, estaba aquí muy distraída. Estaba
No
haciendo
te me
la-
distraigas. Por favor, Vivi, no te me distraigas. Juan Pablo, por favor, envíame tu archivo.
Voy a seguir
Está
buscando.
enviado.
Acá está, gracias.
Lo más divertido es que acá, por ejemplo, todos me ven y me dicen, ah, tú eres argentino. Le dije, no, soy chileno. De hecho, se nota demasiado la diferencia de acento. Y me dicen, no, argentinos son exactamente lo mismo.
Sí,
Dice, por ejemplo, la diferencia de acento es entre un gallego y un andaluz. Ahí
No,
sí
no,
que-
igual eso es mentira porque yo tengo amigos que son españoles y mexicanos y hablábamos los tres a la vez con gente de otro país, poner, no sé, un Finlandia te tiro enfrente, con un país realmente distinto, y les decíamos, se registra como distintos acentos y nos miraban fijo y nos decían, no, hablan igual.
Sí, hablan igual.
O sea, ¿cómo?
Vivi, avísame cuando hayas subido tu archivo, por favor.
¿Vivi? No, la verdad que a mí me pasó,
Nishtha,
Juan.
te toca
O
a ti,
sea,
por favor.
así que te creo.
Primero haz el full.
Bueno, a mí en
Después.
Argentina me dijeron que nosotros hablamos como cubanos.
Acá la gente dice cualquier cosa también, vamos a decirlo.
Y también me han dicho como, tú que eres de Centroamérica.
Hay que decirlo. No
No.
sabemos dónde quedan los países, no tenemos mucha idea de nada.
De hecho me da risa porque yo les tengo que explicar cómo hablan de cada país y se matan de la risa porque ahí ven las diferencias cuando les explican así como pum, pum.
¿Isa ya está?
Cuando yo intento hacer eso, llego hasta Chile. Es imposible imitar el chileno.
Tenés como un set de stand-up, es muy bueno, Juan, con eso podés salir por ahí, por Europa, a hacer de cosas.
Ronda
Sí,
ronda 7, ¿no?
Puedo hacer mi café
Por
con
favor.
Café con ser.
Ay, qué antiguo, me encantó. Juan Pablo, ahí estás delatando nuestra edad, por favor, te lo pido.
No se dice café
Ahí,
con sal.
grupo de riesgo, se dice.
Grupo de riesgo.
Es algo de otra era.
Ahora sería estándar.
Se diría grupo de riesgo,
Muy bien,
pero...
Isa. Eli, te toca a ti.
Ok, voy a darle el full. Y mi comillas.
Isa. Ok,
No
está
digamos
arriba.
eso.
Y push. Listo.
Juan.
Ya. Full. A ver. Jalando.
¿Cómo vienen estos archivos?
Cometiendo.
Cometiendo el crimen.
A ver. ¿Ya está?
Ángel,
A ver.
cuéntanos.
El de Eli ya me apareció y el de Juan también. Sí.
Muy bien, ahora Nati. Subí tus 10
Nati.
glifos.
Mis
11,
10
no sé
glifos.
cuánto hiciste.
12, porque me quedaba ahí un ratito y...
Ah, bueno, bien, Nati. Bien ahí, poniéndose la camiseta. Vamos.
Esa es la argentinidad.
Esa es la Argentina que queremos. ¿Entendés?
Mentirosa, mentirosa.
Hace 4, hice 20, pero te pedí 4.
No importa.
Bueno, está bien.
¿Hoy había un número?
¿Cómo?
No, me parece que no.
No habilitamos números.
Ahora tengo
Aunque
que hacer
yo los
Nati,
quiero,
avísame
pero
cuando estés.
Ya, perdón, ya.
Bueno, ahora me toca a mí hacer de Juan.
Había un archivo que tenía todos los caracteres desordenados. Era como B, X, Z, B.
Ese es para complicar.
Estresa.
Eso pasa cuando, en realidad, cuando tenés tipo PhoneLab y Glyphs o algún otro programa, te cambia el plist, que es el orden. Tendríamos que meter en el medio un normalizador, pero la verdad que estar jugando con archivos tan sencillos no tiene sentido. Pero si no tenés que normalizar todo, digamos, como... le tenés que normalizar los fea, tenés que normalizar todo para que te abra y te quede como...
Listo, Juan Pablo. Pero no me van a decir que no es divertido ir a buscar la A y que haya una K, por ejemplo. Como...
Pero,
Rediver.
Es Rediver. Es buenísimo.
O un parámetro glitch.
Digo, hacer primero el pool y después comité los otros archivos, por favor.
Round 7.
Exactamente.
Ay, casi, casi que pasaron todos.
¡No lo puedo creer!
¡No puedo creer!
A las 12 de la noche, pero vamos a llegar.
3 de la mañana, pero round 7.
1:30 de la mañana.
Ya está.
Estamos con Juan Pablo ahí, sonámbulos. Bueno, ahora todos hacemos nuestros pools correspondientes y arrancamos la vuelta 8.
¿Qué hacemos en la vuelta 8?
Wow.
El
número 8.
Este terreno desconocido para ustedes.
Este es terreno desconocido.
Qué
Sí.
linda. ¿Quién propuso el número 8?
Yo.
Es simple. Tengo una idea grandiosa, se me ocurrió.
Ay, qué
Dale,
bien.
bueno.
La idea es la siguiente. Cada uno, lo que pasa es que algunos la van a tener más fácil. Bueno, no importa. Cada uno tiene que generar un número, que es el número de su archivo. ¿Me entienden?
No.
El
Y a
número
ver,
generar
el glifo 1, glifo 2, glifo 3, glifo 4, según el número de tu archivo. Entonces, el que tiene el número 8, que sería Vivi, genera el glifo 8.
Yo tuve 8 en la ronda pasada.
Ah, no, perdón, tengo que ahora volver. Vos te va a tocar uno fácil, uno ahora. Bueno.
Ahora te va a tocar uno buenísimo.
La I, que no hice.
Bueno,
hagan un número y las letras.
No, a lo que voy es un 1 es como hacer una I. Va.
Un minuto.
Pero Juan Pablo, ahí te subí el archivo.
¿Se animan a generar eso? Digamos, cada uno genera el número del número del archivo que está trabajando. Ahora les digo... Ahora les digo
vale.
qué archivo tiene cada uno.
Perdón, nada más una cosa. Si queremos agregar el número, tenemos que agregar también el contents.plist del UFO. Nos va a aparecer un cambio, porque como no viene
va a aparecer
en
un
la
cambio,
plantilla, entonces necesitamos agregar ese archivo para que... Nada más.
Por lo otro es que se cree como una letra alternativa. No sé si les...
No.
Es un hack.
No, porque si no después nos vas a complicar una situación que no queremos que se nos complique.
Dale.
¿Y sabemos cómo hacer eso que dice Eli?
Sí.
Perdonen, y yo que tengo que reemplazar, en realidad, ¿qué hago? Tiro directamente el glifo como uno nuevo, no tengo que reemplazar nada, sino que lo tiro como nuevo y me dice, ¿se hará solo?
Exactamente, sí.
Bien. Listo.
Bueno, entonces hacen el pool, perdón.
Claro, ¿hacemos un número y una letra?
No,
mínimo.
No. No me la compliques más de lo que estoy tratando de pensar.
Yo no estoy segura si entendí
claro.
lo que dijo Eli. Solo generé el número y listo, dibujo ahí, listo. O tengo que hacer algo más.
Todavía no repartí los archivos, Isa. Un minuto.
Ok.
Cerrá el archivo que abriste, anda al GitHub y descartá.
Ok. Listo.
Por las dudas.
Bueno.
¿Listo? Minuto, no. Focalicémonos. Ya es tarde, para mí ya son como las 2 de la mañana. Entonces, vamos. Punto 1. ¿Hicieron todo su pool?
Sí.
Bueno, entonces ahora reparto los archivos. Tenemos a Luisa con el 8, Vivi con el 1, Isa con el 2, Eli con el 3, Juan con el 4, Nati con el 5, Juan Pablo con el 6 y Pego con el 7. Angelina, ¿podés mandarle a Juan Pablo el archivo 6? El último archivo 6.
Ya le mandó. Caro, ¿en qué tiempo hacemos esto?
Pueden ser 4 minutos, 5. Vos elegí el tiempo, sos la dueña del tiempo.
Bueno, yo digo 4 minutos y digo que Luisa nos comparte pantalla.
¿Y ya arrancó el tiempo?
No, Luisa no puede, perdón, vos decías que no podías compartir.
No puede. ¿Y ya arrancó el tiempo o no arrancó el tiempo?
Todavía no dije.
Creo que sí.
¿Quién nos queda? ¿Quién quiere compartir? ¿Isa?
Eu tô tentando, eu não...
Não quiere.
Não tô conseguindo.
¿Nati?
Peraí, eu acho que eu vou conseguir.
No tengo problema porque comparto pantalla y no tengo las dos, tengo una sola y no sé cómo ponerla, por eso cuando compartí solamente la del chat se me hacía.
Bueno, dale.
Quise compartirla, pero no puedo.
¿Empezamos ya?
Sí, por favor.
Bueno.
¿Va a ser el número o va a ser una?
El número.
Por ejemplo, ¿quién preguntó?
Yo. Eli.
El número y las letras que
Eli.
quieras, ¿no? ¿O
Vos,
solamente el número?
Eli, vos tenés el número 3.
Sí,
el
sí,
número
sí.
del
Ok.
archivo.
Sí. Ok, gracias.
Juan, creo que es, Caro dice solo el número, sin
Ya.
letra.
Listo.
Se nos cayó
¿Ya?
Luis.
Pero al que le tocó el 1 también puede hacer una letra.
Hoy no,
Empezamos, ¿no?
por favor, sí.
Ya.
Ahí
listo.
volvió Luisa. Me volvió. Yo me asusto.
¿Qué pasó?
No sé si vino un león y se la comió, por ejemplo.
Qué suerte que no se fue.
Acho que eu
Pienso siempre
consigo
cosas así,
consertar.
soy madre.
Perdón, Luisa, no te escuchamos.
Eu acho que eu consegui consertar. Eu acho que eu agora consigo dividir minha tela.
De hecho, es madre de león.
Diogo,
Bueno,
tradução.
prova então. Vamos provar se consegue compartir.
Primero, que se alinea las capitales o all style.
Como quieras. Es tu responsabilidad, Juan.
Ahí está compartilhando já.
Ah, buenísimo.
Me acabo de dar cuenta. Porque se me viene encima.
Nuevamente silencio.
Porque no es fácil.
Siento que vi todo el nacimiento de este archivo, como que siento que vi como desde que era bebé, ahora que está en números, es como un montón.
Dos minutos.
Oh, no.
Te dejo que seas buena, Flor.
Te arrepintió. Le dio pena.
Me dio. Me agarran lapsos de bondad.
Bueno, vamos a agregar un tiempito más. Están al horno realmente, nadie habla.
Sí, porque está difícil.
Y bueno, qué sé yo.
¿Quieren que hablemos?
Complicó la vida, ¿eh?
¿Quién fue el que tuvo la idea de hacer el 8? Alguno, no me acuerdo. Está grabado, así que lo vamos a buscar.
Lo vamos a buscar. Lo vamos a ir a buscar. Lo vamos a ir a buscar.
Cuando pueda volver a volar.
Cuando se abran las fronteras, voy a ir con el video. Es decir, ¿quién hizo? Hablemos de cosas felices, no de las fronteras cerradas. Hablemos de otras cosas porque se nos cae el Zoom. Si hablamos
Me acuerdo. Es que junto
se nos
todo.
cae el Zoom. Sí. Bueno.
Volvamos a mi etapa de bondad.
Dale.
Tenemos 30 segundos, pero van a tener un minuto extra.
Ah, gracias.
Mira la dueña del tiempo, qué regalona que está de repente. Bueno.
Quiere quedar bien.
Quiere quedar bien. Sí. No quiere haters en su Instagram.
Muy buena actitud la de abrir los corners, como me gusta.
Abrir los corners es de buena gente, ¿viste?
En esta época de mi vida se ha vuelto así.
Sí. Uno se conforma con eso. Abrime un corner. Es que no puedo salir de acá. Abrime el corner cuando.
En la tarde, estaba escuchando
Sí.
un programa en el que hablaba un economista de acá de España que decía que prácticamente el 60% de los trabajos se pueden teletrabajar. Y una vez que las empresas ya se acostumbraron al teletrabajo, que hace un tiempo parecía utópico, ahora cada vez está más cercano. el
No quieren
asunto,
volver.
el asunto es que para empezar, cuando empiece, por ejemplo, cuando tengan que aumentar la producción, para tirar para arriba a las empresas, existe la gran posibilidad de que exterioricen los trabajos que se pueden teletrabajar. Entonces